Kingdom on the bridge. Bello and Betty looked at Buggy on the opposite side with a complicated expression and said, I didn't expect a man like you to save these slaves. I really didn't expect it, especially if it was for free. You dare to go to the appointment alone. I also did not expect it. You are worthy of being the leader of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army. Buggy stretched out his hand to Bello Betty, who was facing him, and smiled. Hi. Meet Miss Bello Betty, you can call me Buggy. Then these people will be handed over to you. As for what you said free of charge, it doesn't really count. Saving them is just a matter of convenience for me. But what are you going to do with your retreat now? There are so many people here, you can't take them away for a while, right? Are there enough ships? I'm honored to meet the Clown King, but the ship you mentioned. Bello and Betty also shook hands with Buggy, shaking her head helplessly. Certainly not enough. Because when I came with the idea of being played by you. What's more, our Revolutionary Army can't dispatch so many ships for a while. Buggy pondered for 2 seconds before laughing. Save people to the end, send Buddha to the west. That being the case, I'll give you another ride. The Kingdom of Kamabaka is also a destination for your Revolutionary Army, right? Bello Betty's big eyes brightened and she said with a smile. Of course. I almost forgot that Mr. Buggy and our Ivan Sauce are comrades in arms. It would be great if Mr. Buggy could send them there. Snapped. Buggy snapped his fingers and said. Bluno. Yes, Lord Buggy. Bluno immediately understood. Squeak. A minute later, Bluno opened his eyes, and a huge door of space was opened by him. On the bridge kingdom that was originally dark, suddenly there was a touch of pink. It really is the Kingdom of Kamabaka. Bello Betty spoke in surprise, and then she immediately took out the phone bug to contact Ivankov. Soon, Ivankov's voice rang from the other side of the phone. Iha. Betty Sauce. Why did you think of calling me? Are you missing someone? That's right, Ivan Sauce. People miss you so much at your doorstep. Why don't you hurry up and greet her? Bello Betty smiled, obviously in a good mood. On the other hand, Robin, who was already wearing a padded jacket, didn't speak the whole time, just watching Buggy's actions. Soon, Ivankov brought a group of coquettish ladyboys to the Kamabaka Kingdom Square. Looking at the huge space door, Ivankov immediately thought of something, looked at Bello Betty in front of him and said in shock. Buggy boy helped you? Ivan Chan, long time no see. Buggy's figure appeared on the other side of the space door, waving at Ivankov. An hour later, as the slaves were all freed, Ivankov also learned what had happened. After reminiscing about the past, Ivankov said to Buggy. Buggy boy, I don't understand, is it because of Luffy again? Buggy chuckled. This time it's not just because of Luffy, but also because Luffy's other brother is in your Revolutionary Army. In addition, I have a good impression of your Revolutionary Army. It's no problem to send one as a favor. Huh? Luffy has a brother? Ivankov was directly stunned. Yeah, if I remember correctly, his name was Sabo. Buggy chuckled and said intentionally, you can go back and check, this guy shouldn't be considered too weak logically. It's just that he didn't show up in Summit War, which made me a little confused. It is very likely that there is a problem with his memory, otherwise, with the relationship between the three of them, it is impossible for Sabo to let Ace go. Sabo. After hearing Buggy's words, not only Ivankov, but even Bello and Betty looked over in shock at this moment. After hearing this, she really heard the amazing news. Oh? You all know Sabo? Buggy feigned surprise. Ivankov and Bello Betty spoke almost simultaneously. Of course. Sabo. What happened to Sabo? At this moment, the phone bug placed on the 2 pairs of 36E Shwazi by Bello Betty suddenly made a sound. Buggy frowned and looked over. This voice, and an anti-tapping phone bug, seems to have caught the owner? If this is the case, then his favor today is not a free gift. In the plot that Buggy knew in the previous life, the 4 emperors basically all appeared on the stage, and even Garp's combat power closer to the universe level has initially appeared. But this man known as the world's most ferocious criminal, still hasn't made a move yet. According to the appearance law of One Piece, the strength of Monkey D. Dragon is at least at the level of 4 emperors. Oh? It's a dragon. A special incident happened here. I want to tell you something. Bello Betty told him about Buggy and the others straying into the kingdom on the bridge. Down. Robin, who was wearing a coat on one side, approached Buggy and whispered. Mr. Buggy, is it okay for me to hear this kind of thing? You are Luffy's partner, and Luffy is my nephew, so you are my partner, no problem. Buggy gave Robin the logic. Hee, that's good. Robin covered his mouth and chuckled. She is very grateful to this man. To be honest, she was actually a little desperate when she was photographed flying here and became a slave. You know, this is the jurisdiction of the world government. In addition, she was locked by Seastone again. If this man hadn't come in time, she couldn't imagine what would happen later. Especially with his own beauty, for those soldiers who have stayed in this kind of place for a long time, it is no different from an addictive poison. It was this man who fell from the sky, like a prince in a novel, who rescued her and turned all the government soldiers who tried to mistreat her into dust. At that moment, she understood that the shadow of this man was branded in her heart. The hero saves the beauty, the story is cliched, but it lasts for a long time. The ugly one will be a cow and horse in the afterlife, and the handsome one will agree with her body. Obviously today's Buggy belongs to the latter. In addition, at that critical juncture, one's feelings can be changed the most, so it is quite normal. At this time, Buggy naturally didn't know what Robin was thinking, and at this time, Long also expressed his gratitude to him. Buggy just smiled casually at this, and suddenly said, "If you want to thank me, it's okay. Your Revolutionary Army's path is very wild. I don't know if any of you have been to the legendary Boeing Islands." In other words, something was brought back from the Boeing Islands. "I need something from the Boeing Islands." Hearing this, although Long was a little surprised, he didn't study it carefully. After thinking for a while, he said, "Boeing Islands? I really don't have any clues for a while, but don't worry, I will be able to give it in a short time." Before the dragon finished speaking, Bello and Betty laughed, took out the leather whip from her waist and handed it to Buggy, saying with a smile, "No need to ask. What a coincidence. I once had a friend named Hercules who had been to one or two of the Boeing Islands. And the leather whip in my hand was given to me by him. That really helped a lot." Buggy took the whip unceremoniously, then handed the whip to Blueno and said, "Blueno, sense it. See if you can sense the Boeing Islands?" Yes. Blueno didn't hesitate, and immediately started sensing after taking the whip. When Blueno sensed it, Buggy didn't speak either. Robin, Ivankov, Betty and Long are also very curious, so they are all waiting quietly to take over. 5 minutes later, Blueno opened his eyes, with a smile on his face and said, "Master Buggy, it's located." Crunch. While speaking, Blueno raised his hand and knocked on the void in front of him, and a door of space appeared. And as the door of this space opened, countless tempting food aromas floated in. Seeing this scene, Buggy burst out laughing, and said to Blueno's shoulder, "Blueno, you have done a great job. Now we are all happy, and before we find a new chef, we have a large canteen for the whole group." Ha ha ha. Seeing that Buggy was so happy, Blueno was also very happy and immediately said, "It's mine to serve Lord Buggy." Hearing this, Buggy patted Blueno on the shoulder and said, "What's so big? Who's who?" "Blueno, you just can't fix it. Call the captain." "Yes, Captain Buggy." Blueno smiled again. After seeing Blueno's ability, Long also sighed. "I didn't expect such a convenient devil fruit ability." After finishing speaking, he paused and looked at Buggy and said, "Mr. Buggy, I just heard you say that Sabo is Luffy's brother. What's going on?" "Hee hee. Can you finally bear it?" The corners of Buggy's mouth turned up slightly. He deliberately didn't speak first, because he wanted to wait for the kid to ask. Obviously caring about his son's affairs to death, but still pretending to be indifferent. Is such that Buggy told Long about the three brothers Luffy, Sabo and Ace. After listening to the silence for a few seconds, Long sighed and said, "You're right. When Sabo went out to sea and encountered celestial dragons, he was shot down into the sea by celestial dragons' cannons, and was rescued by me later. It's just that he didn't expect that he turned out to be Luffy's sworn brother. What is even more unexpected is that the current Sabo may have lost his memory. It can only be said that fate is really a very magical thing. I'm going to talk to him about it. Anyway, Mr. Buggy, thank you for Luffy and Ace. I personally owe you a favor. After that, you asked Bello Betty to give you the phone bug. If you need help with anything in the future, you can contact me directly through this phone bug." Hearing Long's words, even Ivankov and Bello Betty, who had a cautious character, were incomparably surprised. Buggy will not be polite here, just nodded and said, "Okay, I won't be polite. I'll buy you a drink when I have a chance." Long also laughed and said, obviously admiring Buggy's decisiveness, "Men shouldn't be moaning." Buggy said in a slightly profound way, "It won't be long, Mr. Dograg, you'll want to come and drink with me." Long was startled, then smiled. "I'm looking forward to it." After hanging up the phone, Buggy didn't stay for long. This trip is set to the portal of the Boeing Islands, which is the biggest gain. Now Buggy has 3 portals, Sky Island, Terror Spinnaker, and Boeing Islands, which can be said to have laid the foundation of the 4 Emperors Regiment. First of all, Sky Island and Boeing Islands are places that can greatly improve the strength of his team. The environment of Sky Island can enhance the practice of physical skills, and the various foods and energy in the Boeing Islands can make up for the consumption of practice. With the two complementing each other, it's hard not to grow rapidly in strength. The current Buggy temporarily lacks a stable base camp in New World. But before that, his road to becoming a king has not been paved enough. After going to the island and taking the devil fruit, he will start the showtime of live execution. Then contact Morgans again to make big news. By that time, even if Blackbeard can make trouble again, it is impossible for him to surpass him in terms of fame. So, the first one to be the four emperors must be him. Here should be another plot change point, but I don't know what rewards will be given for such a big plot change. Thinking about these things in his heart, Buggy remained calm on the surface, then looked at Ivankov and the others and said, "Ivan Sauce, Betty, then I will leave it to you. We are also preparing to return to Mermaid Island now. There are still many things waiting for me to deal with." "Huh? Buggy boy, are you still on the Fishmen Island?" Ivankov was very surprised. "A few days ago, I read in the newspaper that you captured the celestial dragons. How dare you stay on the Fishmen Island for such a long time?" Bello Betty on the side also spoke at this time. "Actually, I've always wanted to ask, Mr. Buggy, did you really capture the celestial dragons and parade him through the streets?" Swish. As soon as Bello Betty said this, several other people looked at Buggy with anticipation and curiosity in their eyes. Among them, Robin's color of exploration is the strongest. "Want to know?" Buggy looked at them with a half smile. Several people nodded frantically, even Robin nodded heavily. Hee hee. Buggy turned to look at Bluno. The latter met immediately, raised his hand and opened a door of space. The place where the door of space opens is the cell at the bottom of the cabin of the large warship that Buggy snatched. As soon as the door of space was opened, there was a burst of angry shouting and cursing from inside. "You traitor dogs from CP9. How dare you turn against your master? Sooner or later, I'm going to get you all skinned and cramped. Hee hee hee, you can't keep me locked up for long. Wait for Marine Admiral to come. You're dead. I'm celestial dragons, I'm your god." After seeing the scene of Saint Charmarco being tied to the cross and roaring through the space gate, Ivankov and the others fell silent for a moment. "How? Celestial dragons, right? Right." Buggy looked at them and smiled. "It's so right." Bello Betty also shook her head and laughed. "It's really hard to imagine how such a world noble would raise such a stupid thing." Robin frowned. At this time, the guard in charge of Saint Charmarco also found out about the situation, and he was relieved when he saw that it was Buggy and Bluno. Buggy big. "Hey, I said old Snuggle. How many times have you said this? You are still like this, you are no longer CP9, you don't need to bow your knees to anyone." Buggy is a little helpless. "We are partners and comrades in arms, do you understand?" "Yes, Captain." After hearing the words, a funny smile appeared on that old face. Buggy walked in, patted his shoulder and said, "You go and call Jabba and the others back, the trip has been fruitful, and we are almost ready to leave." "Okay." Nugget nodded and left. Robin looked very exciting when he saw Bluno at first. After all, Luffy and the others had a fierce fight between Eni's lobby and CP9 for her. Now seeing another Snuggle made her feel weird. But when Buggy said goodbye to them, Robin suddenly said, "Well, Mr. Buggy, can I stay on your boat for a while?" "Oh?" Buggy raised his eyebrows, then smiled and said, "It is an honor to judge." After speaking, Buggy made a gentlemanly salute, and then extended his hand to Robin. Robin didn't hesitate, grabbed Buggy's hand, and was pulled into the space door by him. But she didn't know that while she was lamenting that this man was a gentleman, this man was secretly laughing in his heart, trying to get him to succeed. "Robin-chan, don't even think about letting go after this hand in hand." Buggy smirked inwardly. "Nico Robin, get da Z." After returning to the Fishmen Island, Buggy blasted away Bluno, who was trying to make a light bulb. Then he expressed that he wanted to give Robin a surprise, took Robin to change clothes, and then took her to the Fishmen Island. However, when they just stepped into the street of the Marin shopping center, they were immediately surrounded by countless murlocs and mermaids. "Ah! Master Buggy. I saw Master Buggy. Come here, Jimis." "Master Buggy, shall I take a picture with you?" "Really? Thank you so much, Buggy." "Master Buggy, come to our store for 50% off. Can you sign me, Master Buggy?" "Jeebas, Jimis, don't disturb Master Buggy on a date, it's very rude to be a light bulb." "Uncle Buggy, can you sign your name on someone's heart?" Robin, who was squeezed to the outside, saw the embarrassing appearance of the man who turned his hands into clouds and rained his hands in the Summit War, and dared to parade celestial dragons in the street, surrounded by a crowd of murlocs and mermaids. She couldn't help but it was a smile. What had this man done for the island to make them love him so much? Robin was very curious. Immediately, while Buggy was helplessly signing autographs for others, she asked a mermaid lady about Buggy. With Robin's wisdom, it is natural to get all the content very quickly. After listening to it, Robin was also extremely shocked. A plan to solve the pervert who has been entangled with the mermaid princess for 10 years. Stunning 100,000 enemy troops with one move, completely eliminating the hidden dangers of the Fishman Island. Take over Whitebeard's territory and become the new guardian of the Fishman Island. All these pieces of information and content made Robin more curious about this man, and at the same time added a bit of admiration. After more than 10 minutes, Robin couldn't help showing a narrow smile when he saw Buggy, who was covered in lipstick marks and was a little embarrassed, leaving the team of beautiful and lovely mermaid ladies. Then, she said in the tone of a previous mermaid lady. Uncle Buggy, otherwise, I'd better just find a guide. Uncle, you can continue to sign autographs for the little girls. Cough cough. Buggy coughed dryly, and said sternly. What little girl? It's not as important as showing us Robin Chan. Oh, by the way, don't imitate other people's address. I'm not a few years older than you. You can call me Big Brother or Brother. N. Then I'll call you Mr. Buggy. Robin pursed his lips and smiled, and ran forward. After running a few steps, he turned around and pointed at the lipstick mark on Buggy's body and joked. Uncle Buggy, wipe off the lipstick marks on your body, otherwise people will mistake for mine. Buggy raised his eyebrows when he heard this. How could he let a girl be molested? Immediately said without showing any weakness. Misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. Don't worry, Uncle won't mind. What a bad uncle. Robin covered his mouth and let out a coquettish laugh. The two chatted about their respective adventures, plans for the future, or the customs of the Fishman Island, and they were extremely relaxed. It can only be said that two mature and smart men and women can naturally have a good chat together, especially when both parties have a good impression of each other. Seeing that there are fewer and fewer people on both sides, and the location is getting more and more remote, Robin deliberately said. I said, Uncle Buggy, you brought him to such a remote place, don't you mean to do something bad? Since you found out, then you don't want to escape my uncle's palm. Buggy flashed a smirk, covered Robin's eyes, and flew up with her. Ah! Robin exclaimed, subconsciously leaning against Buggy's strong chest. Just when she really thought that Buggy was going to do something to her, Robin found that his feet had landed on the ground, and then his eyes lit up, and 10 large city-shaped blue cloth pieces appeared in front of her. History text. Robin exclaimed subconsciously. Buggy sat on top of the history text, looked down at Robin and said with a smirk. How about it, Uncle, my surprise, do you still like my eldest niece? Robin snorted coquettishly, and couldn't wait to start looking at the main text of the history. At the same time, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, obviously very happy. Buggy didn't bother her either, just lying on his side on top of the history text in such a boring way. Just when he was drowsy, Robin's beautiful voice of Yuji rang in his ears. Mr. Buggy, I finished reading. I like your surprise very much, thank you. Only then did Buggy slowly open his eyes, and nodded to Luo. It's fine if you like it, and you don't need to thank it, just treat it as a gift for you, a temporary crew member. Now that we're done, let's go. Ready to leave the Fishman Island and go to the next destination. Robin froze for a moment, then pointed to the text of the history and said in surprise. Mr. Buggy, don't you want to know what's written in this history text? It's all about Joey Boy, and Poseidon. Buggy shrugged indifferently, raised his hand and tapped the tip of Robin's straight nose, then turned and left. Don't test Robin Chan. Uncle, I will be angry. By the way. Robin couldn't help but froze when he heard this. But Buggy in front of him paused, turned around and looked at Robin with a smile and said. Forgot to tell you Robin Sauce. Uncle, I used to be a crew member on Roger's ship. The main text of history, ancient weapon, etc., I know better than you. The crew of One Piece. Robin was shocked at first, then immediately apologized. Sorry Mr. Buggy, my habit is worth it. You don't have to apologize for the things you don't understand. In the next 2 years, you will have a lot of opportunities to understand me, Robin Sauce. Buggy looked at her with a smirk. Seeing this, Robin also smiled. It was such a relaxed feeling to be with this man. It turned out that he really just wanted to give himself a surprise. Robin thought so. Especially when she met Shirahoshi and heard Neptune and Buggy confess, she became more determined in her previous thoughts. Is Shirahoshi Poseidon? She is still very touched that Buggy can let this kind of secret involve her, a newcomer on board. This man is the only one other than the Straw Hat crew who can trust her wholeheartedly. Naturally, Buggy pretended to be surprised, acting unaware that Shirahoshi is Poseidon. Neptune didn't notice anything either. In his opinion, it's normal for Buggy and the others not to know. After all, this is the secret of the Fishman Island. After a long while, Buggy pretended to be dignified and said. Neptune, you should understand what the power of Poseidon represents. Shirahoshi grew up in an ivory tower from a young age. You took such good care of her. If you don't exercise anymore, who do you expect to protect her when she encounters danger in the future? Especially now that Shirahoshi has this power, even if you and I don't say it, sooner or later, it will explode. Shirahoshi needs to have the strength to be able to harness this power. Neptune, do you understand me? Certainly. Neptune suddenly spoke loudly, and then a sly look flashed in his eyes and said. That's why I spoke to Mr. Buggy about it. Neptune, what do you mean? Buggy was a little confused. I want Shirahoshi to follow Mr. Buggy. Neptune put his hands on the ground, knocked on Buggy, and said in a deep voice. Mr. Buggy, I know it is impossible to protect Baishing with my strength. If one day this power suddenly explodes and I can't help Shirahoshi, it will be really bad. So, I implore Mr. Buggy to be sure to bring Shirahoshi. Hope Mr. Buggy can teach her something. In order to thank Mr. Buggy, I would like to contribute the treasure house of our Dragon Palace. I know that although those gold, silver and jewels are useless to us, Mr. Buggy, who needs to build a new force, needs a lot of money. That money is going to come in handy. Buggy looked at Neptune's firm gaze, he sighed and said. Neptune, since you have talked to this extent, if I don't agree, it will be my fault. Good. I promise you, I will teach Chong Shirahoshi well. Don't worry, no one with me can hurt Shirahoshi. Unless you step over my dead body. Thank you so much. Neptune was so excited that he slapped Buggy again. Jabba and the others on one side were silent the whole time. If they hadn't been trained, they would have laughed out loud. Neptune, this old guy, was really sold and paid for. No, this is no longer helping count money, but sending out my own money and my daughter. But they quickly changed to thinking about it. If I were in the position of Neptune, the current situation is indeed the best choice. What could be safer than handing Shirahoshi over to a future New World 4 emperors? Robin naturally didn't understand Jabba's thoughts. Because part of the information is missing, her and Neptune's ideas are basically the same. At the same time, seeing that Buggy was so respected by the king of the Fishmen Island, she became more curious about this man in her heart. Because they wanted to take Shirahoshi away, Buggy and the others stayed in the Fishmen Island for another 3 days to prepare supplies. 3 days later, Buggy and the others quietly left the Fishmen Island. Fortunately, Buggy's current ship is a large warship. Otherwise, I really need to use Enel's Arc Proverbs. Shirahoshi's body is too big after all. According to Neptune, it will take another year for Shirahoshi to transform her mermaid tail into legs. For the time being, the bubble rings from the Fishmen Island can also be used instead of the feet, so Buggy is in no rush. While Jabba and the others are manipulating the boat to float up, Buggy is teaching Robin and Shirahoshi how to practice color and armament hockey. After several hours of surfacing without any risk, Buggy and the others finally got the boat out of the sea. Immediately afterwards, without any hesitation, all of them headed towards Punk Hazard according to the permanent pointer Neptune gave them. Floating from the Fishmen Island, the distance to Punk Hazard is not far. In addition, Buggy and the others are large warships, and it took them less than half a day to arrive at this huge lush island before dark. If it weren't for the permanent pointer pointing to this island, Buggy would really wonder if the place he arrived at was Punk Hazard. But soon Buggy reacted. Punk Hazard in this period was just abandoned by Vegapunk, and the battle between Aokiji and Akainu has not yet started here. That's why the island is still so beautiful. One of the big reasons why Vegapunk chose this island for experiments was because of the biodiversity of Punk Hazard, which is why he chose the later, Egg Point Island. It's the same. At the same time, it is also because Vegapunk hates using children to do giant experiments. This led to the fact that it was first abandoned and then occupied by Guy. But it doesn't matter. None of this affects Buggy's purpose here. That's right. The reason why Buggy came to Punk Hazard as soon as he arrived in New World was because of Vegapunk's man-made devil fruit, fish fruit phantom beast blue dragon form. Although the Yu fruit copied by Vegapunk is a failure in his opinion, it is actually no different from Kaido's phantom beast except for the color. Instead of wasting it for that Momonosuke in the future, he should accept it himself and use it for Bullet. This is the devil fruit that Buggy helped Bullet find for him. After changing the fruit for Bullet, he is equivalent to having a 4 Emperor's level combat power that will not take long to reach. Thinking of this, Buggy suddenly became excited. Robin standing beside him naturally noticed the change in his expression, and couldn't help but smile and said, "Mr. Buggy, you seem excited." "Right." Buggy didn't hide it either, looking forward and saying, "This island has what I need." Jabba also came over at this time. "Buggy, are we going to the island now?" "Right." Buggy doesn't want to have long nights and dreams. If that guy Momonosuke crosses over early, it will be amazing. Do you have the ability to split and peel? That's fine. Seeing that Buggy wanted to go to this island so eagerly, Bullet and the others were also very curious. After all, things that can make Buggy anxious are indeed somewhat rare. Call out Buggy didn't hesitate, his figure jumped into the air, and then covered it with all his knowledge. Soon, his knowledge covered the entire island. With his current level of advanced knowledge, it is naturally easy to achieve this level. Soon Buggy locked on the location of Vegapunk's former research institute in the direction where Guy Sakurong was at this time. There is a lot of powerful aura left in that place. But this is not a problem for Buggy. After guarding the boat, Buggy directly decomposed several big trees, and then condensed them into a huge flying template. Then they took Robin and Shirahoshi and flew towards the research institute together. After a while, they flew to the front of the institute. Immediately, everyone saw a huge stone gate in this lush and tall forest. This huge stone gate is leaning against a mountain. Black and white smoke is still spraying from the top of the mountain, which looks rather weird. And their every move is naturally seen clearly by Guy Sakurong in the research institute. When Buggy and the others were about to approach the gate, countless huge shells shot towards Buggy from the dense forest below. Kyla, just in the next moment, the shells fired from more than 1 meter away from Buggy turned into dust in the blink of an eye. There is actually someone. Wait, look at that flag, it's from world government? Why does the world take part in this wicked game? Isn't this normal? Is it okay that the world government is not doing personnel affairs? Snort. Buggy snorted coldly, raised his hand and cast a shattering magic. Call out Pooh. As the platinum beam of light hit the gate, the huge stone gate leaning against the mountain directly turned into countless tiny pieces. Robin, who saw this scene for the first time, couldn't help being shocked. Walk. Buggy took the lead and went in, followed by Jabba and the others. Robin and Shirahoshi were still sitting on the template, and slowly floated in behind Buggy. Drip, 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 boom. Just as Buggy and his group entered the door, a shrill siren sounded. At the same time, deep in the laboratory, looking at the crowd on the surveillance video, Guy Sakurong, who was still leisurely, fell to the ground and said in horror. How is it possible? How could that man appear here? It's over, go and invite Doflamingo. New world, top of Dressrosa Palace, blue blue blue. Click. As the phone bug was answered, there was a burst of screams and exclamations on the other side of the phone. Dover help. Doflamingo, who just answered the phone, was a little confused. Guy saw. What's the situation? Dover, it's over. A group of uninvited guests came to our research site. They came directly to the research institute, and now they have entered the research institute. Guy's voiceover there was a little trembling. They seem to be looking for something. Doflamingo roared. Are you an idiot? If there are intruders, go and kill them. Silence them all. How can it be? Guy screamed and spit out a series of names quickly. The Clown King Buggy, Jabba, Bullet, Duolingo, Sunbell, Crocodile, who have disappeared for many days, are all major criminals who have recently offered billions of bounties. The bounties offered by these guys have exceeded tens of billions. How can I silence this werewolf? Why don't you put the name of the dish here? Doflamingo roared in his heart. That's all right. After these words came from the other end of the phone, there was a long silence. Apparently Doflamingo was having trouble too. Even if he was conceited, he wouldn't think that a man of Buggy's strength was something he could afford to provoke. Above Summit War, Buggy's terrifying strength is obvious to all. It is not an exaggeration to say that this level is the new 4 emperors that have been predetermined. If Buggy is going to do something to Punk Hazard's experiment, he really can't do anything. I'm afraid I can only invite Boss Kaido at that time. Boom. Just as Doflamingo was thinking about countermeasures, he heard a roar, followed by Guy's scream, followed by voices coming from the opposite side of the phone bug. What the hell is your name, Guy Sakurong? You guys actually use children to experiment with giants. How inhumane. Huh. Who is an Alogia? A guy who doesn't even know hockey, really thinks Logia is invincible. Ha 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 ha. Enel, you really feel an inexplicable sense of joy when you say this. Old Shaw. Do you have the right to say that about me? Just when Doflamingo was about to quietly hang up the phone, the microphone of the phone bug was picked up suddenly. Doflamingo, huh. Punk Hazard, I got Buggy, what's your opinion? Hearing the familiar voice on the other side of the microphone, cold sweat appeared on Doflamingo's forehead, and then he gritted his teeth and said. Mr. Buggy, we don't seem to have any conflicts, do we? Why do you want to occupy my territory for no reason? You know, this Punk Hazard is not only mine, but also the experimental base of 4 Emperors Kaido and 4 Emperors Bigmom. KR. You can ask them to come directly to Punk Hazard to ask me for it, and I would like to weigh these 4 Emperors too. Buggy said indifferently. I can also tell you that I'm going to be at Punk Hazard for a while, and if they're going to fight me, they've got to hurry up. Click. After speaking, Buggy hung up the phone directly. Doflamingo was stunned. So crazy weigh the weight of 4 Emperors? Is this something that can be said casually? But when he thought about the members of Buggy's 4 Emperors, he fell silent. As for why Buggy dared to be so crazy, one of the reasons is that after he came out of the Fishman Island, he got a reward for changing the plot. It is the 6 Styles Grandmaster, physical bonus, and the corresponding physical fitness has also been increased by a stage. It can be said that the strength can be regarded as a small improvement. The change in the plot of the Fishman Island is also worthwhile. Even Lu Chi and his 6 style level is nothing more than Grandmaster level. As for the difference between Grandmaster and beginner, it is actually the difference between whether you can master 6 styles Lu Wangzan. After obtaining the Grandmaster 6 style, Buggy naturally mastered the ability of 6 King Spear. It has to be said that this move is said to be 10 times more powerful than Sky Island's platoon shell. You must know that when Weber, an ordinary person, used volley shells on Enel, he was beaten half to death. If it wasn't for Thunderfruit's heaven-defying ability to electro-heal himself, Enel might have just crashed over there. And this 6 King gun is more than 10 times more powerful than the platoon shell, as can be seen from Madara. This ability can even be said to have miraculous effects on hockey powerhouses. Of course, it needs the same Buggy level to achieve unexpected results. Because the attack method of this 6 King Spear is similar to Sengoku's Buddha's impact, it can directly impact into the human body. For this move, Buggy thinks there must be an in-depth developed upgrade move. If a physical superhuman like Garp were to use this move, it would probably be more terrifying than Sengoku's Buddha Shock. In the previous Summit War, Sengoku vomited blood from all members of Blackbeard with this move alone. If the power exceeds Buddha's Shock, it will be an extremely terrifying move. So, before Doflamingo took out Kaido and Big Mom to threaten him, he was not afraid and even a little eager to try. After all, he is also eager to fight against different strong players now, so that he can better hone his haki and strength. With Jabba and Bullet by his side, even if Kaido came with Big Mom, he didn't panic at all. What's more, he still holds a dragon's phone bug in his hand. This is where the confidence of Buggy lies. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Buggy sat directly in front of the monitoring room, looked at dozens of screens of different sizes in front of him and said, "Guy, are there surveillance videos in all the rooms here?" "Yes, Mr. Buggy." Guy rubbed his hands together with a flattering smile and said, "I don't know what Mr. Buggy needs to find. I can help you. Do you have a man-made devil fruit that failed from Vegapunk before?" Buggy cut to the chase. Hearing this, Geisa and Monet, who was pretending to be a good girl, all showed surprise. "There is indeed such a devil fruit, Mr. Buggy. Is it what you were looking for?" Guy was surprised at first, and after seeing Buggy's expressionless face, he immediately said, "Master Buggy, look over to screen 58, that room is it." After speaking, Guy couldn't help thinking, isn't this devil fruit a failure? Why did this boss come here to find it on purpose? Could it be that it is actually very special? Just when Buggy was thinking about this, Buggy turned his head and looked at Bullet with a smile. "Bullet, you go and bring it here, good." Although Bullet was puzzled, he didn't ask more questions. With his knowledge, he locked the target and soon found the devil fruit locked in the glass cabinet. Bang. Bullet directly smashed the glass, took out the demon story, and returned to Tien's monitoring room a few minutes later. "Buggy, you came here specifically to find it?" Bullet casually tossed the fruit in his hand to Buggy. "This is a pineapple-shaped fruit with red scales on the surface." Whoosh. After catching the devil fruit, Buggy glanced at it, but threw the fruit to Bullet again. Under the puzzled eyes of the latter and everyone else, Buggy said, "This devil fruit has a name, Fish Fruit Phantom Beast Azure Dragon Form." As soon as Buggy said this, everyone in the hall was in an uproar. "Impossible. How could this fruit be in this place?" "Buggy, are you sure you're right? Although we have been in Impel Down for more than 10 years, Magellan has read the newspapers for us all these years." "Yes, how is it possible?" Buggy hadn't expected such a big reaction from them. After all, the great reputation of this fruit is no longer a secret in the world. But all knowledgeable pirates and higher-ups know how powerful this devil fruit is. Because the owner of this devil fruit is the 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts, who is known as the strongest creature in the world. A copy of Buggy spat out a few more words, showing a mischievous smile. Huh? Everyone looked at him in shock. Mr. Buggy, didn't you say that this devil fruit is a failure, made by Vegapunk? Robin leaned on the sofa at one side, raised her round and fair long legs, her eyes were full of doubts. Buggy laughed when he heard the words, and asked. People are different, and geniuses are even more different from normal people. What Vegapunk considers to be a production failure is just a different color. Do you really think it was a failure? It's just that Vegapunk doesn't want to continue this line of research. What? Hearing this, the most excited is not other people, but Guy said that he didn't even care about flattery at this time, and immediately retorted. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I did the experiment with Vegapunk, and that guy just said the experiment failed. And calling this lineage factor impossible to succeed. That's why he gave up here. Hearing this, Buggy glanced at Guy and said contemptuously. Don't use your mind to measure Vegapunk, his pattern has long been beyond your cognition. As his assistant, he learned nothing and did not say anything, but also did such a despicable thing of using human traffickers to tie up children for experiments. Are you also worthy to be Vegapunk's assistant? Why do you think Vegapunk gave up here in the first place? Do you think he really couldn't experiment with giant weapons? Ridiculous. Guy immediately yelled when he heard the words. I can't believe it. Vegapunk just can't do it. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Bullet punched him on the head, causing him to be stuck on the floor in an upside-down position. It took a while for Guy to pull out his head with a big bag on it. But although he didn't dare to beep anymore, his eyes were still full of dissatisfaction. It's really noisy. Bullet tossed the fruit in his hand and frowned. So, Buggy, what do you mean by throwing it to me? Do you want me to eat it? You should know that it is impossible for one person to eat 2 devil fruits. Buggy still didn't answer the question this time, looked at Guy and said. Aren't you very dissatisfied with Vegapunk? Don't you think Vegapunk can't replicate the devil fruit? Because of this, I gave up this experiment, thinking that he is not as convenient here as you. You mean to express that, right? Guy. Snort. Guy shook his head, but when he turned around, he saw Bullet's ferocious expression, and he immediately smiled again. Yes, Lord Buggy, that's what I think. Alright. Buggy chuckled. I'll let you witness a miracle today, but after reading this time, you will never be able to leave my territory and can only become my subordinate. Do you still want to watch it? Having said that, he paused, tilted his head and looked at Monet, who was holding Quail in the corner with a half smile, and said. And you, Miss Monet of Logia Snowfruit. What? After hearing Buggy's words, the expressions of the others changed. Almost at the same time, they turned their heads to look at Monet, who was obediently sitting in the corner. The latter's complexion also changed when he heard the words, and then he sighed and said. How did Mr. Buggy know that I am a Logia Snowfruit capable user? When I ate this fruit, not many people should know. Jabba and the others were stunned upon hearing this. Another Logia? Plus this guy Sakurong. This little punk hazard has 2 Logia abilities? When did Logia devil fruit become so cheap? The heavenly secret must not be leaked. Buggy smiled, and then calmly uttered a few words. Don't worry, I don't kill women, become my subordinates, or die. Monet's body shook, and then she chuckled again and said. Master Buggy, are you not afraid that I will pretend to join you, and then pass the information back to our young master? I am looking forward. Buggy looked at her, grinned and said. Then I will have an excuse to kill Doflamingo directly. My teacher is famous, and I feel at ease. Miss Monet, you don't want your young master to die tragically because of you, do you? Is this how Shichoran is used? Jabba and the others looked at Buggy dumbfounded. Robin is also thoughtful. Although she didn't understand why Buggy hated Doflamingo so much, but after they entered the base before, Buggy seemed to have discovered something with knowledge. Plus what he said before, kidnapping children to do experiments with the giant core. Once these information are connected, it is not difficult to analyze that Buggy is extremely disgusted with the human trafficker Doflamingo. Now it is said that the teacher is famous, I am afraid it is not false. You're a monster. Monet gritted his teeth and looked at Buggy. Buggy withdrew his smile, stared straight at her and said. Compared to you human traffickers who should kill your whole family, I should be regarded as an angel. As soon as these words came out, Yuanying completely fell silent. She also thought of those children, and at this moment she suddenly realized that she was really not qualified to point at the man in front of her. Buggy didn't say anything more to Monet, but looked at Bullet with a half smile and said. Bullet, after eating the combined fruit, do you regret it? Hearing this, Jabba and the others all looked at Bullet. Although Bullet hasn't said it before, they actually know that Bullet is not that satisfied with this devil fruit's ability. Why Bullet sighed and said, It would be a lie to say that I have no regrets, but eating devil fruit is like drawing a lottery. For pirates who do not have access to watch the Devil Fruit illustrated book, eating devil fruit is basically like drawing a lottery. My fruit ability is not too bad, as long as the development is reasonable, it can still enhance my combat power. You mean the thickest armor gets the hardest beating? Buggy quipped. Ha 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 ha. Jabba and the others laughed out loud. Enel laughed too, and covered his mouth when Bullet gave him a glare, but his bulging face gave him away. Bullet didn't care about anything with the half of the apprentices. He seemed to think of something, looked at Buggy and said, "You don't really want me to eat this devil fruit, do you?" "According to what you said, the devil fruit copied from this Vegapunk, fish fruit phantom beast blue dragon form, is only different in color, and everything else is the same. If I eat it, won't I explode and die?" Jabba and the others looked at Buggy in puzzlement after hearing this. The latter smiled and nodded. "If you haven't been specially modified, eating 2 devil fruits by yourself will indeed explode and kill you." "And you?" Bullet was puzzled. Seeing everyone's gazes, Buggy couldn't stop talking, and uttered a message that shocked everyone. "What if I say, I can decompose the power of the devil fruit in your body and let you eat another devil fruit?" As soon as this remark came out, the entire hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Buggy with horrified eyes. Hiss. After a few seconds of silence, the crowd gasped for breath. "Buggy, you know what you're talking about, right? Decompose the power of devil fruit in the human body. Is this kind of thing really possible?" "No. What you ate before was really just a paramecia chop fruit. Not some rare fruit of phantom beast." "Damn. Is it possible? But Captain Buggy doesn't seem to have to lie. It's over. Knowing this kind of secret, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out of it in this life." Seeing their shocked faces, Buggy couldn't help showing a mischievous smile on his clown face. He expressed pleasure in being able to shock these guys. After all, most of his team are old guys who are used to all kinds of big scenes, and they are all ridiculously calmer than him on weekdays. Now this scene is much more comfortable. After satisfying everyone's appetite, Buggy didn't write in the ink. "No one of you except Duolingo understands what Devil Fruit's awakening is all about. Especially my paramecia devil fruit. After awakening, as long as the imagination can keep up, it may develop various strange abilities. Didn't you find out? Even if it is the ability to split the power of devil fruit, it also belongs to the scope of split. As long as the in-depth development in this direction, I don't know what abilities will be developed. As far as it goes, this is what devil fruit was developed for. If you want to deeply develop the fruit ability, your imagination, logic, and knowledge must keep up, otherwise it will be difficult to complete the awakening." As soon as this remark came out, the author fell into deep thought. Buggy told them the secret of awakening devil fruit and the method of developing abilities without reservation, which surprised them, but also made them very happy at the same time as. After all, it is impossible for ordinary people to tell this kind of secret except for those who trust them. Swish. Thinking of this, Jabba and the others stared maliciously at Geisa and Monet almost at the same time. The aura exuded by a powerhouse of this level is real. Once that terrifying coercion dissipated, for these 2 non-combatants, it would simply suffocate them. Has the momentum alone reached such a terrifying level? Are these guys really human? Even the young master is not enough. That guy's subordinates are so scary. How bad is he as the captain? Monet despaired. That's right, a monster that can even be decomposed by the power of devil fruit. How can I understand it? For the safety of the young master, it must still be kept secret. Otherwise, the Don Quixote family may be destroyed quickly. Boss Buggy. I will never tell this secret. Even if I am snatched back by Kaido in the future, I will not say it. You must not kill me. Guy is terrified now. Damn, if I let myself know this kind of secret, can I still have my life? Although Monet is very loyal to Doflamingo, who wants to die if he can't die. So, Buggy, can you really do it? Bullet was sure Buggy wasn't joking with him, and he went all over the place. K him. The combined fruit. That's what he wants to say now. If it can't be done, what do you think I came to this place on purpose? Buggy chuckled, patted Bullet and said, "Come on, let's go outside. The main purpose of this trip is to change your fruit ability and raise your strength to another level. How about it? This fish fruit phantom beast blue dragon form. I specially selected for you. Oh no, it should be said to be in the form of a red dragon. Are you satisfied?" Ha ha ha. Satisfied, of course satisfied. Bullet was reluctant to let go of the devil fruit at this moment. Then everyone followed Buggy to the woods outside the base. Buggy sensed the entire island in the sky with knowledge, and when he saw no peeping people around, he nodded at Bullet and said, "You just need to stand where you are. Don't have to think about anything, and don't have to make any resistance. Everything is just waiting for my order. Good. Bullet closed his eyes without any hesitation, and the whole person completely entered a state of emptiness. Zzz. Immediately afterwards, G pulled his hands apart, and the on expanded rapidly from point to line to surface. Within a few breaths, this platinum gold light turned into a platinum gold light curtain, and with Buggy's palm, the platinum gold light curtain instantly wrapped Bullet. Split and strip. In the next second, Buggy clasped his palms together, and then clasped his fingers tightly. After he let out a low shout, the platinum gold light curtain instantly closed. Immediately, a bullet liver-shaped platinum human figure appeared in front of him. Hum. Suddenly, there was a humming sound, and the platinum gold figure was ejected backwards, but Bullet's body remained in place. As the buzzing sound gradually expanded, the platinum gold human-shaped light gradually shrank and turned into a platinum gold light the size of a human head suspended in the air. Fruit. As soon as Buggy said this, Jabba immediately followed what he had said before, and threw an apple directly at the white gold ball of light the size of a human head. Puff. As the apple smashed into the platinum ball of light, the platinum light quickly disappeared. Then, everyone saw a purple spherical light flashing and submerging into the apple. In less than a few seconds, the big red apple turned into an irregular round fruit with a green vine on the top and a blue-gray fruit underneath. Its surface also has raised circles, squares, and triangles. Each irregularly raised skin bears the mystical Uzumaki runes. Hiss. After seeing this scene, everyone gasped again. At this moment, they also understood that the power of the combined fruit in Bullet's body has really been drawn out. The combined fruit. It's really the combined fruit. Guy Saw in the back exclaimed even more, and then his eyes glowed with excitement. This is the devil fruit that countless scientists have dreamed of. I've seen it in the devil fruit illustration. Yes, this is it. It's exactly the same. Buggy waved at the combined fruit that was wrapped in a pale white gold light curtain and suspended in midair, and then the fruit fell into his hand. Ignoring the excited Guy, he looked at Bullet and said, "Bullet, open your eyes and see for yourself, is this the combined fruit you ate?" In fact, Bullet couldn't bear it anymore when he heard everyone gasp. Now he opened his eyes immediately after hearing Buggy's words. In the next second, his eyes widened, and he said in shock, "That's right. What I ate at that time was this devil fruit. It just turns to ashes and I know it all. Didn't expect it to be a success. It's strange, I just felt a tingling in my body before, and it didn't last long. So easily stripped off the fruit ability in my body? After that, won't the capable person meet you and die?" Buggy rolled his eyes. "It's not as easy as you say? Did you forget what I told you before? Only if you don't resist, I can peel off so easily without hockey. As long as the stripped person resists a little bit, it is impossible to succeed." "I see, that makes sense." Bullet nodded. On one side, Robin et al. also hold the same view, thinking that it is normal to have such a restriction. "Okay, don't think about my ability." Buggy threw the phantom beast directly to Bullet and laughed. "Come on. Eat this devil fruit. From now on you will be the strongest creature in the second world, ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha." Jabba also laughed loudly. "I'm really looking forward to what that kid Kaido will look like when he sees your abilities. This guy has become 4 emperors without making a sound. You have to take care of him in the future." Hey hey. Bullet was also very excited when he took the fruit. He tossed the fruit up and opened his bloody mouth, taking a suffocating mouthful. Click 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 click. Gudong. The bullet chewed the peony in 2 or 3 bites, then directly chewed the devil fruit and swallowed it in 1 bite. Seeing his expression as if he had eaten shit, everyone was bursting with joy. How so? Enel is most curious. Although he has never seen the guy known as the strongest creature in the world, he has acquired all kinds of knowledge in the sea these days, so he also wants to know about Kaido's ability. The others were also staring at Bullet intently. Bullet, who was originally looking like he had eaten shit, suddenly had a red light flashing all over his body, and in the next second, his whole body twisted in the light and shadow. Woo woo woo. Immediately afterwards, there was a strong wind around, and dark clouds suddenly appeared above the originally clear sky. Buzz. Where Bullet was standing, a huge red beam of light shot up into the sky, directly submerging into the black clouds above the sky. Hey, isn't this expressive a little too much? Seeing this scene, Enel couldn't help exclaiming in shock. Who the hell is Logia? That's all my Thunder Fruit power is fully activated. He does not mean that. Thunder Fruit. Monet and Guy, who were only staring at Bullet at first, almost bulged their eyeballs at this time, and suddenly turned their heads to look at Enel. What did they just hear? Thunder Fruit. Wouldn't it be the Devil Fruit who claims to be the strongest in Logia? How terrifying is the strength of the Buggy pirates. Monet and Guy glanced at each other, both of them felt a little numb. Roar. At this moment, a shocking dragon chant came from the sky. When everyone looked up, they saw a blood-colored giant dragon hovering in the sky with a length of 1 or 2 kilometers, and there were golden auspicious clouds under its 4 claws, which looked extremely evil. Horns like a deer, head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, neck like a snake, belly like a mirage, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, palms like a tiger, ears like a cow. Creatures that only exist in the impressions of people's myths and legends appeared in front of everyone. Okay. What a strong sense of oppression. Bullet. Did you master it to this extent just after eating the fruit? This guy is already a monster. Ha 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 ha. I'm really looking forward to Kaido's performance after seeing the current Bullet. Vegapunk. This man is really scary. Even Devil Fruit can copy. What else can't he do? I'm completely defeated. Looking at the Devil Fruit produced by the Sad Factory now, it's just rubbish. Master Buggy is right. The gap between me and Vegapunk is too big. Seeing this scene in front of them, everyone was filled with emotion. Ha ha ha. At the same time, the Bullet above the sky let out a burst of excited laughter and said, as expected of the fruit ability of the Phantom Beast species, it is really too strong. Buggy, in order to thank you for helping me choose such a strong fruit, why don't you fight me first? Now I feel like I have endless energy all over my body. Now you are not necessarily my opponent. Roar. While talking, Bullet couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of dragon's breath towards the dark clouds above the sky. Scoff. In the next instant, an orange-red dragon's breath spewed out from Bullet's mouth, turning into an energy wave several kilometers long that instantly pierced through the dark clouds, and then exploded completely above the sky. Rumbling, the dark cloud that originally appeared due to the fruit's ability was blasted out of a huge pothole in an instant, allowing the sunlight above the sky to shine again. At this time, Bullet was hovering above the sky, and the red dragon body was shining under the golden sunlight, just like the arrival of the mythical dragon, full of oppressive feeling. This kind of aura is really not comparable to that trash like Momonosuke. Ha 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 ha. Well, I will grant your wish. Buggy also felt itchy when he saw this scene, and he recently developed a new move from Chop Chop Fruit that he wanted to try. When the weather cleared and the rain stopped, Bullet felt that he could do it again. Right now, practice with him. Bullet, don't be beaten to tears by me later. Buggy laughed loudly, and his figure turned into a platinum streamer soaring into the sky. Ha ha ha. Brother Bullet is about to be beaten. I will take a step first and watch Bullet being beaten up close. This is not to be missed. Enel was trembling with excitement. Oh. Let's fight, let's fight. Duolingo also booed excitedly, and spread 6 pairs of black wings soaring into the sky. Ha ha ha, Bullet is inflated. Jabba also laughed. Captain Buggy, don't roll over. Khalifa fired. Robin, Monet, and Guy on the side were all surprised when they saw this scene. How dare these guys make such a fuss about the captain? Don't worry, Captain Buggy is mad. Seemingly seeing their expressions, Jabba explained with a smile. Buggy doesn't care about this kind of thing. You were forced to stay by him, but as long as you don't make mistakes in principle, getting along with Buggy is like getting along with friends, and you don't have to be too restrained. As Buggy said, on board, everyone is a partner and a comrade in arms, rather than distinguishing high and low subordinates. After speaking, Jabba ignored their reactions and began to watch the battle in the sky expectantly. Is it a partner or a comrade in arms? This 4 Emperors level pirate group seems to be a little different from what they thought. Robin and Buggy have been together for a few days and know him somewhat, so I can accept Jabba's statement. But Monet and Guy were a little shocked. For them, people of this level are superior, so how can they treat other people like this? After all, they have never seen such a pirate group before. Boom. Just as they were thinking about this, there was a huge explosion in the sky. The battle begins. Meanwhile, Dressrosa. Doflamingo said to the phone bug, Mr. Kaido, this is what happened. This matter is beyond my ability. How are you going to solve this matter? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Kaido burst out laughing. Is the Clown King Buggy? New World has become more interesting. Punk Hazard, right? Well, I'll meet him then. Punk Hazard, above the sky. Come on, Bullet, shoot with all your might. Buggy put his hands in his pockets, and his voice echoed like thunder in the sky. Ha 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 ha, then watch out, Buggy. While the body of a blood-colored giant twisted, it opened its bloody mouth and spewed out a breath toward the figure bathed in white gold light far in the sky. Hot off. Hula and orange-red flame instantly penetrated several kilometers of void and bombarded towards the figure. Hum. In the next moment, the white gold light shone like the sun, causing everyone below to involuntarily narrow their eyes. Crush. Buggy's voice echoed in the sky, and then they saw that Buggy, bathed in platinum light, just raised his right hand and stretched out his palm to hold it. Scoff. In the next moment, the huge heat that had penetrated for several kilometers was devoured and shattered by the platinum light in front of Buggy's palm, and then turned into countless stars and sprinkled little by little. If it wasn't for the extinguished terrifying temperature and curled air remaining above the sky, everyone would think that the previous scene was an illusion. Is it so easy to block it? Shock also flashed in the pupils of the blood-colored dragon above the distant sky. Bullet. My abilities are above yours. With his hands in his pockets, Buggy is wearing a white suit with the platinum light that he bathes in, and the hunting white cloak, making Buggy look like a god in the world at this time. As expected of you, Buggy. Ha ha ha. Although Bullet was shocked, he was still very excited. The blood-colored dragon body danced in the sky for a moment, then opened its mouth wide again, and blue wind blades began to condense in his mouth. Then try my trick again. Bladestorm. As Bullet's words echoed in the sky, the blue wind condensed in his mouth also spewed out from his mouth at this time. Buzz. Woo woo woo. Swish swish swish. Terrible wind pressure swept across the world, and all the dark clouds in the sky that had not yet dispersed were cut to pieces by the huge wind tornado hundreds of meters away. Although the figure of Buggy in the distance is eye-catching, under the terrifying wind, it looks like an ant trying to shake an elephant. Chi 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 chi. Almost in the next instant, the blade storm hit Buggy's figure, swallowing Buggy completely in the blink of an eye. But no matter how the blade storm invades, Buggy has been standing still since. The platinum light is so eye-catching in that blue wind. The countless winds that tried to invade Buggy's body were instantly shattered 2 or 3 meters away, turning into specks of light, which were assimilated by those white gold lights. 10 seconds later, Bladestorm was gone, and Buggy didn't even break his clothes. My grass. Seeing this scene, Enel's eyeballs almost protruded from the sky in the distance, and he couldn't help shouting. Captain Buggy is awesome. Hiss. Does this have any effect? Duolingo couldn't help biting his teeth. This guy, Buggy, seems to be getting stronger again. Jabba also looked serious. Useless. Buggy smiled and looked at Bullet in the distance. Any other tricks, just use them. Bullet snorted angrily and shouted. Since that's the case, then you can try my trick. Hot off emission. With the sound of Bullet's roar, there was a faint flash of light in his mouth, and then several tens of meters long heat quenching with high-grade armament hockey emission was spewed out by him. So strong. This guy. Did the group develop to this extent until the fruit? Hiss. Sure enough, the phantom beast species are the most suitable for Bullet. Buggy must be in trouble now. Advanced armed color emission. Since when did this guy master Bullet? He can even combine it with heat. It's a monster. Xiao Feng, Mr. 3, Mr. 1, Lu Qi and others below all looked horrified. This level of attack, they ask themselves that they can't catch any breath, let alone the high-level armament hockey floor. The heat is off. Bullet, this guy fits this devil fruit too well, doesn't he? Is it true that something happened to the strongest creature in the second world, as Buggy said? Everyone was horrified when they saw Bullet's terrifying attack. Boom boom boom. Without waiting for them to think about it, more than a dozen fires with advanced armament hockey emission blasted in front of Buggy. However, in the next second, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Useless useless useless. Buggy's indifferent voice echoed in the sky. Every time he uttered 2 words, he raised his hand and slapped him. The palm of his hand, which was also wearing a high-level armament hockey emission, was surrounded by platinum gold light and drew on the heat, and directly slapped the terrible heat. Crack it to pieces. Chi chi chi. In just a few breaths, the dozen or so rays of heat with terrifying power were patted into countless stars by Buggy's palm lightly. At this time, countless stars were falling on the sky, like a meteor shower. Boom boom boom. But in the next moment, there were bursts of shocking explosions in the forest above the ground. But the 2 people in the sky remained unmoved. Ha 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 ha. Bullet, I said, my ability is above yours. The corners of Buggy's mouth turned up, like Summit War's insanely wanton smile reappeared. How is this possible? Is the gap between us so big? Bullet was also completely shocked at this moment. It's the difference in fruit ability. Buggy didn't shy away from it, and then he clapped his hands together, and stared at Bullet in front of him, revealing a touch of choice. Phantom beasts should be very resistant to beating, right? Bullet, you have been the main player for so long, now it's my turn. Bring it on. Try to pick up this move that I developed these days. ZZZZ. Following Buggy's words, he slowly opened his clasped hands to the sides, a platinum spot of light rapidly spun, fissioned, and fused in the middle. Became the size of a human head. But at this time, the white light group that is constantly changing and rotating has already exuded terrifying power. That terrifying energy distorted the space. Gudong. The blood dragon transformed from Bullet in the distant sky, swallowed subconsciously, stared at Buggy in horror and said, Hey, you're not going to use that thing to bombard me. I won't be so stupid as to take it hard. You run as you please, as long as you can escape my knowledge lock. Don't die, Bullet. The corner of Buggy's mouth rose, and then he shouted in a low voice. Fission-shattering nuclear fusion flash. Roar. The blood-colored giant dragon roared in the sky, and rose up into the sky without hesitation, trying to avoid Buggy's attack. But as Buggy made a push gesture with his hands, the platinum light ball the size of a human head instantly turned into a huge light beam with a diameter of 1 or 2 meters soaring into the sky, and it turned out to sweep in another direction of Bullet. Empty. Just when everyone had this idea, they saw that Bullet seemed to have gone crazy, and his body turned a corner in the air and bumped into the attack on his own initiative. Damn, predicting the future. If that's the case, then I will use this move to defend against your attack right now. Bullet roared. Armed dragon scale iron body. Immediately afterwards, Bullet's blood-red scales were quickly covered with a layer of jet-black armed color, making his dragon body transform into a black-red dragon hovering in the sky within a short breath. Bang. In the next instant, Buggy's nuclear flash also blasted on Bullet's body. Immediately afterwards, a scene that horrified everyone appeared. Whoosh! After the 1 or 2 kilometer long black-red giant dragon was hit by the white light, his huge figure was kicked away by some indescribable god, and his figure turned into a jet of black streamer. One after another blood arrows plummeted towards the punk hazard sea 10 kilometers away. Click, 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 click. However, everything didn't stop there, and the void where Bullet was before was directly cracked with black cracks. This blow turned out to directly hit the shock fruit effect, splitting the space. At the same time, the outer island of Punk Hazard splashed hundreds of meters of huge waves, even they could still hear it clearly on the inner island at this time. Bullet was seconded. That Bullet, who looks like a god, demon and monster, was killed by Captain Buggy just like that. Is it really not an illusion? Can a person really be so strong? For a moment, the minds of everyone watching the battle below went down for a moment. That man is scary. Above the sky. At this time, Buggy's complexion was also slightly pale, and he was panting heavily. What the hell? This trick of nuclear fusion still can't be used indiscriminately. If I hadn't pulled back my strength and deviated from the Bullet's vital point at the moment of the explosion, this guy would probably have to lie down for a few months. The Phantom Beast should not be killed so easily. Even so, the newly developed, nuclear concentration flash power of this move is extremely terrifying. It can become a killer move. Tisk. World nuclear peace, sincerely do not deceive me. This is the strongest move I have developed in this world. It is several times stronger than Ju Tian. I just don't know how my move compares with Ba Hai, jointly performed by Big Mom and Kaido. Call let out a long breath. Buggy hurriedly used smashing magic to shatter the sweat stains on his forehead, and after adjusting his breath, he pretended to be fine and flew towards Punk Hazard. Ha ha ha, accidentally shot too hard, I'll go get Bullet back first. Let me go, it's more convenient for me in the sea. Jabba jumped up, stepped out of several sonic boom waves in the air, turned into a black streamer and went straight to the outside of the island. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Buggy was also polite, and directly and slowly fell back to the previous position. As Buggy fell down, Enel, Lao Sha, Lu Chi, and even Robin looked at him with admiration and awe. Although they knew that their captain was very strong, they never thought that their captain was so strong. That move just now was too terrifying. If the person who took this trick was not Bullet, or Bullet in the form of a Phantom Beast blood dragon, he might have died on the spot. Horrible. That horrible Bullet was beaten like that. Perhaps this is why this man dares to let's have the confidence to be emperor on the top. They have no doubt that it won't be long before Buggy will climb to the top of New World and become the new 4 emperors. They even felt that the other 4 emperors were not as strong as their own Captain Buggy. The oppressive force just now is really terrible. It can only be said that the main thing is that Bullet sets off well. After all, the sense of oppression that Bullet showed before was already terrifying. The kind of attack that moves mountains and destroys islands is so lightly shattered by Zhangji with a slap. The giant dragon, which looked like a mythical creature, was directly smashed to pieces by Buggy. Spike. This kind of oppressive force can only be said to be unsolvable. Bang bang bang. At this time, Jabba flew over from outside the island on moonwalk, carrying the bloody Bullet. Seeing Bullet's appearance, Enel on the side was the most excited and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Bullet, you have today too. Bullet, who was covered in blood, suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Enel viciously, saying, HMPH. It's enough for me to deal with you now. My abdomen is seriously injured, but my hands and feet are not seriously injured, only a dozen bones are broken. Hum. While speaking, Bullet raised his right hand, and the senior armament hockey emission floated instantly. Hiss. Scoff. The sound of gasping for air was still on the spot, and Enel had turned into a thunderbolt and landed on the ground below. Ha ha ha. The others burst into laughter when they saw this scene. Buggy used the observation hockey to sense Bullet's injuries, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, "The ability of the Phantom Beast is really pervert. In just a short while, has the serious injury recovered to this level? Bullet, how long do you think it will take to recover to the peak?" Bullet thought for a while and said, "I know you stopped before, otherwise it would be impossible to recover so quickly. If it is fully recovered, it will take at least 1 day. But we now have various healing energy foods from the Boeing Islands to help, and I think I can fully recover at night." Ha ha ha, very good, as expected of a Phantom Beast. Buggy nodded in satisfaction. It's no wonder that Luffy, the Nika, is so durable, and he was able to recover so quickly after being replaced with a trick hammer by Mr. Guy. After returning to Punk Hazard's experimental base, Buggy asked Blueno to open the space door of the Boeing Islands. Then, under the shocked eyes of Robin, Monet and Guy, the 3 newcomers entered the Boeing Islands full of food aromas. After Bullet entered it, he immediately started to eat, like a bottomless pit. Jabba and the others also went to find their own favorite food. After Buggy informed Robin, Monet and Guy of some precautions of the Boeing Islands, he also looked for delicious food on his own and started to eat. With the energy-filled food supplements from the Boeing Islands, Buggy's physical fitness also quickly recovered. After everyone returned to the lab base hall full of food and satisfaction, Buggy dialed Morgan's phone bug contact number from Long. "Hello." Seeing that the phone bug in his hand turned into a bird's beak, Buggy knew that Morgan's was on the other side to answer the call, so he went straight to the point. "Morgan's, I'm Buggy. Would you be interested in making a big news with me?" The beak of the phone bug suddenly grew and screamed. "What did you say?" "Buggy. Clown King Buggy. It's me." Buggy smiled. "I heard you captured the celestial dragons? And paraded it through the streets, is that true?" Morgan's immediately excitedly said, "The government news in the past 2 days is saying that it's just nonsense, it's fake news. But I think the government has been covering up the truth. Because many supernovas, and many pirates and human traffickers saw it that day. The celestial dragons named Saint Charmico never appeared after being beaten by you. So, the truth is only." Morgan's became a detective and began to analyze frantically. "It's me, the celestial dragons are in my hands." Buggy unceremoniously interrupts Morgan's euphoria. "So I hung up on you today just to ask you if you are interested in making big news." Yes, you must say it." Morgan's trembled, swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked cautiously. "Mr. Buggy, what's the big news you're talking about?" Buggy's understated opening, "Live execution celestial dragons. Live execution of celestial dragons, bang. Clatter la la la." As soon as Buggy said this, there was a sound of chairs falling to the ground and things breaking on the opposite side of the phone bug. It wasn't until more than 10 seconds later that Morgan's voice trembling with excitement came. You bastard, you are really crazy. Don't dare." Buggy's tone remained calm. "Don't dare. Ha 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 ha. What dare I, Morgan's? The truth of the world is in my hands." Morgan's laughed maniacally. "Today I, Morgan's, will be taking part in this. Execute celestial dragons. Ha 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 ha, it's really you, King Clown Buggy. The king of news, I'm Morgan's. I'm going to contact the kings of the various underground worlds now, and start the live broadcast at noon tomorrow, how about it?" "No problem." Buggy nods. A few minutes after hanging up with Morgan's, his phone buzzed. Blue 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 click. Just after Buggy answered the phone bug, he heard a familiar voice from the opposite side. "Mr. Buggy, I just got a call from Morgan's and he said you're going to do another world broadcast?" "Oh. It's Stussy, how are you doing? Have you been hunted down by the CP agency?" Buggy smiled. After being silent for 2 seconds, Stussy said dumbfoundedly, "Of course not. I've done a good job of keeping it secret. It seems that Mr. Buggy wants to make big things again. The last time the worldwide live broadcast was Summit War. What about this time?" "You'll see it tomorrow at noon," Buggy said mysteriously. "But you should find it exciting." "Exciting?" Stussy tilted his head, then smiled. "Well, I'm responsible for Mr. Buggy in the C area of Happy Street and contacting Wan Guo. He and Linlin are good friends." "Big MOM. Well, I'll trouble you then." Buggy thought to himself that this woman didn't waste his life in vain and he knew how to behave. Blue blue blue. After hanging up the phone bug, another phone bug rang again. Buggy raised his eyebrows, thinking that Morgan's is really fast. Click. But when Buggy answered the phone, he found an unexpected person on the other side. Fooferfer, Mr. Buggy, I heard you want to do a worldwide broadcast. If so, how about we make a deal? Oh? It's Heavenly Yaksha, come on, let's talk about it. Buggy raised his eyebrows, he was a little surprised that Doflamingo called at this time. I have a subordinate on your side. If possible, I hope Mr. Buggy can let her back. I can help you get rid of the sea area of Dressrosa, and at the same time contact the 4 Emperors Kaido. You mean Monet? Buggy was surprised. It seemed that Doflamingo was still the same as he knew in his previous life, and he still cared about his subordinates very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made this call. Yes. Doflamingo said in a deep voice, Mr. Buggy, what do you think? Monet, I can't let her go. After all, she already knows a lot of my secrets. Buggy directly refused. After a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, Doflamingo sighed. Then can Mr. Buggy let Monet go? Don't kill her, just let her live a peaceful life. Doflamingo, I don't like you very much, but I appreciate your love for your subordinates. Buggy paused and laughed. I promise you, I will never hurt her. Call on the other end of the phone. Doflamingo also heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Furfurfur, that's fine, Mr. Buggy. The sea area of Dressrosa in the live broadcast of Wano Kuni will be handed over to me. Dovergo? Treat your subordinates as you would your own family. No wonder his previous life was able to make his subordinates willingly die for him. I have to say that such a man is very attractive, but it is a pity that he is too weak. With these in mind, Buggy hung up a few more calls. They are Neptune calling to the Fishmen Island, Margot and Ace from Whitebeard's hometown, Bello Betty, the leader of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, Ivankov from the Kamabaka Kingdom, and the dragon at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Shaki and Rayleigh of the Sabodi Archipelago. After some conversation, they also knew that Buggy was going to make a big deal at noon tomorrow. They were also looking forward to what it was that Buggy could call and arrange in person. The last call, Buggy, was to Shanks. Soon, the drunken red-haired voice rang through the phone bug. Yo, Buggy. Why are you thinking of calling me? Have you figured it out? Are you coming to join me? Ha ha ha. I said, why do you always drink again, and you are not afraid of getting drunk to death? I must call you because I need your help with something important. Buggy cuts to the chase. Oh? Then you say. The redhead also became serious. What day is tomorrow, do you remember? Buggy said calmly. After Shanks was silent for a while, he sighed and said. Of course I remember, it was the day when Captain Roger disbanded the pirates, and it was also the day when Roger's pirates died. Very well, it seems that you have not forgotten. Buggy smiles. I need you to help me with the live broadcast within your jurisdiction, and tomorrow I will start a worldwide live broadcast. Shanks nodded after pondering for 2 seconds. Good. One phone call and it's all done. This is the benefit of networking. If Buggy didn't have the identity of Roger's crew member, his development speed would definitely be much slower than it is now, and even handling things would be inconvenient. It has to be said that inheriting Roger's legacy has brought him many unexpected benefits. And, this benefit is just the beginning. Buggy looked up at the stars. Meanwhile, Marine Headquarters, Marineford, inside the Marshal's office. What? That guy Buggy is going to do something again tomorrow. And this guy also occupied the former abandoned experiment base of the government, Dressrosa? Sengoku said, exhausted physically and mentally. I have already resigned from the post of Marshal. Do I still need to worry about this kind of thing? Lord Jaegolucia Satan, hurry up and elect a new Marshal. I am too lazy to participate in this kind of thing right now. Hear Sengoku's words. 5 elders on the other side of the phone was also pissed off. What the hell, it's amazing to resign, isn't it? Desireless is just right? They really couldn't say anything for a while. After all, Sengoku has already resigned, and if he uses that commanding tone, it is impossible to guarantee that the other party will directly make a speech that kills people like Garp. Sengoku, you bastard, did you get spoiled by that guy Garp? You're not resigned now. Jaegolucia Sarton sighed and said, Buggy has celestial dragons on his hands, and he's going to start a world stream tomorrow, so I have a bad feeling. What? Sengoku jumped up from the chair, and then he growled solemnly. What exactly does this Buggy want to do? I know, I'll arrange it now, Master 5 Elders. You send me those 2 guys who were recruited by the World Conscript. His ability will make it easier to travel. No problem. Jaegolucia Satan nodded. This night is destined to be a sleepless night. Many high-level people in the world understand that a big event will happen tomorrow. What exactly it is, no one knows for the time being. The next day. the members of the Buggy Pirates have come to the outer islands of Punk Hazard. At this time, the topography here has been changed. A huge pyramid made of solidified yellow sand is condensed on the beach. There is a high platform tens of meters high at the top of the pyramid. The high-backed chair made of yellow sand appeared in the center of the top of the platform. There are 10 steps down from the high-backed chair, and a cross is erected in front of the steps, with a pig's head celestial dragons tied to it, and his mouth is already gagged. That's the execution stand that Buggy had Crocodile Rush to work on. Below the execution platform is still the second floor of the pyramid. There is nothing else here, only 4 high-backed chairs made of yellow sand. At this time, there are already 4 people sitting on it, namely, Jabba, Bullet, Duolingo, and Sunbell. Below them, which is the third floor of the pyramid, are 6 identical high-backed chairs, on which sit the San Juan Wolf, Enel, Jinbei, Crocodile, Mr. One, and Rob Lucci. As for Robin, Shirahoshi, and Khalifa, Buggy didn't let them appear on the frontal battlefield. They were dispatching Guy to scatter their subordinates in the laboratory's monitoring room at this time. Above the sky around the pyramid, there are several huge stone slabs. There are a few huge videophone bugs on these stone slabs, and their direction is facing the pyramid, which is just right for shooting from all angles. After everything was ready, Buggy didn't hesitate any longer, but nodded directly at the phone bug on his right and said, "It's time to start." "Receive." Khalifa's voice came from the phone bug. Both Robin and Shirahoshi were sitting in the underground hall of the laboratory, nervously looking at the screen in front of them. Zzz, with the sound of an electric current, this worldwide live broadcast that opened the prelude to the era began. Buggy leans on the high back, crosses his legs, crosses his hands on his knees, and looks forward. The face of the clown's makeup showed a hint of rebelliousness. "Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The Summit War has just passed, so my face must not be forgotten by everyone. I'm Buggy, you can also call me Buggy the Clown. It is a great honor to be able to meet with you on this sunny afternoon. Recently I heard that many people in the world have begun to call me Oda Who. To be honest, I don't really like this title. Rather awkward. So, today's live broadcast has 3 purposes. First, let everyone change the title of Emperor Shaoshan to me. Second, talk about my dream. Third, let everyone witness the beginning of an era. Snapped. After finishing speaking, Buggy snapped his fingers, and the live broadcast camera zoomed out a little, and his whole body was reflected on the screen. Then the camera slowly pulls back, until the camera stays on the cross below the pyramid steps. When I saw the pig-headed celestial dragons bound on the cross, the world fell into dead silence at this moment. Holy Land Mariajoy. Bang, bang bang bang. Several wines and wine glasses were thrown to the ground, and then roars came from 5 elders' office. Damn it. The clown Buggy. What does he want? Apparently, J. Golucia Satan, your hunch came true. Challenges celestial dragons, he's looking for death. Let Sengoku send out all his forces. No, it's too late. Let Fujitora help. Go to Punk Hazard immediately to stop this. HMPH. Do you really think he can resist the world government with his little strength? Naive. Naval Headquarters. Inside the Marshal's office. Sengoku, Garp, Kizaru, Akainu, Aokiji, the 5 highest marine combat forces, and the other 2 admiral-level combat forces, Yuanyu and Fujitora, recruited from the world's great conscription. At this time, the 7 of them were all looking at the situation in the live broadcast with serious expressions. Hey, what is this Buggy trying to do? Is this guy trying to broadcast the execution of celestial dragons? Young people these days are really scary. PFF ha 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 ha, Buggy this guy, so brave, God likes it. Bastard Garp, you shut up. What a bold guy. Although the old man can't see, he can feel the world's turmoil. What are you afraid of? Just a few of us go over and take him down casually. He's just a lawless, arrogant pirate. IWC, Cake Island. Calling horses and scolding this clown Buggy, you really did a great thing. Charlotte Linlin smiled at Stussy, who was sitting on the other side. Stussy, you brought me an interesting piece of information. I almost missed this live broadcast. As the queen of the pleasure district, what do you think of this matter? How do I feel? The old lady sits and watches. Mr. Buggy, you guys can always come up with something new. That is to say, my heart is no longer in the CP agency, otherwise this belief will not collapse. When Stussy first saw the celestial dragons, she was also dazed. At this time she finally understood why Morgans talked to her so mysteriously and excitedly. Linlin, what can I think of me as an old bastard? Stussy spread his hands and covered his mouth with a light smile. Of course I just sit and watch the show. Charlotte Linlin was taken aback when she heard the words, and then she grinned loudly. Watching a good show? That's right, watching a good show. Compared with the lively chat and laughter between the two of them, Katakuri and the others below all looked very solemn. They know that the world is going to change drastically. At least today, a big battle is inevitable. How many admiral-level forces will Marine send? Wano-kuni. Ghost Island. Wow blah blah blah. Kaido laughed after taking a sip of the spirits. That boy Doflamingo is right, there will definitely be a good show today. I just didn't expect this good show to be so exciting. I can't get enough of it here. Lousy is going to watch Punk Hazard live. Whoa, whoa, whoa roar immediately after a dragon chant sounded, a huge blue dragon soared into the sky. Seeing this scene, the younger brother on the side suddenly worried. Brother Jin, is it really okay for Boss Kaido to go out like this alone? Punk Hazard will definitely become the center of the world at this moment. You don't need to worry about the boss's affairs. Jin said indifferently. Even if he is besieged by the world, nothing will happen to that man. New World, the sight of red hair. At this time, Shanks held his head with both hands, his jaw almost fell to the ground, his eyeballs protruded, and he looked dumbfounded. Hawkeye sitting next to him was drinking wine very leisurely and comfortably. Seeing Shanks' appearance, he couldn't help chuckling and said, Redhead, is this the show you asked me to watch? Yes, it's really exciting. Buggy, you bastard. The red-haired man rubbed his hair with both hands, stood up abruptly and shouted. Are you looking for death? Beckman, but before he finished speaking, Ben Beckman appeared beside him with a toothpick in his mouth and said calmly. Shanks, you're not allowed to go anywhere today. Are you trying to meddle in your brother's adventure? Shanks was taken aback, then heaved a long sigh and sat back dejectedly. I see. It was less than a few minutes after the live broadcast started. Naval Headquarters, a warship flew into the sky and was heading towards Punk Hazard at a very fast speed. Not to mention the ups and downs of the world. Buggy was standing in the air at this time, and under his feet were the celestial dragons tied to the cross. With his smile at this time, he had a feeling of being invincible no matter what. Many people are curious about why I chose to do such a thing on such an ordinary day. Perhaps many people are surprised and shocked by this. Buggy raised his index finger and shook. It may be an ordinary day for each of you, but it has a special meaning for me. I still remember the day when Captain Roger came back from Raftel. He told us, our adventure is over. This is the end of Roger's Pirates. Starting today, Roger's Pirates will be disbanded. I was shocked at that moment. In my heart, the invincible Roger Pirates actually died on that day. In fact, it was not just me, no one thought of it. Hearing this, I know that many of you are actually most curious about what Raftel is like. Is there any treasure that can buy the world? Having said that, Buggy paused, blinked at the camera, and showed a smirk. I won't tell you. People all over the world who were staring intently at the live broadcast screen almost choked to death when they heard him suddenly say this. There were bursts of roars from countless live broadcast places. And the roar from Cake Island is the loudest. Those supernovas all over the New World also cursed a lot. The redhead laughed while holding his stomach, and Hawkeye couldn't help but touch his forehead. Apparently a lot of people are gnashing their teeth at Buggy. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but that I really don't know. Buggy shook his head with some exclamation. Maybe it's luck, or is it fate? Captain Roger, the day before they left for Raftel, I fell seriously ill. Shanks chose to stay in order to take care of me. Although I never said it, I always remember his friendship in my heart. May I ask, how many brothers in the world would put Raftel in front of their eyes and choose to stay and take care of their brothers? Shanks did it. This is what I have always admired about him. Shanks, who was still laughing non-stop on his own territory, was stunned when he heard Buggy's words, and a sparkle involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Buggy, you bastard. People around the world watching the live broadcast were also shocked. In order to take care of his seriously ill brother, he chose to give up going to Lougheed. Shanks, real man. Almost everyone who watched the live broadcast reached this consensus. Why am I saying this today? Buggy said solemnly. Because, today is the anniversary of the death of the pirates in the Roger Sea, and it is also the beginning of my great captain choosing to go to another road. So, I decided to pay my last respects to the Roger Pirates today. Because from today onwards, I will no longer be a member of the Roger Pirates, and I will pave the way for myself to become a king. Ever since I stepped aboard the Oro Jackson, I knew I would one day be on top of the pirates. But on that day in Logetown 20 years ago, I witnessed the fall of greatness. One Piece, Gold D. Roger, died with a smile on his face. Our captain has lived a wonderful life. Many people may think, One Piece is so powerful, why is he arrested and executed by the government? Do you think it is possible? The mere world government, how could it be possible to catch him? Today I will tell you that One Piece, Gold D. Roger, surrendered himself. As soon as Buggy's words came out, it was like setting off a terrible storm in the world, and the world was shocked. Everyone was holding their heads at the moment, and couldn't believe what they heard. Yes, you heard me right. Buggy showed a smile. Actually, even if he doesn't surrender, the captain is not far from death, because he has an incurable disease. Therefore, he finally chose the most remarkable way to start another era. This era is called the Era of Great Pirates. For the world, the age of the great pirates is full of chaos, fear and blood and fire. I do not deny this. But for this thought that has been imprisoned by the world government for 800 years, what he brings is freedom, hope, and germination. Faced with such a Gold D. Roger, I dreamed countless times at midnight, asking myself, how can I become great, how can I surpass greatness? Until one day later, I finally had the answer. This answer made my dream come true. Yes, I have a dream. Having said that, Buggy was silent for a few seconds. For countless people, these few seconds are a child's play of thought. What Buggy said today will definitely become another rising banner of the new era. What does this man want? What is his dream? I heard that 800 years ago, there was no world government, no celestial dragons, no fixed line class, and no upright and unscrupulous slave traders. In that era, harmony, equality, freedom, prosperity. It is a bright torch for people. However, today, 800 years later, we must face up to the tragic fact that we are not free, we are not equal, we are not rich and powerful. Friends, today I say to you, past, present and future. Although we have suffered all kinds of difficulties and setbacks, I still have a dream. I dream that one day, the train will connect the sea and the world, and you and I will no longer be alone. I have a dream that one day we will be able to visit the Red Line, or even the Holy Mariajoy, from the perspective of ordinary people, and marvel at its history. I dream that one day, there will be no more slave trade in the world, people will not pick up lost items on the road, do not close their doors at night, and children can get the best education. I dream that one day, the slave and the son of the slave owner can sit at the same table, talk about ideals and freedom, and share brotherhood. I dream that one day, any race can talk and live happily together, and the world will no longer have racial discrimination. I dream that one day, our future will be able to provide for the old, the strong, and the young, and the widowed, lonely, and disabled will all be supported. This is the dream I want to tell you. The world seems to be paused at this moment. Everyone was shocked by these words. You can't imagine how much impact these words have on people in this era when the flames of freedom are rising but thoughts are being imprisoned. Everyone seemed to be immersed in the world that Buggy had woven. What an incredible dream. Is this really what a pirate said? Countless people were deeply shocked by it. Even if some at war heard Whitebeard say that One Piece is real, it was not as shocking as what Buggy said today. Holy Land Mariajoy. 5 elders was so shocked by these words that their bodies trembled. For some reason, at this moment they felt a biting chill suddenly rising from the world. This chill seemed to surround and devour them. They didn't realize immediately what Buggy meant when he said these words. Especially when a pirate said these words, it seemed particularly ridiculous. However, no one can laugh. Charlotte Linolin, Kaido of the Beasts, Shanks the Red Hair, Pluton Rayleigh, Blackbeard, the Supernovas, all of them looked serious and dignified at the moment. Everyone looked at the face of the clown makeup in the live broadcast, and they felt that the slightly raised smile of the clown makeup seemed to be mocking everyone in the world. You are the clowns. Just when everyone was immersed in shock, Buggy's voice brought them back to reality again. But I know that dreams are just dreams. How can it be possible to realize this dream in such an era when the class has long been established and there is a descendant of a god standing on top of its head? I don't know if my idea will work, but I know that if you want to realize your dream, you need to take this first step. Having said that, the corners of Buggy's mouth gradually raised, and he grinned, gradually revealing a touch of madness. For this step, let's pull the celestial dragons off the altar first. The world boils. Buggy didn't stop there. As we all know, whenever a man is killed, he dies. Celestial dragons, too. They will fear, despair, abuse, and beg for mercy. Of course, those of you who watched the live broadcast, you may not have seen it. So, today I will let you have a look. The so-called celestial dragons, their blood is also red. Snapped. While talking, Ba snapped his fingers. Then, the strip of cloth in Saint Charmarco's mouth below shattered and disappeared. Please let me go. Don't imprison me in the dark room. I'm going crazy. I'm celestial dragons, my name is Charmarco Saint, and I have a lot of money. I still have many beautiful women. As long as you want, I can give them to you. Women don't want it. What about devil fruit? I still have a lot of devil fruit. Please, I've been eating for 2 days, I'm starving to death, please give me something to eat. The viewers watching the live broadcast saw the celestial dragons named Saint Charmako wailing, begging for mercy, and terrified. At this moment, they seem to have something broken in their hearts. It seems that something rises from the bottom of my heart again. Could the celestial dragons be begging like this? Is this the God standing on top of me and others? Is this the descendant of God whom Marine Admiral will step up to stand for them as soon as they are humiliated? A sad world. Buggy spoke everyone's heart at this moment. Yes. There is such a group of people above their heads. What a sad world. Such a world should simply be destroyed. A figure suddenly appeared in the pyramid made of yellow sand below, and then the yellow sand lifted the man high into the sky, holding a long knife in his hand, and came to the side of celestial dragons. At this moment, the watching people in the world became quiet again. Everyone held their breath. They are all looking forward to something happening. In fact, some people are familiar with that man. Sand Crocodile, former Shichibukai, became Buggy's subordinate after Summit War. At this time, Crocodile looked solemn, and the cloak behind him was rattling. After 2 seconds of concentration, he looked in the direction of the camera and said with a grin. Today, God Hiruzen, praise the king, keep people under the knife. Almost at the same time, a golden light flew towards the distant sky at a terrifying speed, and the sound echoed in the sky, and his figure had arrived hundreds of meters in front of the pyramid in the blink of an eye. Seeing this figure, all the people who watched the live broadcast were shocked. No one will be unfamiliar with this person. He is today's Marine Admiral, the world's top combat power, Golden Flash Kizaru Paluzalino. 8-foot Chong Guyu, Wanlei Heavenly Prison introduced. Scoff almost at the moment when Kizaru made a move. Everyone saw that the figure of the man with the long golden stick sitting on the high-backed chair on the second floor of the pyramid turned into a flash of lightning. Then disappeared in place. When it appeared again, it was already 1 meter away from Kizaru. Kepapipi. Boom boom boom. In the next second, the blue lightning exploded, instantly turning into a sea of thunder within a radius of hundreds of meters. At the same time, Chu Zhaozheng. The corners of Crocodile's mouth turned up without the slightest hesitation. Say it. Swing the knife. Scoff blood splatter. Head rolls off. Celestial dragons, Saint Charmarco, die. Bright red blood was poured on the pyramid, and the eye-catching red pierced the eyes of all those who watched the live broadcast. At that moment, the tender seedlings that had just sprouted in their hearts began to thrive under the watering of this handful of blood. The world changed from now on, and at the moment when Charmarco died, Buggy's own momentum was also rising. This feeling appeared before when the Fishmen Island stunned 100,000 murlocs with one move. Click. Buggy clenched his right fist slightly, and lightnings of platinum, black and 3 colors intertwined danced on his fist. Conqueror's twine. He has it. Advanced Conqueror's hockey. At this moment, Buggy felt an incomparably joyful feeling that he had finally broken through that boundary. Traveling to the present, everything is his own efforts, just like the breakthrough of this Conqueror's hockey. Ding. Congratulations to host. Completely changed the plot of Punk Hazard. 1. 6 forms Grandmaster, physical skill reward, greatly improved physical fitness. Ding. Would you like to learn 6 forms Grandmaster, physical art experience book? Study. Buggy growled in his heart, very satisfied with the story panel appearing at this moment. He became stronger on his own again, the 6th style gymnastics master. It's just that Garp came here, and that's about it. Except for Conqueror's hockey, which has not reached super, his comprehensive ability has fully reached the peak 4 Emperor's level. The shortcomings of physical fitness can be regarded as being made up for. Even if it is not as durable as the Phantom Beast species, it will not be limited in combat power due to physical strength. He didn't believe that anyone who could fight him one-on-one could last for a long time. Not even Teacher Guy. Just as Buggy was thinking about this, there was a sound of dragon chant from the sky in the distance. Really, Mr. Guy will be here. First Kizaru, then Cute, after that. Buggy returned to the high-backed chair at the top of the pyramid and sat down, crossed his hands on his knees, and looked straight ahead at the clouds in front of him. Doll. As the dragon chant sounded, Kaido's huge blue dragon body loomed in the sky. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A burst of laughter came from the clouds above the sky in front of them, and then everyone saw a huge black-haired dragon head with blue scales protruding from it, and this giant dragon also uttered, Buggy the Clown. Ha ha ha, after today, your name of the Clown Emperor will really be changed to God Slayer, as you said. Interesting, so interesting. Kaido of the Beasts. Buggy looks neither happy nor sad. Come here, what are you doing? 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts. People who watched the live broadcast didn't know who the dragon was at first, and thought it was a mythical creature at first, but when they heard Buggy call out his identity, all the people who watched the live broadcast suddenly. I got excited. Did the strongest creature in the world come out? However, the shock of everyone has only just begun. Buggy. You bastard, you're crazy. In the distance, a small marine warship flew in the sky, and its speed was extremely fast. Although this is a small warship, the people standing at the bow, even the people watching the live broadcast, couldn't help being shocked. Buddha of Sengoku, Admiral Akainu, Admiral Aokiji. Among the world's great conscripts, the 2 strongest are Fujitora Yishao and Green Bull Araki. Hiss. With such a gathering of top combat power, is it possible that the title of God Slayer that Buggy just obtained today is about to fall here? Scoff boom boom boom. Just when everyone was attracted by Sengoku and several admiral-level combat forces, the sound of violent explosions from the distant sky immediately attracted everyone's attention. It was only at this time that they remembered that the Marine Admiral Kizaru who rushed over before seemed to be blocked by someone. After a shocking explosion. Above the sky in the distance, a dazzling blue thunder light and a shining golden light were suspended in midair. Immediately afterwards, Kizaru's classic expression appeared on the live screen again, and the old mouth pouted and said, "Stop joking. Buggy, have you even found the strongest thunderfruit user in Logia? Isn't the strength of your pirate group a little too scary, hey?" What? Logia thunderfruit? Hearing Kizaru's words, the expressions of Sengoku and others standing on the warship in the distance also changed suddenly, and then Sengoku and others turned their heads to look at the same time. Ha 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 ha, Enel laughed while holding a long golden stick. Is this the strength of Marine Admiral? Come on. Awakened flash fruit ability user? Snort. In front of this god, dare to be called light? Your light is very strong, but it's a pity that it doesn't work against my thunder. My thunder can restrain your light. Gold glitter, huh? Let me try this trick. 200 million volts Thor. Enel's wild laughter echoed between the sky and the earth, and it seemed that even the sky was affected by him at this moment. The sky was originally clear, but suddenly the white clouds turned into billowing dark clouds, and then endless thunder flashed, and in an instant, dark clouds covered the sky. The whole sky is darkened. When the people watching the live broadcast saw this scene, Yi Shi became excited. Strongest Logia's thunderfruit, even Marine Admiral said that, what a terrifying ability. Immediately, everyone saw thunder descending from the black clouds. Enel's figure soared and turned into a thunder giant of 100 meters, bathed in thunder light, and the sky was full of thunder prisons for a kilometer radius. Keep Kizaru from getting an inch. The most terrifying thing is that Enel can still teleport in this state. Seeing this, Kizaru's expression was extremely serious. As Enel said, the sparkling fruit's light ability can't cause damage to Enel, who is lightning himself. In fact, Kizaru's sparkling fruit ability can explode. The premise of being able to explode is that his light can touch the entity, otherwise it cannot be detonated. However, this is impossible for Enel, who is himself a thunder. But the power of Enel's thunder can hurt Kizaru. Enel's lightning not only has electricity and heat, but also can produce huge explosions. This is why Thunderfruit is called the strongest Logia. Another point, Thunderfruit can teleport in the area where a field is located. It can be said that his speed is faster than Kizaru to some extent. The abilities of the two of them can't tell the difference in a short time. Kizaru was only able to defeat Enel with an overwhelming hockey advantage with a powerful hockey. But hockey is not what Kizaru is good at, as Zephyr said. Kizaru relies too much on Sparkling Fruit's abilities. Before Enel appeared, there was no Devil Fruit that could limit his abilities. But after the appearance of Enel, Kizaru is Tianke. Also, Enel's talent is terrifying in itself, because he himself has mastered the observation hockey that can cover the entire Sky Island. After being taught systematically by Rayleigh, Buggy, and Bullet, Enel's progress can be described as rapid. Even Wang Luffy is not progressing as fast as him, after all he only has a false teacher. And Enel not only has Buggy and Bullet to teach, even in terms of armed color, occasionally Jabba will also teach in actual combat. Coupled with the various energy-filled food supplements of the Boeing Islands, Enel's strength is also growing by leaps and bounds. Most importantly, Buggy informed Enel of what he had seen and heard in his previous life, as well as some development directions for Thunderfruit, which brought his understanding of the fruit to a higher level. Enel also said that he has touched the edge of awakening. This kind of strength, which is growing faster than the protagonist cheating, has been fully revealed when Enel Kai is facing Marine Admiral Kizaru at this moment. At this moment, Enel has begun to show his God's Enel majesty to the world. Although there are reasons for fruit restraint, but I can only hold a Marine Admiral by myself. This terrifying ability still shocked the hearts of those major forces who were paying attention to this battle. Even Kei Jing, who was above the sky at this time, exclaimed. Buggy, can you guys even find Thunderfruit capable users? I appreciate you more and more. How about it? Join us Beasts Pirates, so that we will be invincible. Some viewers who originally thought that Kaido came here to ask for trouble were shocked when they heard that Kaido opened his mouth to solicit Buggy. Even Sengoku, Akainu, and others in the distance all looked solemn. If Buggy agrees to join forces with Kaido today, then they really have made a trip for nothing. They came here with the purpose of imprisoning all Buggy members in Impel Down. But they never thought that Buggy found a Thunderfruit ability user who restrained Kizaru and could hold Kizaru. How long has it been since the Summit War? If the Buggy team is allowed to continue to develop, its strength is unimaginable. When everyone was staring at Buggy nervously, he raised his hands to his forehead and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, join you. Kaido, would you like to hear what you are saying? Have you been sitting in the position of 4 emperors for a long time, used to being superior, used to being arrogant? What did I do to make you disrespect me so much? In the next moment, a terrifying conqueror's haki swept towards the sky with platinum, black and 3-color lightning, drawing cracks in the dark clouded sky. A ray of sunlight fell from the sky, covering Buggy sitting with his legs crossed and leaning against the high-back chair, making him like a god incarnate. Buzz. Kaido did not show any weakness either. The tyrannical conqueror's haki swept out from his eyes with blue and black lightning, and the 2 auras collided in the sky. Woo woo woo. As 2 terrifying conquerors collided with each other in the sky, there was a strong wind and countless black lightning intertwined. The momentum was extremely frightening. The sky that was originally billowing with dark clouds split into 2 under the collision of these 2 terrifying conquerors' haki. The sky is cracked, and this is just a collision of momentum. Is this how the world's top powerhouses clash? Break the sky apart at every turn. But everything didn't stop as everyone expected. As 2 equally equal conquerors' haki collided and intertwined in the sky, they exploded after stagnating for more than 10 seconds. Boom. The huge explosion momentum rippled in the sky, blowing away the billowing dark clouds all over the sky. For a while, the sun fell on the ground again, making everyone who was watching the live broadcast feel relieved. Powerful. Too strong. Countless happy people instantly became excited. That clown Buggy is on par with the 4 emperors Kaido in the momentum confrontation. Is this the power of a godslayer? That Buggy guy is strong again. Sengoku gritted his teeth in the distance. We must not let them go this time, Sengoku, let's do it. On one side, Akainu's eyes were full of evil. Apparently the last time they went to the battlefield and let Buggy and the others leave so easily, Zein was very upset. Aokiji also felt a chill all over his body. That's right, just as Sakazuki Admiral said, kill them all. Green Bull Araki was also very excited. Fujitora frowned and said nothing. Although he didn't quite understand what Buggy said in the live broadcast before, he was shocked. He never thought that a mere pirate would have such a magnificent dream. The old will end, the strong will be useful, the young will be good, and the widowed, lonely, disabled and sick will all be supported. What a shocking dream this is. Although the old man can't see, but I also hope that one day I can live in such a world. Godslayer, Buggy, the old man will watch you. After you said those words, it's not just your dream anymore. It carries the imagination of countless people for the future. No rush, just wait. Sengoku stared coldly. That guy Kaido will definitely not let it go. Let's see first. Anyway, the celestial dragons are dead, and there is no rush to make a move. Fujitora heard Sengoku's words and responded immediately. My husband agrees with what Mr. Sengoku said. It is in our best interest to stay on the sidelines for the time being. The Green Bull and Aokiji on one side glanced at him and said you better agree with Sengoku. Sengoku also knew Fujitora's philosophy, so he didn't say anything. Wow blah blah blah. When Kaido in the sky felt that his conqueror's haki did not suppress Buggy, he was not surprised but happy, and laughed loudly. Godslayer, Buggy. Nice momentum, you really have crazy capital. But if it's just that, it's not enough. Let's take the old man's trick again. Heat off. Kaido is like a giant dragon in mythology, hovering and flying in the air, with an extremely powerful aura, and as soon as he said this, orange-red flames began to brew in his mouth. Snort. At this moment, Bullet, who was sitting on the second floor of the pyramid, snorted coldly, and then turned into a bloody ray of light soaring into the sky under the shocking eyes of everyone. Doll. In between breaths, a blood-colored dragon about the size of Kaido appeared in the sky. They are almost identical except for the color. Kaido is blue-scaled, black-haired, with a pale blonde belly. Bullet has scarlet scales, golden hair and golden belly scales, which looks even more evil and domineering. Two giant dragons, one red and one blue, appeared above the sky, causing the dark clouds that had disappeared to reappear out of thin air. The scene was shocking. Hot off. After transforming the dragon on Bullet's side, he ignored the shocked Kaido, who also opened his mouth without showing any weakness, with an orange flame brewing in his mouth. Laugh. Wow, boom boom boom. In the next second, two beams of heat that spanned several kilometers collided together under the dark sky. Bang. A huge explosion sounded, and then the powerful aftermath of the explosion actually pressed towards Bullet. Roar. Bullet let out a roar, and the dragon's body shot up into the sky, hiding. Open the aftermath of this heat extinction. Woo woo woo. But this aftermath did not diminish, and fell directly on the sea surface. Boom. Another huge explosion sounded, splashing water nearly 100 meters high. Obviously Bullet is slightly inferior to the wave this time. But Kaido in the sky didn't care about this at all. Even Buggy didn't look at it, but looked at Bullet in the sky with a dragon face and said in shock. Buggy. Where the hell did you get this guy? You subordinate, I want it so much. You said, as long as you are willing to let him join me, I can give you everything except One Piece. I can even give you the rubbings of the history text going to Raftel if you want it. If only you could get him to join me. After Kaido was shocked, he looked at Buggy excitedly, and the words he said shocked everyone's jaws. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Kaido's words, Buggy couldn't help laughing, pointing at Bullet and saying, Kaido, are you out of your mind? He was a member of the Roger Pirates. Although that guy Oden is stupid, but you used that despicable method to capture Wano Kuni, kill Oden and still want to recruit Bullet? Who do you look down on? Do you think that Whitebeard and the rest of us knew that Oden was played to death by you and didn't seek revenge because they were afraid of you? It's just that Oden's stupidity isn't worth it. It doesn't matter if his own country is played badly by him and only his citizens are killed. As pirates, we naturally won't make a move. But if you think you are really domineering, stop being ridiculous. Kaido. Who do you think you are? Being ridiculed by Buggy so unceremoniously. Even if Kaido wanted Bullet again, he would have a very ugly dragon face at this time. He shot at Buggy with murderous intent and shouted. HMPH. Arrogance. Buggy, since you know my character, you dare to speak like this. Aren't you worried that I will team up with Marine to destroy your Buggy pirates here today? Hiss. As soon as Kaido said this, everyone watching the live broadcast gasped. I have to say that Kaido's move is indeed ruthless enough. If he joins forces with Admiral, a member of Marine, I'm afraid the Buggy pirates will really be unable to parry. After all, no matter how strong and talented Bullet and Enel are, they still need time to grow. One of them has been locked up and impelled down for too long, and the other has not been taught and trained for a long time. Being able to hold back Admiral is already relying on the fruitability of heaven defying. It is almost impossible to beat Admiral. If we fight for a long time, the Buggy pirates will definitely lose. A person who retreats when faced with the oppression of the strong is an absolute weak. A person who dares to face difficulties against the strong is the king above the strong. Hearing this, Buggy's expression didn't change at all, his eyes were cold and deep. On the road to becoming a king, there are many bones and white bones. If I don't even have this capacity, how dare I complete the act of killing gods here today? Kaido, you underestimate me. Hearing this, Kaido couldn't help being startled, and immediately laughed. Wow, blah blah blah. Very good, since you are so confident, let me see how you face the siege of so many of our strong men. I want to tell you, in the face of absolute strength, all plans are empty talk. Sengoku, don't you guys do it. Hearing Kaido's words, Sengoku also knew that he couldn't get the bargain of the two tigers fighting each other, but he felt that it was no problem to be able to join forces with Kaido temporarily. As for live streaming, those who achieve great things do not care about small details. When the Buggy pirates are eliminated, the public opinion in the world will not be controlled by their world government. Moreover, 5 elders also said before coming here that they will destroy the Buggy pirates at all costs. If it weren't for this, it is impossible for the 2 top admiral-level combat powers of Green Bull and Fujitora to be exposed at this time. Thinking of this, Sengoku lowered his eyes and shouted. Shoot! Destroy the Buggy pirates! Whoosh whoosh! After Sengoku finished speaking, 3 figures, 1 blue, 1 red, and 1 green, shot up into the sky behind him, rushing in the direction of the Buggy pirates. Roar! The blood dragon Bullet in the sky roared, and his body shrank rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a dragon man form, and stepped out a wave of air in the sky. The air went straight to Aokiji. The next moment, under the shocking eyes of everyone, Bullet turned into a black and red light and fell from the sky, punching Aokiji, smashing him directly into the sea. Bullet, which suddenly burst out with even more terrifying power, shocked the world. Caw 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 caw. Before everyone was shocked by Bullet's strength, everyone watching the live broadcast saw that the sea was instantly frozen, and even the waves still maintained the posture they had a second ago. Caw caw caw. The frozen area is still expanding, and in just a few breaths, the sea surface within a radius of several kilometers is completely frozen into ice. This appalling scene shocked everyone watching the live broadcast from all over the world with their mouths wide open. If they had no concept of the strength of Marine Admiral before, then at this moment, even ordinary people can personally experience this world's top terrifying powerhouse. The world of One Piece is almost a world where the sea is divided into 8 parts and the land is divided into 2 parts. Everyone is very familiar with the sea. Therefore, Aokiji's action of freezing the sea between breaths immediately made ordinary people feel the strong selection of Marine Admiral. Even for ordinary people, Aokiji, who can instantly freeze the sea, is like a god walking in the world. Bullet. You're getting stronger again. Aokiji stood on the ice below like a normal person, let out a breath of cold air, looked at Bullet in shock and said, "Is it because of your current devil fruit?" When he was in the Summit War, he fought against Bullet. At that time, Bullet's physical skills and physical strength were not as strong as he is now. Physical fitness and responsiveness are also better than before. The strength increase is too fast. Aokiji was shocked, he couldn't imagine how Bullet did it. Good. Bullet didn't say much, and directly, bang, a wave of air above the sky and killed Aokiji again. HMPH. Although you have become stronger, it's not enough. Aokiji is also not afraid to fight Bullet directly. Boom boom boom. For a moment, above the sea in the distance, Haki was surging, and the ice exploded. At the same time, 237, Buggy above the pyramid calmly said, "Mr. Jabba, I'll leave the sleepy days to you." Jabba originally wanted to confront Sengoku, but after hearing Buggy's words, he immediately understood. Without conquerors, he is still at a disadvantage against Sengoku, who has mastered Conqueror's entanglement. In the face of a Kainu, he can deal with it completely. Good. Boom. Jabba was also very decisive, and after responding, he shot out directly, holding 2 giant axes and rushing towards Akainu as if he had come back from the world. Die. Dark Hound. Akainu was also right, he threw out his arm, and a huge magma dog bit Jabba with its head. However, his move had no effect on Jabba, who was covered with armament Haki-like arrogance, and Jabba didn't even try to dodge and directly bumped into him. Boom. Chi 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 chi. The next moment, under everyone's shocked eyes, Akainu's Dark Hound was directly blasted by Jabba's body, causing magma to fly wildly. Scoff. And Jabba, who came to Akainu in the blink of an eye, struck down with an axe without hesitation. Boom. Jabba, who split Akainu in half with one axe, swept across at the same time, directly hitting Akainu's waist, kicking his 2 halves to the ice below. Bang. Caw caw caw. As Akainu fell, the ice collapsed instantly, and then turned into countless red magma. Akainu's figure slowly emerged from the magma, and he didn't suffer much damage. He looked at Jabba coldly and said in a deep voice, "Armed with God." Sure enough, the name is well deserved, Great Eruption. After Akainu gave a low shout, he started to counterattack without hesitation. But the current Jabba is not Whitebeard, he didn't give Akainu any chance at all, and started to beat him directly. As a Logia lava fruit capable user, Akainu's endurance is obviously first class. Jabba is now Haki is strong, he can only use the fruit ability to consume him temporarily. The battle between the two was indistinguishable for a while. When Akainu and Jabba started fighting in the rear, Sengoku looked at Buggy, who was still sitting calmly on the pyramid, and shouted, "Buggy, what are you going to do with the 4 of us now?" That's right, even Akainu and Aokiji are held back. But Sengoku and the others still have 3 Yuan Admiral level combat power and a 4 Emperor's level combat power. Facing this tricky situation, Buggy still looked calm. Even Sengoku has to admire Buggy's mentality. If you want to do something to Mr. Buggy, I won't agree. Just when Sengoku felt stable, the Sanwan wolf, who had been sitting in the center of the 3rd floor of the pyramid, echoed over the battlefield like a bell. Everyone was attracted by Wan's voice almost instantly. In the next moment, they witnessed the miracle happen again. In just a breath, the Sanwan wolf, which was only 3 or 4 meters high, swelled and expanded at a flying speed. After a few breaths, he had already inflated to a height of 180 meters. This terrifying height has never appeared even in the historical records of the world government. Bad wolf. Normal punch. The swollen and enlarged Wan didn't hesitate at all. The hill-like fist buzzed, and was covered with a layer of armament Haki, and then smashed towards Sengoku and the others. HMPH. Do you really think that being big can stop us? Sengoku snorted coldly and was ready to strike. Mr. Sengoku, leave him to me. Fujitora wasn't idle either, and while he didn't really want to do anything to Buggy, it wouldn't be a good idea to throw water in this situation. Moreover, he also wanted to see how far this Godslayer could go. After hearing Fujitora's voice, Sengoku was taken aback and then nodded. Good. Gravity Knife Tiger. Fujitora also shot without hesitation. The purple arrogance condensed in his right hand, and as he slashed out, it turned into a purple shockwave, which hit the punch of the Sanwan wolf. But compared with Wan's size, the purple impact Fujitora wields is really like a mayfly shaking a tree, it looks so small and powerless. Just in the next moment, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. When Fujitora's purple impact collided with Wan's giant fist like a hill, after a few seconds of stagnation, first Wan's fist was bounced off, and then even Wan's 180-meter terrifying body unexpectedly they were all thrown into the air and fell backwards. Wow, everyone watching the live broadcast exclaimed in horror when they saw this scene. This scene is something no one expected. Indeed, who would have thought that the body of that huge monster like a mountain would be overturned in this way? However, what shocked them was not over yet. Woo woo woo. Almost at the same time that the Sanwan wolf was overturned and fell backwards, two meteorites with terrifying power hit the fallen Sanwan wolf one after the other in the sky. Down. Is this a fatal blow? As expected of Marine's hidden trump card. Too strong. At least Admiral level combat power. Damn Marine, when did there have so many more Admiral level combat power? Kaido above the sky also looked solemn at this time. Wan, who watched the meteorite falling from the sky faster than himself, did not panic at all. While slowly falling backwards, he let out a low voice. Don't even think about hurting Lord Buggy, hiss Wolf Arms Punch. Immediately, everyone saw that the Sanwan wolf, who was leaning backwards, took a deep breath, and suddenly his body swelled like a balloon, and then he stagnated in midair strangely. He even had the strength to punch the two huge meteorites above the sky. Boom. In the next second, a terrifying shockwave with a length of hundreds of meters was shot out by Wan, and directly hit the first falling huge meteorite. That huge meteorite was hundreds of meters in diameter, and the second one reached a kilometer in diameter. But even such a huge meteorite still couldn't stop Wan's punch. Boom. Boom. I saw that the huge fist shockwave instantly shattered the first meteorite, and then the second larger meteorite exploded in the sky without weakening. What shocked everyone even more was that the aftermath of Wan's fist rushed towards the sky. In other words, smashing two meteorites with one punch is not the full strength of this giant? This guy's attack power has definitely reached the Admiral level. If so, wouldn't the man in purple named Fujitora be even more terrifying? Is this what Marine and world government are all about? There are only 3 admirals on the surface, but there are 2 such terrifying admiral class members hidden in the dark. Seeing that Fujitora has such terrifying strength, they will not have any doubts about another green bull. And the green bull sitting in the center of a huge red flower didn't disappoint. He also changed when he first flew over the outer islands of Punk Hazard. Forbidden Monk Sensen. With the roar of LV Niu Huang Mu, the forest trees below instantly rose tens of meters, turning into dozens of huge fists tens of meters high. And his whole body also turned into a huge trent and merged into the forest. Immediately afterwards, the ground of the entire Punk Hazard outer island began to tremble, and huge trees tens of meters high were condensed into fists. Like tree warriors, they look extremely scary. The appearance of the ability to change the landscape in this scene once again shocked the world. Another dreaded Logia Devil Fruit ability Awakener? Logia Awakening. Who wouldn't? But at this moment, Crocodile, who had previously turned into an executioner, sneered and rose from the sky with a cigar. Then he swooped down in the air. A small sandstorm was brewing in his palm, and at the same time he raised his eyes to look at the huge tree man and grinned. Admiral-level combat power hidden by the world government? Logia Sensen Fruit, Green Cow, right? I'm so sorry that you met me. Unfortunately, my fruit ability is also heavenly against you. Feel the pain, Green Bull Araki, Erosion of Reincarnation. Puff as Crocodile pressed the little cloud of sandstorm directly into the ground. Immediately afterwards, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. The condensed fists of those huge trees that were tens of meters high in an instant because of the appearance of the Green Bull Araki shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye under this move. Originally full of green grass and flowers, the green ground instantly withered and turned yellow. At the same time, the ground cracked inch by inch in an instant, and it was so dry that it exploded and turned into countless gravel. Wow. At the same time, The arms of the huge tree ants condensed by Wangmu turned into dry branches before they hit the crocodile. Moreover, this dry speed is still spreading outwards rapidly. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1 kilometer. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, those fresh trees withered and turned into dead wood and fell to the ground in an instant, and even the huge trent body tens of meters high of Huang Mu began to dry up quickly. What? How is this possible? Wait, Huang Mu was also completely shocked by this scene, his eyes were full of shock. If it wasn't for his hockey, he might have turned into a dry tree man too. At this moment, Huang Mu also knew the ability of the man with the golden hook on the opposite side. Logia sand fruit awakened. Aramaki gritted his teeth and looked at the opposite crocodile and growled. That's the only ability that can restrain me. Damn it, I didn't expect to say that there is one here. Click click click. While Huang Mu was speaking, even the hard rocky ground under his feet cracked and turned into handfuls of yellow sand. Hiss hiss. Immediately afterwards, the yellow sand began to quickly gather towards crocodile, rushing towards it like waves formed by layers of yellow sand. Ha 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 ha. Crocodile laughed loudly when he heard the words. I didn't expect that there would be an ability user in Marine who was suppressed by me. Really interesting, Marine Admiral. Take my trick and see. Ha ha. As Crocodile stretched out his hand and pointed at the huge tree man Wangmu in front of him, the endless yellow sand behind him turned into a monstrous sand sea tens of meters high and covered it towards Wangmu. Ha ha ha. After the huge tree man of Wangmu dried up, it was only a dozen meters high, and this height was completely covered by those sand seas in the blink of an eye. As Crocodile's left hand gradually clenched, those sandy seas covered with barren grazing also shrank together tightly in the blink of an eye as if being absorbed by something. In a few breaths, a huge sand dune formed by condensed sand piles appeared on the beach outside Punk Hazard. Sandstorm Great Funeral. Immediately afterwards, Crocodile clenched his left palm tightly, and the sound of cessation of drinking echoed in the sky. It was as if something was absorbing forcefully at the center of the sand dune. Boom. The pedestrian sand sculpture exploded after a few seconds, and the sky was filled with yellow sand for a while. Then a person who was slightly dehydrated flew from the yellow sand into the air, and then a huge red flower appeared under his feet, supporting him in the sky. Call. After taking a breath, he said, it was almost killed, the restraint of this fruit's ability is too serious. Mr. Sengoku, I'm afraid I won't be able to deal with this guy for a while. This guy Hockey is much weaker than me, but his fruit ability is too much for me. If you want to defeat him, it is impossible in a short time. Hearing this, Sengoku's heart skipped a beat. Then he looked at Fujitora, who was entangled by Wan and Duolingo, and he was shocked. In any case, he never expected that the strength of Buggy's pirate group has become so terrifying. This child must not stay. Almost at the same time, Kaido also thought of this. While there's no way the rest of Buggy's crew can outmaneuver Admiral, being able to hold down a few admirals all the time so they can't interfere with Buggy's battles is pretty scary. If such a terrifying and potential team is allowed to continue to grow, it will do great harm to the Beast's pirates and the world government. Thinking of this, Kaido decided not to play anymore, and his body shrank rapidly and turned into a dragon figure similar to Bullet's before. At the same time, he already had the iconic huge mace in his hand. Boom. Above the sky, Kaido rushed towards Buggy with a wave of air, and without hesitation, he hit Buggy on the head with a stick. Thunder. 8 trigrams. Kaido didn't mean to hold back the stick at all. The mace with the flashing thunder and the entangled conqueror's haki was extremely terrifying. Almost at the same time, Sengoku turned into a golden giant Buddha and punched Buggy with a tyrannical punch. 2 of the world's top fighters attack Buggy at the same time. Everyone who watched the live broadcast was also filled with excitement at this time. Will that invincible Godslayer, Buggy, be killed? Outside Nine Snake Island, in the jungle, 4 Emperors Kaido and Marshal Sengoku are going to fight together. The Empress looked at the picture on the curtain in front of her. She bit her finger full of shock and resentment, then looked to the side and said, Sister Shaki, Rayleigh, do you think that man can handle the combination of the 2 of them? Hiss, Hancock. This is not like you. Why are you interested in Buggy Boy? Shaki exhaled a puff of smoke ring, first made fun of Hancock, and then said, It's hard to say. It can be said that at present, no one in this world can withstand the combination of a 4 emperors and an admiral-level force. But, Rayleigh suddenly said, that guy Buggy is different, he should know that. If he thought he was not the opponent of these 2, it would be impossible for him to put up this kind of formation. But from my point of view, the current Buggy is really impossible to be the opponent of these 2 people. A long battle will lead to defeat. Hey, Rayleigh, can you speak? The Empress looked unhappy. Then you still say that man knows what's in his heart. He. Rayleigh took a sip and said. Sengoku has Kaido as a helper, who said Buggy can't have a helper. Buggy is not the type to let others kill him. Even that guy at Jabba called Buggy a 10-step count. Hancock, do you know what that means? The Empress brightened her eyes and said, Rayleigh, you mean that man might have help? Possible. Rayleigh shook his head and smiled, and said in a firm tone. There must be. Don't worry, Hancock. Rayleigh, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't worry about it. The Empress immediately glared at Rayleigh in embarrassment. Now it seems that the favor for Little Monkey is only because he played Celestial Dragons? And Buggy Boy publicly executed Celestial Dragons, which made Hancock an afterthought. It's just that I don't want to admit it yet. Shaki rested his chin with one hand, and suddenly said. Hancock, Kaido and Sengoku are really teaming up and they're making a move. What? The Empress, who was still staring at Rayleigh, immediately turned her head to stare at the screen, then her complexion changed suddenly, and she cursed. Two shameless old guys. A Marine Marshal and 4 Emperors, actually teamed up. Shameless old thief. Shaki and Rayleigh were not in the mood to tease Hancock at this time, and both looked solemnly at the screen. A minute ago, Punk Hazard Outer Islands, Thunder 8 trigrams. Buddha shock. Sengoku and Kaido rushed towards Buggy at the top of the pyramid with 2 attacks in tandem. Captain Buggy, Lord Buggy. Seeing this scene, the faces of Robin, Shirahoshi, and Khalifa in the basement of Punk Hazard's inner island suddenly changed and they exclaimed. Bullet, who was fighting Aokiji in the distance, Enel, who was fighting Kizaru, and Jabba, who was fighting Akainu, looked back at the scene at the same time, and they were also shocked. They all know that no matter how strong Buggy is, facing 1-4 Emperors alone is already amazing. If you add Sengoku's Admiral-level combat power, Buggy will definitely lose. Not only Jabba and the others think so, but even the people watching the live broadcast all over the world think so. 5 elders, the Redhead, Charlotte Linolin, and the kings of the underground world reached a consensus at this moment. Is it over? The Buggy Pirates. Morgans fixed his eyes on Buggy, but the dream that Buggy said before flashed in his mind, and he roared in his heart. Clown Buggy, is this really the end for you? Where is your dream? Or, like Roger, you are just a meteor that passed by in the past 800 years. Let me see, Buggy. How confident are you to lead this god-killing feast for you? Let me see, Godslayer, Buggy. At this moment, it seems to be the consensus of all that Buggy is defeated. But in the next second, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Buggy at the top of the pyramid disappeared in place with a rotten figure. Shaving flash. In the next second, he passed Sengoku's golden Buddha, and his voice echoed in the sky from the speakerphone bug on his body. Sengoku, where are you aiming at? Hey, what? Surprised, Sengoku looked back out of the corner of his eye, and saw Buggy's figure appeared behind his head at some point, and he made a downward push gesture with his hands into claws. This kind of speed and moves, let Sengoku utter a horrified voice. 6 forms. 6 forms of this level. When did you master it? Sengoku, feel the pain of the impact too. Buggy grinned, waved his hands, and shouted at Sengoku's back shell. 6 styles 6 king spear. In the next moment, a shockwave mixed with Conqueror's Haki and emission turned into a huge beam of light and hit Sengoku's back. Boom! In the next moment, this shockwave directly penetrated Sengoku's golden Buddha body and sprayed out from his chest, and then directly blasted on the beach of the outer island without weakening. Boom! Yellow sand splashed in all directions, and a 100-meter giant crater appeared on the beach. Puff! At the same time, Sengoku spat out a mouthful of blood, and the huge golden Buddha body smashed into the big pit with a boom. I have to say, Buggy's surprise attack really worked. That's the intelligence gap. If Sengoku knew that Buggy had mastered such a profound 6 style, he would never have turned into such a bulky body of a golden Buddha to fight him. The 6 styles of the master level, plus the assistance of knowledge and color to predict the future. Only then can this sneak attack succeed. But this can only weaken Sengoku temporarily. It is impossible to defeat Sengoku with this move. The next thing is to be hard and bang hard. Because with Sengoku's combat experience, it is impossible to be attacked by Buggy for the second time. And Buggy, who succeeded in one blow, didn't dare to slack off at all, because a terrifying attack had already landed above his head. This is a thunderous 8 trigrams with tyranny and advanced weaponry. If it has really hit, Buggy will suffer a lot. But it was obvious that Buggy could not have thought of this, so after a successful sneak attack with the 6 Kings gun, Buggy's figure spun around in the air. Sheesh. The high-speed rotation straightened the core for Buggy, and then he kicked Kaido's Thunder 8 trigrams without hesitation, and at the same time gave this move a random name and shouted. Emission Iron Body Hyphenation Point Balan. In the next moment, a tempest kick entangled with Emission and Ba-chan collided with Kaido's mace through the air. Boom. Rumbling zzz. The powerful shockwave blew the hair and cloaks of the two of them back and rattled. The clouds above the sky churned, and the sound of a huge explosion echoed in the sky. What shocked everyone the most was that Buggy's 2 shots, even after blasting Sengoku, he was able to use his attack to equalize with Kaido. This terrifying battle response and strength made people watching the live broadcast all over the world gasp. This time, I really took a breath and was stunned. Whoa blah blah. Kaido also widened his eyes in shock and laughed loudly. What a quick reaction. Godslayer Buggy, you are as strong as a monster. I didn't expect me to join forces with Sengoku, but you can't do anything. Boom. After the two collided again, they retreated hundreds of meters away from each other. Kaido landed on the ground in the distance, and Buggy stood in the air and looked down at him with a grin. Don't be kidding. A monster like you calls me a monster. I'm almost going to be beaten to death by the two of you. 4 emperors, 1 marine marshal, it's really scary. Kizaru. Pooh. After getting up, Sengoku spit out the blood foam in his mouth, and directly shrunk the huge golden Buddha body, and it turned out to be the same as his body, as if Sengoku was dyed with a layer of golden light. Then he looked at Buggy and yelled, Buggy, where the hell did you learn the 6 forms? Even if you take Rob Lucci and others, it is impossible to learn such a powerful 6 style. It is even more impossible to master the essence of the 6 styles. This level of 6 forms cannot be mastered in a short period of time. How did you learn it? Tell me, Buggy. Sorry, I just learned it. Buggy wants to answer Sengoku like this, but think about it or forget it. Sengoku can't believe it anyway. Isn't it enough to have a hand for something like 6 styles? Buggy looked at Sengoku pretending to be strange and said. Didn't Sengoku understand the essence of the 6 forms? No way, no way. Martial Marine didn't grasp the essence of the 6 forms. Buggy. You bastard. Sengoku blushed when he heard this, and roared angrily. Do you think that anyone can grasp the essence of the 6 forms? Except for those 2 guys Garp and Zephyr, no one in Marine can grasp the essence. When Sengoku said this, he suddenly paused, his eyeballs protruding and roared angrily. Damn it. Is it Zephyr? That guy is degenerate after all, he taught pirates all these moves. Zephyr. At this time, in New World's new Marine base. The new Marines who watched the live broadcast were dumbfounded, and FA who sat at the top was also dumbfounded. It's just that he's confused because he thinks he might have taught Buggy. After all, he has taught too many students. If Buggy doesn't tell him his true identity to learn from him, I'm afraid he really won't find out. For a while, facing a group of students who looked at him with strange eyes, Zephyr roared. Labor didn't teach this Godslayer Buggy. Not impressed at all, okay? You bastard Sengoku, you still want to slander me at this time. Humph. When the battle is over, I will take the new Marine to attack and destroy this Buggy pirate group. Everyone in New Marine hurried up to hug Zephyr. Teacher, forget it. At the same time, Buggy. He looked at Sengoku and felt dumbfounded for a while, but Sengoku didn't say that he really didn't hear Zephyr, an old man. Since Sengoku misunderstood, then let him misunderstand it. Thinking of this, Buggy sighed and said. As expected, it is the resourceful General Sengoku. Can you guess the details like this? That's right, it was Zephyr who taught me. New Marine base. A group of students in Marine. Teacher, you still said that you didn't teach the essence of the 6 poses to a hot man. Zephyr. For this black pot that fell from the sky, he has to accept it if he doesn't. Godslayer, Buggy, labor and management are going to kill you. Zephyr became more and more angry at this moment, roaring angrily and about to stand up and rush out. Teacher. Forget it. A group of new Marines rushed up, hugging arms and legs. Joke. The strength of the Buggy pirates, not to mention their small new Marine, even a new Marine that is more powerful will not be able to take down a pirate group like Buggy. Now it used to be food delivery. Although they wanted to punish the pirates, they couldn't die in vain. And, most importantly, what Buggy said earlier shocked them too much. That's definitely something new. Although they didn't know what it meant for a while, they knew that the dream of the man named Godslayer was definitely the greatest dream in the world. In fact, Zephyr thought so too. Otherwise, with the few rotten fish and rotten shrimps around him, how could it be possible to stop him? He has seen countless pirates in his life, even the Roger pirates did not give him that feeling. This Buggy pirates, he wants to keep watching. He wanted to see how this god-killing man would realize his dream in the future. Just when Zephyr was thinking about this, he heard Buggy on the live screen scolding Sengoku disdainfully. Sengoku, are you the only one worthy to mention Zephyr? A Marine admiral, whose wife was killed by pirates in their home behind Marine. It's fine if you Marine don't give an explanation. After he retired, he still licked his face and asked him to teach Marines juniors. A retired Marine admiral. Tut tut tut. Let him be the principal. After all, without him, there would be no 6 styles of mine. But have you ever thought that after Zephyr's arm was cut off, you would cut off the pirate who cut off his arm? Jowen made Shichibukai. Sengoku, you Marines are awesome. To be honest, I can't stand being a pirate. How can I not kill you Marine? Tisk tisk tisk. Aren't you bullying honest people? Honest people should be pointed at guns? Marine? World government? I bother. Do you need a pig's heart to kill someone? I have to say that Buggy's words were like sharp knives piercing into Sengoku's heart. No, not exactly Sengoku. Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu, and even Fujitora on one side were all distracted during the battle because of Buggy's words, and then they were beaten up by their opponents. But they didn't notice it, and after pulling away from each other, they all looked at Sengoku silently. How come they don't know about this kind of thing? Sengoku's face turned pale, he pointed at Buggy tremblingly and shouted. You, how do you know? I haven't announced this matter yet. Having said that, he couldn't help thinking in horror. Damn, could the traitor be the 5 elders? How else would Buggy know about this unpublished news? Whoa, 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 Kaido in the sky eats melons very well, and now he doesn't want to attack for the time being. He still wants to hear what kind of melons his Buggy has to explode. Buggy. Sengoku roared. No matter what, I will take you down today. Sengoku is really mad at Buggy. This is already the 2nd time. He was worried that if he didn't make a move again, Buggy would spit blood again. Immediately, he gritted his teeth, took off on the spot, flashed in the air, and rushed towards Buggy in the blink of an eye. Whoa, are you out of melons? Let's take you first, Godslayer Buggy. Kaido grinned and joined the fight without shame. Boom boom boom. For a moment, 3 streams of conquerors intertwined and vibrated in the sky. Haki was extremely turbulent, and the terrifying power shook the dark clouds above the sky again. After playing against Kaido Sengoku for more than 10 minutes in one breath, Buggy also felt strenuous at this time. Especially after receiving 2 attacks from Kaido and Sengoku, it also made the corner of his mouth bleed. Boom boom boom. After another collision, Buggy was sent hundreds of meters away by Kaido's thunderous 8 trigrams, causing him to hover above the void. Just when everyone thought that Buggy was about to lose his hold, he raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and scolded with a smile. Long, if you don't come out again, I will really be beaten to death by these 2 old shameless guys. As soon as this remark came out, the world was amazed. Outside the 9 Snakes Island, the jungle camp. Wow. Master Buggy is so strong. Oh my god, can Kaido and Sengoku evenly fight alone? Master Buggy is invincible. Kill these 2 shameless old thieves. Ah. Master Buggy, be careful. All the women of the 9 Snake Pirates shouted excitedly and worriedly when they saw the battle in the live broadcast. It can be said that since Buggy publicly executed the Celestial Dragons, all the women of the 9 Snake Pirates have raised an attitude of reverence towards him. At this time, seeing that Buggy was only slightly at a disadvantage against the combination of 4 emperors and martial marine, they adored them even more. On the other side, the Empress clasped her hands together, and she was obviously very nervous. It was not until the 3 of them separated after another confrontation that she looked at Rayleigh and shouted. Rayleigh, didn't you say someone would come to help him? Why hasn't the helper come yet? That helper can't be you, have you forgotten the past? Rayleigh couldn't help but be a little bit dumbfounded when Hancock took his anger on him. He shook his head and said. Buggy called me the day before yesterday, but he didn't talk to me about this kind of thing. I guess he didn't want to bother me, a retired old man. But I think, Buggy must have his own backup. Don't worry Hancock, that kid is a big wolf. Don't worry. Huh? Rayleigh, who is the dragon he just mentioned? Could it be a helper? Hearing Rayleigh's words, the Empress seemed to feel relieved a lot. When she was still twirling her white and slender jade fingers, her ears sharpened suddenly, and when she heard the words behind Buggy, she immediately turned her head and asked Rayleigh. Rayleigh did not answer her at this time, but stared at the live broadcast with a solemn expression and murmured. Dragon? No way? When did Buggy even have contact information for such a character? It shouldn't be the same name. Only such a man is qualified to intervene in this kind of battlefield. Shaki on one side even sat up straight and stared at the curtain with both eyes. At the same time, on Shank's territory, after hearing Buggy's words, his body was also shocked, and he exclaimed. Hey, Buggy, you bastard, don't you, dragon? Hawkeye raised an eyebrow. It sounds familiar. What kind of strong man can intervene in this kind of battle? Is there such a person among the pirates? If it's that man, he's not a pirate. Ben Beckman on one side spat out the toothpick in his mouth, stared solemnly at the screen projected by the phone bug in front of him on the screen, and said slowly. Dragon. The only man in the world today who has the ability to wrestle with the world government head-on. The most ferocious criminal in the world, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Hearing the series of messages from Beckman, even Hawkeye couldn't help but gasped and said in shock. That guy Buggy, can you even invite this kind of person? Holy land, Maryajoy. Bang bang bang. Another series of wine bottles were smashed. 5 elders stared angrily at the live broadcast in front of them and roared. Damn clown Buggy. How did they get in touch? This clown. How did he get in touch with that man? Damn it, damn it. Do you really want to miss such a good opportunity? Is it possible that it is not necessarily that man? Besides that man, who else named Dragon do you think is qualified to intervene in this kind of battle? Let's see. There's still a chance, there's still a chance. Sengoku and the others haven't activated those 2 guys yet. Hey, let's see. Neither Sengoku nor Kaido can take down Buggy immediately. If either Sengoku or Kaido is stopped by the dragon, even if the 2 things are shot, there is little hope. But you have to try. In order to get rid of this guy, it doesn't matter if you expose it in advance. Anyway, Shichibukai listen to the tune and don't listen to the announcement. What's the use? Also, when we sent them to Sengoku with them, it was already prepared, wasn't it? Soon the discussions in this room gradually stopped, because there were new changes in the picture. Punk hazard. Rumbling as soon as Buggy's voice fell, a large black cloud suddenly appeared above the originally clean sky. Woo woo woo. Immediately afterwards, a gust of wind blew up. The strong wind pressure made it hard for people to keep their eyes open for a while. Dragon. You guys are talking about. Sengoku, who was walking on the moonwalk in the distant sky, widened his eyes in shock after hearing Buggy's words, and then he discovered the changes in the sky. Woo woo woo. Rumbling, the wind is getting louder and louder. In the next instant, a tall figure in a green robe suddenly appeared in front of Sengoku, with a shoe print that was pulled out by Garp faintly on half of his face. Seeing this face, Sengoku couldn't help but gritted his teeth and shouted. Revolutionary Army, Dragon. Why did you appear here? Long time no see, Sengoku. Long Yi grinned. A smile appeared on his face with shoe prints, but this guy didn't hesitate to strike. The old friend was very fierce when he met him. He raised his hand and slapped Sengoku. Hurricane Dragon King. The Dragon Claw Fist of Absolute Wind. With the dragon's first low cry, his palm turned into a dragon's claw shape, and the red and black Conqueror's hockey was wrapped around it, and he slapped Sengoku with a gust of blue. HMPH. Buddha Wrath King Kong. Sengoku roared, and also punched him up. Boom. ZZZ. The 2 tyrannical attacks collided in the air, and the black lightning produced by the powerful Conqueror's hockey overflowed and scattered. But before the attack could last, Long Kong kicked him in the air. Hurricane Dragon King. Function legs, boom. Sengoku, who thought he was going to fight, was suddenly shot by Long Feint, which caught him off guard and was directly kicked in the waist. Woo 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 whoosh. The powerful hurricane swept Sengoku straight out of the sky with terrifying wind pressure. Call out boom. In the next instant, Sengoku turned into a golden streamer wrapped in a cyan hurricane and hit the ground, causing a radius of hundreds of meters to be directly sunken for several meters. The ground was cracked inch by inch, and Sengoku's body was smashed into dozens of meters underground. Such a brutal attack is really frightening. Seeing his old friend, Kizaru, who was entangled with Enel, also pouted. Hey, who is this? Long, are you so strong now? It's really scary. It's really you. Akainu in the distance is also gnashing his teeth. How could a character like you have anything to do with pirates? Dragon, you've fallen too. Aokiji kicked Bullet away, exhaled a cold breath, and looked at Dragon with a complicated expression. Only Fujitora and Green Bull looked dumbfounded. My heart said, why do you all know each other? What's the matter? Isn't this guy the most ferocious criminal in the world, the leader of the Revolutionary Army Dragon? Why do you look so familiar? It would be embarrassing for us. In fact, the most embarrassing thing is the Green Bull. The birth of the Tree World, who was originally on the field force Gramon, but the backhand was almost sucked by Crocodile. It's better to borrow the ability to fly, and then please beg the fate of being suppressed. The other big guys are all Marines' top combat power. Although they are held back by their opponents, except for Jabba and Ba Elite, they all fight against their opponents. Only he was crushed and beaten by his opponent. This caused the reputation of Green Bull to drop again and again in the world. Many people who watched the live broadcast even thought that the Green Bull was used by the world government to make up the numbers. Among the admiral-level fighters from naval headquarters, only the Green Bull was beaten. Oh, no, Sengoku was also beaten in the first few seconds. Dragon. You bastard. You have come to trick me into attacking an old man. Don't expect me to give you good looks. Sengoku roared angrily. Boom, his figure turned into a golden light soaring into the sky, and punched the dragon with a distance of hundreds of meters. Buddha's wrath. Boom. A golden shockwave spanning hundreds of meters directly enveloped the dragon. Hurricane harvest. Even though it was affected by the attack range, the dragon didn't panic in the slightest, stretched out one hand and shouted at the golden shockwave coming from the impact. Buzz buzz one. In the next moment, a cyan hurricane tornado rose out of nowhere, and in the blink of an eye, it rose to hundreds of meters, forming a terrifying tornado with wind blades under the dark sky. Boom boom boom. Immediately afterwards, this huge terrifying tornado collided with the golden shockwave shot by Sengoku and made a huge roaring sound, and terrifying energy star ripples spread out between the interweaving and collision. HMPH. Long, if you can block it once, how about 2 or 3? Sengoku sneered and the golden Buddha body shook, golden light shot up into the sky, and then his hands shot several huge shockwaves stretching hundreds of meters towards the dragon above the sky. Feeling the attack of such terrifying power, even the dragon in the middle of the hurricane couldn't help but say, Sengoku, I'm just here to make soy sauce, there's no need to kill me, right? Why is the old man so angry? You bastard still has the face to say it. Sengoku was so angry that he shot another golden shockwave. Why? Long sighed and said, Buggy, your favor is really too difficult. While speaking, several huge cyan wind tornadoes of hundreds of meters rose again from the sky and the earth. Ha ha, for a moment, even the seawater was swept into the sky by these huge cyan wind tornadoes. The seawater rolls backwards, coupled with the rolling thunder in the sky, it seems like a doomsday scene. People watching the live broadcast from all over the world swallowed their saliva involuntarily when they saw this level of fighting scenes. Today, people all over the world once again feel the horror of the world's top combat power. Sengoku's golden shockwaves could not break through the dragon's defense after all, and Sengoku didn't choose to attack again at this time, but just looked at the battlefield with a gloomy face. As for Kaido, he stopped his hands the moment the dragon appeared, standing in the void with his arms around him, full of interest. Marshal Sengoku, so you Marines are going to give up, right? Buggy narrowed his eyes and looked at Sengoku. Not always. Sengoku did not give a precise reply. Buggy has a basic understanding of Sengoku's thoughts. With the appearance of the dragon, Sengoku is unlikely to attack him again. Directed at the dragon nodded, and Buggy turned to look at Kaido above the sky. Seeing Buggy cast his gaze over, Kaido said in a deep voice. Buggy, as long as you give me that guy, I won't shoot you anymore. You should know that he is my man. Your people? Don't attack me anymore? Buggy sneered disdainfully. You think I'll be afraid of you without Sengoku as your helper? Now it is no longer a question of whether you want to make a move, but whether I let you not let you leave. Everyone just didn't have a good time. Come on, Kaido, dance to your heart's content. Let me see how much you, the so-called strongest creature in the world, weigh. Court death. Hearing Buggy's unkind words, Kaido was furious, and Conqueror's haki burst out from all over him, rushing towards Buggy. Come on, Kaido, please me. Ha 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 ha. Buggy turned into a white gold light soaring towards the sky and rushed towards Kaido, and at the same time his maniacal laughter echoed in the world. Conqueror's haki is so direct without money. Constantly bombard and collide with Kaido's aura in the sky. Cracking the evil and showing the righteous one-day emission. Buggy didn't have the slightest intention of probing, and hit Kaido with full firepower when he came up. You bastard. Don't be so arrogant. Kaido roared furiously, spinning the mace in his hand and punching in the sky, and after that, several thunderbolts were thrown towards Buggy with Conqueror's haki. Thunder 8 trigrams. Boom. 2 kinds of lightning with terrifying power, one platinum and one blue and black, collided and exploded in the air. Whoosh. In the next moment, Buggy's punch directly shattered the energy of the 2 lightning collisions and rushed in front of Kaido. Under the latter's shocked gaze, he punched down with a platinum gold light. Iron body emission steel fist, so fast. Kaido was startled, but it was too late to dodge, so he could only arm his whole body with armed colors. Boom. Buggy punched Kaido's stomach, causing his 7-meter-long body to bend into a V-shape in an instant, and then turned into a streamer of light and fell straight down into the sky. Whoosh bang. The outer islands of Punk Hazard are sunken again for a large area. Those who watched the live broadcast were shocked after seeing Kaido of the Beasts, who is the Four Emperors, being smashed into the air by Buggy's brutal punch. The Four Emperors Kaido, the strongest creature in the world, was actually suppressed? How can this be? Countless people are shocked at this moment. If they didn't have much idea of Buggy's strength before, now they have a clear idea. In addition to the previous performance of Buggy alone against Kaido and Sengoku, it is certain that his strength can suppress Kaido. Cough. You bastard. Kaido, who had just been smashed into the ground, jumped up immediately, and stared at Buggy in the sky after coughing dryly. But before Kaido could say anything harsh, he felt a terrifying energy brewing in Buggy's hands. A dazzling white gold light appeared in the sky, like the second sun in the world, which shocked people. This kind of move. Buggy, are you finally going to give it your all? Sengoku's eyes flashed, and he suddenly looked in the direction of the warship floating in midair. Whoa, 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 whoa. Kaido was also shocked by this terrifying momentum, and immediately said in a deep voice. Damn guy. Do you want to fight me hard? Come on, who am I Kaido of the beasts afraid of? Boom. While roaring, Kaido soared into the sky, Conqueror's Haki and high-level armament Haki around him gathered on the mace in their hands, and the sky turned red for a while. Rumbling immediately afterwards, countless huge thunderbolts fell and were drawn to the mace, and then Kaido held the mace and smashed it at Buggy without hesitation, and shouted loudly at the same time. The third generation hyphenation point Yin Naraku, fission shattering nuclear fusion flash. The eyes of Buggy above the sky were cold and stern, and he pushed the ball of light that was constantly rotating, fissioning, and merging forward. At the same time, Sengoku flashed back to the stern of the warship suspended in midair. The dragon in the distant sky thought Sengoku was about to retreat, so he didn't bother. But when Sengoku returned to the warship, he shouted in a low voice. We are working hard, it is the best time to come, ready to do it. Immediately, two indifferent responses came from the cabin. Clear. Zhang Sanshi, Yin Naraku, fission shattering nuclear fusion flash. Boom boom boom. As the two attacks collided in the sky, everyone originally thought that it would be another evenly matched situation, but the changes in the sky suddenly changed everyone's expressions. Scoff. Under everyone's shocked eyes, Kaido's attack of blue tyranny and thunder was smashed by the platinum beam of light bit by bit. Caw caw caw. Everyone didn't react at first, until the black cracks in the void around the energy junction. The masters who had to watch this battle couldn't help but gasped. The space is broken. This is not the effect of shock fruit. It was a real powerful attack that shattered the space. Can something like this be done? Two monsters. Boom. What? How can one with the sound of a shocking explosion in the sky? Kaido was instantly engulfed by the terrifying explosion before he could finish speaking. It was as if a third sun had lit up between the heavens and the earth. A huge exploding mushroom cloud with a diameter of 1,000 meters soared into the sky, and the dark cloud brought by the dragon was evaporated in an instant. The terrifying aftermath of the explosion combined with the re-falling sunlight in the sky made everyone feel like seeing heaven in hell. Woo woo woo. The airwaves from the aftermath of the explosion even blew all the trees off Punk Hazard's outer islands. This may not be enough to see the damage caused by this explosion. But soon, as the mushroom cloud dissipated, the sky became clear again. However, above the clear sky at this time, Kaido in the original dragon form was covered in blood, the blue dragon scales on his body were shattered, and half of the cone of his mace was ground flat. Hoo. Kaido gasped heavily. Buggy is actually not feeling well here, he is also panting rapidly. At the same time, the consumption of this wave is definitely much greater than that of dealing with Bullet. In particular, there was a high-intensity battle with Kaido and Sengoku for more than 10 minutes. You must know that these two are the top powerhouses in the world today. With people like them without interruption, Conqueror's Haki doesn't want money to be used indiscriminately, even if it is as strong as Buggy, it feels that Haki is a little short at this time. But if Kaido really fights him endlessly, the final winner will definitely be Buggy. But the result is not easy to say. If Sengoku is not here, he will do everything he can to keep Kaido here. It's a pity that there are too many top marines here. At the same time, Buggy also believed that Kaido would not be so stupid to fight him to the death for a guy. How could it be possible? After a few seconds, move as Buggy thought. After Kaido gasped violently for a while, he looked at the 170 mace with half of its sharp corners smoothed, looked solemnly at Buggy and said in a deep voice. You guy didn't use all your fruit abilities when you fought us before? The awakening of Chop Chop fruit is so scary. Whoa, this is me. If I switch to Sengoku, I may not be able to bear it. Very well, Godslayer, Buggy, you have won this battle. I, Kaido of the Beasts, would like to call you, Godslayer Buggy, the strongest. The position of the new emperor belongs to you. If you continue to fight, it will be a battle of life and death. The choice is yours. After hearing Kaido's words, not to mention Buggy, even the people watching the live broadcast around the world were shocked. Kaido lost? That Kaido of the beasts actually surrendered. Everyone is incredible. But soon they changed their minds. If Kaido does not admit defeat and really continues to fight, Marine is really not sure who will help. At that time, if Marine suddenly turns against him, then Kaido, who came here alone, will not be able to escape at all. You must know that if Marine turns against the water, it is impossible for Kaido in a weak state to escape the siege of everyone. As for running away, don't be kidding. Can Kizaru and Enel be as fast as they are? Ha ha ha. Hearing Kaido's words, Buggy laughed heartily, nodded immediately and said, Kaido, we don't have any conflict of interests, let it go as the best choice. I don't want to be caught by others. Do it. Before Buggy finished speaking, Sengoku's voice suddenly sounded. Swish swish swish. Almost instantly, 5 figures rushed towards Buggy at the same time. Among them, the 2 rays of light, one yellow and one blue, are Kizaru and Enel. The other 3 figures were Sengoku, and 2 figures with black wings on their backs. They were extremely fast and approached Buggy with only a few afterimages in the sky. Buggy, be careful. Long's figure flashed and stopped Sengoku directly. Dragon, you can stop me, but you can't stop them. Sengoku smiled meaningfully. What? Long turned around suspiciously. 8-foot mirror. Then Long saw that Kizaru used the 8-foot mirror to suddenly get rid of Enel's entanglement, and then surrounded Buggy in a triangle with the other 2 shadows. Laser Jade. Laser Jade. Laser Jade. Kizaru and the other 2 childish voices sounded almost simultaneously. Zzz. In the next moment, 3 lasers with terrifying power completely blocked Buggy's retreat from 3 directions. Kaido in the distant sky was also shocked when he saw this scene. Especially when he saw the 2 with black wings and the flames behind their heads, his whole body was shocked and exclaimed. How can this be? In the live broadcast, when the other 2 people with the black wings and the fire behind them shot, their appearance was completely displayed in front of everyone. 9 Snake Island. What? Impossible. That's my sister. No, no, no. Is that when my sister is young? When the Empress saw the little girl who had the same face as her when she was a child, she froze in place. If it wasn't for this little girl with wings on her back, a flame behind her back, and darker skin than her, she would really think that the other party is a replica of herself when she was a child. But even so, it is equivalent to twins. Then, what kind of monster is that? The Empress was shocked for a while before slowly uttering this sentence. Shaki and Rayleigh also widened their eyes in shock. Of course they had met Hancock when they were young, and it was the 2 of them who helped them return to 9 Snake Island when the 3 of them escaped from Mariajoy. It is precisely because they know what Hancock looked like when he was a child, they will have a feeling of shock. Can't say it's irrelevant, just say 3 of them are the same. They are all knowledgeable people. After a while, Rayleigh slowly uttered 2 words. Clone. For a while, the camp fell into a deathly silence. New World. Redhead territory. Hawkeye's hand holding the wine glass froze, and his sharp pupils also dilated in an instant, and he was speechless for a while, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Is it the world government? There are shadows in Shank's eyes, and he said in a cold tone. I really like playing with life. Ah. Beckman nodded slowly, with a dignified expression. Reminds me of North Blue's Germa 66, also a bunch of lunatics who clone humans. Ha. After a while, Hawkeye suddenly laughed. Shanks on the side looked at him worriedly and said. Hi. Mihawk, are you alright? Redhead, you said. Hawkeye paused and said, if I bring this kid here and teach him swordsmanship with my own hands, do you think he has the possibility to surpass me in the future? Hearing this, not only Shanks was dumbfounded, but even Lagilu, who had been gnawing on the piece of meat, was dumbfounded, and the meat in his mouth fell to the ground. I am super. I thought about it for a long time before I co-authored it with you. Is it because I was thinking about this question? Is this the spirit of the world's #1 swordsman? Shanks couldn't laugh or cry for a while, then gave Hawkeye a thumbs up and said. Mihawk, it's you. Ha 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 ha. At the end, Shanks laughed heartily. Beckman was laughing too. What is the world's greatest swordsman? That's it. Punk Hazard. Above the sky. Just when everyone thought that Buggy would succeed in a sneak attack by the 3 of them. A white gold mask instantly enveloped Buggy, and he just folded his arms and stared at Sengoku below indifferently. Sengoku was also stabbed by Buggy's cold eyes. Zzz chi 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 chi. Before he could react, Sengoku's pupils shrank suddenly. Although he counted Buggy's haki was not enough, it couldn't support him to use the future prediction. But he forgot about Buggy's abilities. Especially the Buggy abilities seem to be prioritized over Kizaru's lasers. This is bad. Seeing that the 3 terrifyingly powerful laser beams hit the 3-meter diameter platinum circle of light, the 3 golden laser beams began to be shattered little by little into dots of golden light that fell from the sky. For a moment, it was like golden rain falling from the sky. Sengoku, you Marines are trying to attack me over and over again. Buggy's indifferent voice began to echo in the sky, and in the next second he opened his hands and aimed at the 2 young boys and girls with wings on their backs. Now, I will accept these 2 blazing angels. Ah. Even the Pirate Queen, Boa Hancock, and the world's #1 swordsman, Dracule Mihawk, you all dare to clone. It has to be said that the courage of the world government is getting bigger and bigger. Tut tut. Now that you have cloned Shichibukai, it seems that it will not be long before the Shichibukai system will be cancelled by you. So the first time to cancel the Shichibukai should be to besiege and take down these Shichibukai first, right? Ha 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 ha, interesting, really interesting, Sengoku, world government, I'm looking forward to what you guys do next. Smash it. Chi-Chi. Following Buggy's words, 2 platinum beams of light shot out from his palm and hit the 2 boys and girls who were still laser-lasing in the blink of an eye. Be careful. Kizaru from afar said it was too late. Puff. Puff. As the 2 people were hit by Buggy's platinum beam of light, their bodies were directly torn apart under the horrified eyes of everyone, turning into countless square pieces. What's the situation? Let me go. Seeing the 2 seraphs being smashed into pieces, Sengoku looked startled, and before he could speak, he heard the screams of the 2. This scene surprised everyone even more. Could it be that the man who was broken into pieces is not dead yet? Why does this ability look familiar? Soon some people realized, isn't this the ability of the death surgeon Trafalgar Luo? Trafalgar Law, who was watching the live broadcast, suddenly shuddered, feeling as if he was being watched by someone. But when he saw this ability, he immediately thought of his op fruit ability. I have to say, it's really similar. Whizzing. With Buggy beckoning, the countless pieces that these 2 groups were split into floated to Buggy's side. Then, Buggy grinned at Sengoku and said, Sengoku, don't give me such an expensive gift next time. 2 clones with such talent. Tut tut to that, all I can say is, thank you Sengoku for the great gift. Ha 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 ha. Having said that, Buggy suddenly paused, looked down at Rob Lucci and others and laughed loudly. Brothers, thank you for saving my child. After hearing Buggy's words, Lucci and the others immediately remembered the scene of the Summit War, and everyone immediately understood. Then Khalifa, who was in the middle of the base, began to communicate with them through the phone bug, counting 1, 2, 3. Immediately afterwards, everyone picked up the loudspeaker bug and shouted. Sengoku's ingenious plan to secure the world, lost the angel and lost the army. Thank you Marshal Sengoku for the gift. Sengoku's ingenious plan to secure the world, lost the angel and lost the army. Thank you Marshal Sengoku for the gift. Sengoku's ingenious plan to secure the world, lost the angel and lost the army. Thank you Marshal Sengoku for the gift. Sengoku, who was battling the dragon in the distance, heard the sound of the loudspeaker bug spreading across the sky. His face turned blue and then red. If he hadn't restrained himself strongly, I'm afraid he would be so angry that he would vomit blood again. Clown Buggy. Sengoku gritted his teeth and roared. Give me back Seraphim, want to be? The corners of Buggy's mouth were raised, and the arc was extremely cold. His clasped hands were slowly pulled apart, and a white gold ball of light that was constantly rotating, fissioning, and converging appeared in his hands. Then give it to you for retirement. Sengoku beware. When Kizaru in the sky saw this scene, his pupils contracted suddenly. He never thought that Buggy would still have the strength to release the second one with this terrifying move. Although Kizaru shouted, his body didn't move at all. One is because Enel is already stalking him by his side, and the other is because he can't catch up fast enough. Laugh platinum light pierced through 1,000 meters and came to Sengoku in the blink of an eye. The dragon who was about to release another tornado in the distance suddenly stopped. Damn it. Sengoku also felt that Buggy locked himself with observation haki. If he can master the observation haki, maybe this move can be avoided. But for Buggy who can predict the future, he has no possibility of avoiding it. If you dodge forcibly, you may only suffer more serious injuries. I can only accept it hard. Sengoku, who has countless combat experiences, immediately made a decision. After a loud roar, his body suddenly turned into a golden giant Buddha tens of meters high, and then he clapped his palms at the same time. Bang bang. A huge golden beam of light with a diameter of more than 10 meters soared into the sky to meet Buggy's nuclear concentration flash move. Chi chi chi. However, Sengoku's attack power is no longer enough after repeated battles. At this time, the golden shock was quickly shattered in the face of this nuclear concentration flash. After breaking through the golden shockwave, the platinum golden light beam of core condensation flash hit Sengoku's body in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! The nuclear fusion flash flew the top of Sengoku to the sea hundreds of meters away, and then it exploded with a rumbling sound. In an instant, a huge orange-white mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and Sengoku was instantly engulfed by the explosion. Another tsunami hits the ocean, but this time the tsunami was already hundreds of meters high. Boom! Bullets seemed to have been prepared for a long time, and kicked Aokiji again towards the overwhelming tsunami. Ice Age. Aokiji is also helpless, he can only use his ability to freeze him. Otherwise, it would be even more troublesome to let Sengoku fall into the sea, because they are all capable people here. In a minute, the aftermath receded. Sengoku is the same as the previous Kaido, the golden giant Buddha has been stained red with blood, and his body is broken. The moment the aftermath of the explosion disappeared, Sengoku's ability disappeared and he fell directly on the ice. God Killer Buggy vs Marine Marshal Buddha's Sengoku, win. Sengoku messed it up. When Sengoku's shattered golden giant Buddha disappeared and fell from the sky and hit the ice, people watching the live broadcast all over the world were in an uproar. That man is Marine Admiral Sengoku of Buddha. Even in the eyes of ordinary people, this kind of existence is the strongest among Marines, yet they lost today. Still defeated by this sudden rise of pirates. You know, even after the Summit War, the latest bounty order of the Buggy pirates has not yet come down. Now on the arrest warrant, Buggy is still the one with a bounty of 15 million Baileys, the clown Buggy. It is not kill God's ear Buggy, which is recognized by the world at this time. I have to say that the current situation is very ironic. The clown Buggy, who offered a bounty of 15 million Bailey, first participated in the Summit War and rescued Ace from Fire Fist. Then beat Celestial Dragons again, captured Celestial Dragons, and executed Celestial Dragons today. All because of that clown Buggy with a bounty of only 15 million Baileys. It is precisely because the arrest warrant has not been released yet, so even after watching the live broadcast of Summit War, the members of the original Buggy pirates still can't believe that the man who was invincible in Summit War turned out to be their former captain, Buggy the Clown. Even Alvida, who has become extremely juicy now, fell into a state of sluggishness and self-doubt after watching the live broadcast of Summit War. It can be said that today's Alvida is the strongest member of the former Buggy pirates. Just when everyone was taking her as the lead, asking her to make up her mind, and asking her if she wanted to find her own captain, they heard the news that Buggy beat up and captured Celestial Dragons. As soon as this news came out, the entire original Buggy pirates were completely stunned. For a while, many people in the pirate group retreated and chose not to look for Buggy. Many crew members chose to run away, and only Alvida, Buggy, Mochi the animal trainer, the fat lion, and a few more loyal little guys remained. In this way, the group of them followed Buggy's footsteps to the Fishmen Island as soon as they gritted their teeth. They finally came to the Fishmen Island after a narrow escape, and they heard the news that the Fishmen Island has become the territory of the Buggy pirates. If it weren't for the eye-catching clown skull logo on the Fishmen Island, they wouldn't believe what they saw. Just when they were about to go to inquire about the whereabouts of their captain, they heard the Murlocs and Merfolk saying that the second live broadcast of Mr. Buggy was going on in Geelong Cod Plaza. Excited, the group of them rushed to Geelong Cod Square excitedly, and heard the news that their captain was going to execute the dragon opener. Alvida was completely numb. Not to mention the bizarre adventures of Buggy, a former member of the pirates, back to Punk Hazard. After Sengoku's defeat, Kizaru, Aokiji, and Akainu Triple Admiral broke away from the battle almost simultaneously and flew towards Sengoku. Although Fujitora and the Green Bull also broke away from the battle, they did not follow, but were wary of Buggy, the dragon, and Kaido who turned into a dragon in the sky. They were worried that these ruthless people would take advantage of this and beat Sengoku to death together. In this case, their marine and world government will suffer a huge loss. With a leader of the Revolutionary Army over there, Fujitora and Green Bull felt that it was not impossible for such a thing to happen. If they were the leaders of the Revolutionary Army, they would naturally want the world government to have as little power as possible. As for Kizaru, Akainu and Aokiji, they are not worried at all. Even if Buggy and Kaido were to team up to kill Sengoku, the dragon would not allow it. Unless he wants to be fisted by his old man, in their view, no one in this world would want to trade Garp's iron fist. Especially Long, who was raised by Garp since he was a child. Dare to kill you, Uncle Sengoku? Tomorrow Garp will carry a knife all over the world to find trouble with dragons. Of course, none of Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji would tell Fujitora and Midori about this kind of thing. Compared to what the three of them knew, Buggy knew better. So he ignored Kaido's hints at all, and he didn't try to force the dragon, but thinking about it this way, the place still needs to be full. Immediately, Buggy turned into a white gold streamer, and in the blink of an eye, he came across the sky above Fujitora and the Green Bull. He looked at the two indifferently and said, "Either you guys get lost now, or it's okay to trade Sengoku's life for those two seraphs." Having said that, Buggy suddenly laughed. The clown makeup is so rampant. It just occurred to me that I could also team up with Kaido. How about it? Oh, I forgot, I also have a leader of the Revolutionary Army, along here. How? Continue to fight the pain. Being output by Buggy so close to the face, neither Fujitora nor Green Bull looked very good. But when they saw Jabba, Bullet, Enel, Crocodile, Duolingo, San Juan Wolf gathering behind Buggy, as well as Jinbei and Sunbel staring at them in the sea, they opened their arms and wanted to release to the mouth of the harsh words was immediately closed. It's better not to rush too much at this time. Otherwise, the two of them really couldn't stop the beating of the group of guys in front of them. It has to be said that the current strength of the Buggy pirates is simply terrifying. Hitting is impossible. If there is another fight, if Buggy joins forces with Kaido, it will really end badly. For pirates, as long as the interests are the same, they can join forces. As Marines, they know this best. Blue blue blue. At this moment, the phone on the warship rang. Kizaru thought about it and walked over to answer it. He said in a calm voice, "Masi Masi, Kizaru, you useless bastards, you must bring Seraphim back to me." J. Golucia Satan, one of the 5 elders, growled on the other end of the phone. However, before Kizaru could speak, Buggy's voice came through the speakerphone bug. "A blazing angel? Yes, trade Sengoku's life. Of course, the heads of your 5 elders are not bad either. Anyway, killing a celestial dragons is killing a 5 elders is killing, no difference." Ha 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 ha. Buggy the clown. You are looking for death. A mere low-level pirate is so presumptuous. J. Golucia Satanson rants through the phone bug. Buggy could even hear the other 4 old men shouting and slamming wine bottles on the opposite side of the phone bug. Thinking of this, the corners of Buggy's mouth curled up. He decided to give these old men more strength, and immediately said with a sneer, "Where are you 5 old guys getting advanced? Aren't your knees so soft?" As soon as Buggy's words came out, it was like a silence technique. J. Golucia Satan, who was still roaring before, suddenly fell silent, and even the opposite side of the phone bug was completely dead. Click. A second later, the phone bug hung up directly. Kizaru holding the phone bug didn't expect 5 elders to hang up the phone before he had time to ask. Is it because of that man? What did he say that actually made 5 elders not even pursue the ownership of Seraphim, and hung up the phone in fright? How is this possible? It can be said that in Marine, apart from Sengoku, Kizaru knows the 5 elders best. Although these 5 old guys don't have the stupid aura of celestial dragons, they are still aloof and don't take anyone seriously. Even Sengoku, the marshal of the Marine, is nothing more than a dog in their eyes. That's why Garp disdains being admiral. In fact, the 3 of them admired Garp very much. It was precisely because Kizaru knew these 5 old men that he was shocked. He could clearly feel that the 5 old men were frightened by a certain sentence of Buggy, and they were so frightened that they didn't even dare to make a sound and hung up the phone. "Paluzolino, let's go." At this moment, Sengoku's slightly weak voice sounded from behind. After Kizaru and Sengoku glanced at each other, both of them saw the shock and disbelief in the other's eyes. Aokiji and Akainu on the side also saw some problems, but they didn't ask at this time. "Yishao, Wangmu, let's go back." Aokiji directly greeted Fujitora and Green Bull, who were confronting the Buggy pirates. "Alright, here we come. Aramaki has long wanted to yo-yo. There is no way, not only is there a fruit ability that can restrain him, but the other party's fruit is the same as his own, and he has completed the fruit awakening. If the fight continues like this, I'm afraid it will be bad. Especially if the opponent chooses to keep Admiral. Aramu firmly believes that Buggy and the others will never keep Sengoku, but themselves. To some extent, I am much easier to solve than Sengoku. Especially with the cooperation of Crocodile, if they swarm up, they will die. Therefore, when Fujitora asked him to stay behind, Araki was very reluctant. Although he didn't say anything, he thought Fujitora, the blind man, wouldn't notice the displeasure on his face. But Aramu didn't know that Fujitora's knowledge can distinguish other people's emotions, and by distinguishing other people's emotions, he can get the general thoughts of the other party. Therefore, just this small detail made Fujitora dislike Aramu. This kind of dislike will gradually turn into disgust as time goes by. Being targeted by a man like Fujitora, it can only be said that Araki's fate will not be very good. When Aramu hurriedly sat on his red flower and drifted away, Fujitora nodded slightly at him under the astonished eyes of Buggy and others, showing a kind smile. Mr. Buggy, you have an amazing dream, and I admire you very much. After finishing speaking, he turned around and steered the warship away from Punk Hazard. Buggy didn't speak, but watched Fujitora and the others leave. At the end of his sight, he could vaguely see some unfrozen waves. After this battle, Punk Hazard completely collapsed the outer island. And a frozen ocean and a scorching magma lake formed within a radius of tens of miles of Punk Hazard. Two diametrically opposed temperatures, one freezing and one hot, have changed the climate of the entire Punk Hazard. Wait. There's one more thing I forgot. Just when Fujitora and the others flew 1 kilometer away and half of Kaido's body was already submerged in the clouds, Buggy's voice stunned them for a moment. Do you still want to fight? This time, your Buggy has taken advantage of it. Is it possible that you still want to make an inch of it? Not only Kaido and Fujitora were puzzled, but even the people watching the live broadcast all over the world were stunned. The most worrying thing is that at this time, the Murlocs. Alvida and his team watched the live broadcast on the island. Ah. Captain Buggy, why are you calling stop? Wouldn't it be better to let those monsters go away quickly? My god, what the hell is Captain Buggy thinking? I can't keep up with his train of thought. Shut up. Alvida also feels a lot of pressure, and now Buggy's every move makes her completely unpredictable. Rubbing her forehead, she sighed softly and could only watch silently. 9 Snake Island. The Empress, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, bit her thumb tightly again, and then couldn't help asking Genshi. Sister Shaki. Why did you ask him to let Sengoku and the others stay? They finally decided to retreat. Really, this is too dangerous. Shaki was taken aback when he heard the words, and then looked at the Empress with a half smile, until she blushed and turned her head away, then she shook her head and said. Who knows? No one can guess what Buggy Boy thinks, Hancock. But you don't have to worry about safety, he's a Godslayer Buggy, that counts every 10 moves. After hearing the words, the Empress felt slightly relieved, but her lake blue eyes were still staring at the live broadcast screen. At this time, Fujitora also stopped flying. Kaido above the sky got out of the clouds again, and poked out his curious dragon head. On the warship, Kizaru nodded at Fujitora and said. I'll go there anyway. Good. Fujitora also understood Kizaru's meaning, Jia Yuan's fast speed can minimize the risk. Whoosh in the next moment, Kizaru turned into a golden light and flew out of the warship towards Buggy and the others. Excuse me. What else can you do? Kizaru looked at Buggy warily. Buggy didn't care, and waved his hand. Just deal with some troubles. After thinking about it, it is most appropriate for you Marines to handle these matters. It has something to do with the G5 base, you can check the rest by yourself. While talking, a boat carrying a group of huge children was wrapped in a layer of seawater and flew towards them. Seeing this scene, Kizaru's face was full of astonishment. Giant core experiment, don't tell me you don't know. Buggy shrugged and said. The children we met on this island before were all abducted by human traffickers for experiments. They reported to your Marines G5 base but there was no news. The internal situation, you handle it yourself. I can't be bothered, by the way, call Mr. Fujitora, he is more suitable for handling. Kizaru looked at the children who had become taller than him, and a gloomy and angry look appeared on his wretched face. Fujitora, who has been watching them from a distance, now has an angry look on his kind face. But he knew that this was not the time for an attack. Now it's live broadcasting around the world. Gritting his teeth, Fujitora controlled the warship carrying the child with the fruit of gravity, then he bowed deeply to Buggy and said. Thank you, Mr. Buggy, for your trust in our Marine. We will definitely punish such evil deeds. As Marine's alternate admiral, I sincerely apologize for this. I'm sorry. Kizaru on the side sighed with a complicated expression, and finally said nothing, turned into a golden light and returned to the warship. Fujitora is also steering the boat full of children away. It's just that everyone looking at his back at this time feels that Fujitora's body is a bit slumped compared to before, especially when those big boys in the history of ships are rushing towards Zhongji. When the hand yells, thanks Uncle Buggy, roar. A dragon chant sounded from the sky, and the huge blue dragon disappeared into the clouds, and the figures of the Marine admirals also completely disappeared into the sky. In a world where people feel a little unreal, the Battle of Punk Hazard, later known as the Battle of the Godslayers and the King of Kings, came to an end. The final victor is still that legendary man. He used to be called Buggy the Clown. Later people called him the Clown King. Now a new era has opened because of him. Today, after God Hiruzen, the wind has blown, helping to ignite the flames in the hearts of all beings. Regardless of whether the world government approves it or not, from now on this man will bear that weighty title, Godslayer. Although it was Buggy who won the victory this time, they even intercepted 2 seraphs from the world government. But Buggy understands that the world government and Marine have lost a lot this time, and sooner or later they will find a chance to get back this place. It's just that at that time, it should be Akainu, Kizaru, Fujitora and Green Bull's world, but I don't know if Aokiji will leave. However, there is Garp in Marine, who is the pinnacle of Dingai, so there is no need to worry about combat power. As for Kaido, this beam has already been formed. How could it be possible that because he said that he won halfway, calling himself the strongest 4 emperors, he would be able to get over it? Even if Kaido is willing to expose the past, Buggy will not agree. Since in the end he is going to face Kaido no matter what, why not take Wano Kuni as early as possible, and then completely change the plot to gain stronger power? But before that, he has to go to Dressrosa first, and get rid of Doflamingo first. If this is the case, it is another point of changing the plot. Oh, and there's Zephyr too. In the theatrical version, it should be considered one of the plots, right? Looking at the admirals in Marine who left, Buggy was already paving the way for the next thing in his heart. It wasn't until Kaido and Marine left completely that Buggy turned his attention to the location of the live phone bug in the rear, smiled slightly at the camera and said, "Everyone, how do you feel about today's live broadcast? Now the live broadcast has come to an end. Finally, I'm advertising myself one more time. If you want to join the members of the Buggy Pirates, after you come to New World and see the world's largest dreaded spinnaker, it will be my temporary base." So that's the end of today's live broadcast. Friends from all over the world who have never met, the mountains will not change, the water will not change, the green mountains will not change, the green water will flow forever, and there will be a period in the future. Looks forward to our next meeting. As he said that, a rebellious smile appeared on the Buggy clown's makeup, and the last few seconds of the camera were fixed on the mad headless corpse at the top of the pyramid. It wasn't until a few seconds later that the live broadcast screen completely dimmed. The last headless corpse dressed in celestial dragons seems to tell the world, "Everything you see and hear today is true. Please believe your eyes. You have witnessed the fall of the god. Many people understand that something will be different after today." The god, above the head, was publicly executed, and many people quietly ignited a spark in their hearts. Return to the underground base on Punk Hazard Island. At this time, Geisa has completely become a good baby. When facing Buggy and others, he keeps smiling all the time, just like the devil fruit he made. Buggy didn't bother to pay attention to Guy at this time. After all, he is not needed for the time being. Immediately, he came to sit down on a high-backed chair in the center of the hall. Seeing everyone staring at the 2 disintegrated pieces in front of him with surprised eyes, he couldn't help but smiled and said, "Not only are you curious, but I am also very puzzled about the situation of these 2 guys." Snapped. As Buggy clapped his hands, he thought about it. The 2 Seraphim Snake Girls and Seraphim Eagles, who were broken into countless pieces, returned to their original state after breathing. Nourish. Base. Almost at the same time when they had just returned to their original shape, the Snake Girl and the Eagle drew out the long crossknife while preparing the laser. Snapped. Seeing their appearance, Buggy snapped his fingers. Crash one then, under the amazed eyes of everyone, the 2 turned into a large pile of pieces in the blink of an eye. Buggy stared at the pile of body fragments, frowned and said, "Are you tools without self-awareness, or are you self-aware but controlled? I need to know what's going on with the 2 of you at this time. If you are really not afraid of death and don't want to survive in this world, then I can kill you directly. Anyway, my team is more than one of you, and one of you is not less." Having said that, Buggy paused, then said indifferently, "Okay, tell me now, if you are controlled and want to get rid of it, you can deduct 1, well, just raise your index finger, otherwise I will deal with you directly." Straight to the point, Buggy can't be bothered to chat with these 2 guys. In the previous life, I also knew that Seraphim was created by Vegapunk and cloned by Shichibukai. It was hinted in the previous life that the highest command authority of the Seraphim is in the hands of the 5 elders, followed by Vegapunk and his clone, and finally by themselves. The reason why these seraphs are so obedient is that a chip was implanted in their bodies. Through this chip, they can analyze the strength of most people and pirates. These chips were originally intended for pacifists. Even 2 years after the original plot, Luffy is still easily recognized by pacifists in disguise. This kind of scanning ability, which is comparable to knowledge and knowledge, is simply heaven-defying. I have to say that Vegapunk's technology may even be more than 500 times ahead of the times. For things like chips, for this age of sailing that is still bombarded with flintlock guns and gunpowder shells, it can be called a product of heaven-defying black technology. No wonder 5 elders hung up the phone so decisively in the end. In their view, although Buggy is very strong, at most he is just a stronger rotten fish and rotten shrimp pirate. If you want to crack the secret of Seraphim, no one but Vegapunk can do it. Not to mention taking out the chips in their minds. If this thing is not careful, it may directly make these 2 seraphs brainless. But 5 elders never thought that this chopped fruit of Buggy can not only strip the devil fruit from the human body, but also can strip anything from the human body as long as he wants. Just when Buggy was thinking about this, Seraph Snake and Seraph Eagle raised an index finger at the same time. Seeing this scene, Buggy also understood. It seems that world government, no, it should be said that Vegapunk has been completely successful. Humans can really be cloned. If that's the case, Marine doesn't have to worry about not having a master in the future. Sure enough, regardless of whether it is a clone or not, as long as you are a human being, you are born with a heart that yearns for freedom. The human weapon of the world government yearns for freedom, interesting. Ha 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 ha, since you want to be free, then I will set you free. Buggy got up and walked directly in front of the 2, opened his arms and smiled at the 2. As long as your consciousness does not resist and your body does not struggle, you will soon be able to obtain the freedom you want, so let's start. Seraphim Snake and Eagle looked at each other and then closed their eyes without making any unnecessary movements. Seeing this, Buggy showed a touch of interest. It seems that the previous Stussy should be the first experimental product of the Seraphim, but after she was successfully copied, she killed everyone in the experimental base. Buggy wondered how wonderful Stussy's expression would be when he saw the 2 seraphs. Because to some extent, these 2 seraphs are still her kind. Seeing these 2 children trained as weapons in the world, Stussy will definitely think of himself. Things hurt their kind. Buggy reckoned that it wouldn't be long before this woman came to her door. Split and strip. Chi-chi, as Buggy's low voice resounded in the hall, 2 platinum rays of light appeared not far from Buggy and turned into 2 2-meter platinum light curtains. Then, Buggy pushed with both hands, pushing the 2 platinum light curtains towards Seraphim Snake and Eagle in front. Buzz. Buzz. Soon, the 2 of them were surrounded by a platinum light curtain. Buggy clasped his hands tightly, his eyes glowed with platinum, and he looked at the 2 people in the distance and let out a low voice again. Split and strip. Pooh. Pooh. In the next second, the 2 human-shaped platinum light clusters were stripped from the bodies of the 2 of them, and at the same time, a metal block suspended in the brain of the human-shaped platinum light was also stripped out. Whizzing immediately, following Buggy's stretched hand, the 2 pieces floated over and landed on him. Looking at the densely packed circuit lines and various precision machinery such as various microcircuits and small integrated circuits, Buggy couldn't help but marvel at the awesomeness of Vegapunk again. Making this kind of thing in this era is as difficult as cultivating immortals and ascending in the age of desolation. You can open your eyes and feel the breath of freedom. Buggy tossed the 2 chips in his hand, looked at Snake and Eagle, and smiled. Swish. Swish. Almost at the same time, the Snake Girl and the Eagle opened their eyes at the same time, and an orange-red flame flashed between the eyes. Then the immature faces of the 2 were full of shock. How can it be? Snake Girl, I can't feel the existence of the chip anymore. How about you? I don't seem to be able to feel the order buzzing in my head anymore. So, are we really free? In the end, both of them looked at Buggy in disbelief, as if they wanted to confirm whether they were in an illusion. Buggy tossed the 2 chips in his hand and sighed. Here, something stripped from your brains. Don't look at them that way. Although this thing controls you, it is just a piece of machinery, and it is the most high-end product of this era. I cannot let you destroy it at will. The function of this thing is not limited to human beings. If it is put on a machine, it is likely that human civilization will directly span hundreds of years of development. That's amazing, Vegapunk. Snake Girl and Eagle were also thoughtful at this time, especially when they heard Vegapunk. Their expressions were quite complicated. Logically speaking, Vegapunk is actually their father. After all, he cloned them and brought them up. But he put chips in the brains of people like himself, so that they became his subordinates instead of tools of world government subordinates, which made the 2 people's feelings for them very complicated. Perhaps for Vegapunk, they are just a tool for cloning after all. Seemingly seeing what they were thinking, Buggy smiled and said, "You are not cloned tools. Perhaps it is not accurate to describe you as clones. It should be said that you are the new life created by Vegapunk. Each of you is a unique race in this world. Do you understand what I mean?" It has to be said that Buggy's little chicken soup shocked the 2 little guys, and they looked at Buggy with hope in their eyes. "We're not clones. How is that possible?" "Yeah, it's not what you said, we were cloned. Also, we do have the traits of the other two Shichibukai. Mr. Buggy, don't lie to us, and don't comfort us. Hearing these words, the others were very surprised. They didn't expect that these two people looked like children, but their wisdom was beyond ordinary people. It's not deception. How about it? I will explain it to you carefully and you will understand what I mean. Buggy pointed to the wings behind them and the flame in the center of the wings and said, although you have the unique cells of other Shichibukai, their cells are not the only ones in your body. The pair of wings and the flame behind you, if I see it right, should be the symbol of the legendary Lunaria clan. Oh, by the way, and your white hair feature. As for the cells of which race you still have in your body, I can't tell now. But what is certain from this point is that you are the most outstanding life created by Vegapunk by combining the excellent genes of some excellent races. Therefore, I say that each of you is the most unique existence in the world. After I take these two chips out of your minds, you will no longer be seraphs, weapons in the world, and tools of the world government. The sea is extremely vast, nothing can hold it, so what is it just the two of you? From now on, you are free. Free? As soon as Buggy said this, both Snake Girl and Eagle froze in place, tears slipping down from their eyes unconsciously. At this moment, they saw the smile on each other's faces. That's a free smile. After dealing with Snake and Eagle, Buggy started to move the base. With his ability, soon all the materials of Punk Hazard's scientific research base were relocated to the Devil's Spinnaker. Then through Blue Nose Space Gate, the Devil's Triangle sail came to the New World from the Devil's Triangle Sea area of the Grand Line. This island-like world's largest sailing ship became a temporary base for the Buggy Pirates. It is worth mentioning that Moria joined the Buggy Pirates decisively after the execution of Celestial Dragons. Snake and Eagle also expressed their desire to stay and repay Buggy's kindness. Buggy was very happy about this, and specially asked Jabba and Bullet to start teaching them how to use hockey. This made Enel extremely happy, and finally there were two newcomers who were not as good as him in terms of air. Enel, who originally wanted to be a teacher, was horrified to find that these two little guys had directly mastered armament hockey and observation hockey on the second day of. Such a terrifying speed shocked everyone in the Buggy Pirates. Only then did they remember what Buggy had said before. You are the most outstanding life created by Vegapunk combining the excellent genes of all races. Oh, most outstanding life. Really awesome. The next day, on Buggy's way to Dressrosa, the bounties for their pirate group finally came out. Seeing the appalling amount of reward offered by the entire pirate group, Moria and others who joined later were amazed and speechless. This is definitely one of the pirate groups with the highest total bounty ever. 1. Godslayer, Buggy 4.9 billion. 2. Armed God, Copper Jabba 2.8 billion. 3. Successor of the Ghost, Blood Dragon Bullet 2.5 billion. 4. God's Enel 2.3 billion. 5. Fallen Angel Duolingo 2 billion. 6. King of the Desert Crocodile, 1.9 billion. 7. Optimus Prime San Juan, Dire Wolf 1.2 billion. 8. Murloc Karate Master, Sunbell 1.1 billion. 9. Hai Shah, Jinbei 1 billion. 10. Rob Lucci 400 million. 11. Gate of Space Bluno 400 million. 12. Dire Wolf, Jabra 175 million. 13. Fashi, Snuggle 150 million. 14. Secretary, Khalifa 120 million. 15. Beheading, Mr. 1100 million. New World Sea Emperor Godslayer Buggy Pirates. Total reward amount 20.9 billion Baileys. The night the Punk Hazard battle ended. The top floor of Dread Spinnaker Castle has become Buggy's exclusive room. The entire top floor belongs to him. Lying on the deck chair on the large balcony, Buggy is looking up at the sky and enjoying a moment of leisure time. Ding! At this moment, the familiar panel prompt sounded in my ears. This startled Buggy and jumped up from the recliner suddenly. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the plot change, again, making the plot of Punk Hazard completely cheap, and at the same time shifting Kaido's hatred line and successfully changing the entire plot in the next 10. Reward. Self Smash, smash the self, turning the body into countless dust molecules. It is difficult for ordinary energy enemies to attack the entity. Hiss. After feeling the specific information and usage of this ability, Buggy couldn't help sucking in the salty sea breeze. Isn't this the elementalization of Logia? Good guy. Chopped fruit can also be developed in this direction, which is true that I did not expect. But this ability to do the opposite is really interesting. Now that you can crush others, is it normal to crush yourself? Smashing the enemy can make the enemy lose combat effectiveness quickly, so what about crushing yourself? Can the ability still be used? Try it out when you think about it. Self-shattering. Buggy muttered a sentence in his heart, and then he saw his body slowly disintegrate from his feet, turning into countless tiny pieces and floating up. This is the result of his deliberate control. Until it was smashed to the point that only his head was left, he could still use other fruit abilities. When using the Devil Fruit ability and shattering magic, he doesn't need to materialize. Even if he shatters himself into countless pieces, he can still use it. And it can also make these broken pieces of the body separate, fly in the sky and be able to form various shapes at will, which is quite ghostly. But practical is really practical. As long as he smashes himself to the size of dust, even if his body is scattered, he can still use of his fruit abilities. The shattered body cannot be too far away from itself, otherwise the ability cannot be used. Even if a part of the body is too far away, at least within a few kilometers, the main body can still clearly locate the whereabouts of the other part of the body. Buggy was immediately satisfied with this. No matter how stupid he is, it is impossible for him to split himself into countless pieces during the battle, unless it is almost the same when he is running for his life. But as far as it is concerned, there is no guy in this sea who can make him scatter for his life. Maybe the guy sitting on the throne of the sky has this possibility, but Buggy wouldn't be so stupid as to touch his brow now. After he has almost changed the known plotline, he believes that his ability will make a huge leap forward. The ability of self-shattering is very convenient when using the fruit ability, but when using hockey, the body must be solidified, otherwise the power cannot be used. If the enemy attacks him at this time, Buggy can still use self-smash immediately to achieve an effect similar to elementalization. This ability is very pervert. It can be said that the current Buggy is no different from Logia. It can only be said that after he obtained the Gildart's template, Chop Chop Fruit has more development possibilities. If not, it would be impossible for Buggy to develop the nuclear fusion-like attack, Nuclear Fusion Flash, so quickly. Inspired by the ability of self-smash, Buggy has a new idea about the fruit. Since even the self can be shattered, is it possible to shatter the space, and then create a different space of its own? Something like a space ring. Then it goes deeper, and with the help of the ability to smash the space, the smashing ability of the attack moves is stronger, and the power of the moves is even greater. Or in other words, integrate the smashing magic of Gildart's template, and the splitting ability of Chop Chop Fruit Awakening into the 6 styles. Make every attack of him shatter. At that time, when paired with Armament Hockey and Batang, the power of the moves may reach an even more terrifying level. Of course, these are just Buggy's personal thoughts at the moment. All ideas have to be obtained through high-intensity training. Buggy has a lot of experience in this. After all, his current strength is all the result of his own hard work. Soon, Buggy fell asleep while pondering the use of the fusion of the fruit ability and the 6 moves. Buggy slept peacefully that night, but everywhere in the world, it's bound to be a sleepless night. The follow-up impact of Punk Hazard's live broadcast is still continuing to ferment. This fermentation lasted for one night. Until the bounties for all members of the Buggy Pirates came out the next day, the world was shocked. The leading Buggy is eye-catching. His title is, New 4 Emperors Godslayer Buggy. In the photo, Buggy stands above the sky, bathed in platinum light behind him, with his hands in his pockets. Only half of the eye-catching clown makeup is revealed in the photo, and the corners of his red mouth are slightly raised, showing his rebelliousness and wanton arrogance. The other half of the face is hidden in the shadows. At the bottom of the photo, half of the top of the pyramid is exposed, and there is a cross below the spire. You can vaguely see a figure on the cross, but you can't see the appearance and figure clearly. When he saw this bounty notice, Buggy couldn't help laughing out loud, saying that Morgan's photography skills are really good. Next time, I will let this guy be my royal photographer. In fact, the photos of other people in his pirate group are not bad, and Buggy is very satisfied with it. What is more satisfying is his bounty. With his strength just revealed now, and Punk Hazard beating Kaido and Sengoku, there is no problem with this bounty. After all, Baisho Kaido should be the 4 emperors with the highest bounty so far, reaching 4.6111 billion. And I suppressed Kaido and defeated Sengoku, so the bounty of 4.999999 billion is reasonable, right? You must know that the current reward amount of Shanks is only 4,048.9 million. Judging from the amount of bounty offered, the world government should want to promote itself to the highest point, and it should be a kind of flattery to let him, a guy who has just started, become the existence with the highest bounty among the 4 emperors. So that the follow-up world government can carry out their planning. But Buggy doesn't care about that. Whether it is 4.9 billion or 5 billion. His strength will only get stronger and stronger. The speed at which he progresses is beyond the imagination of the world government. It is said that after the Punk Hazard incident, the ability of self-smash, equivalent to the elementalization of Logia that he obtained, has increased his strength by another bar. Their strength has reached their level, even if it is only a small improvement, it is quite impressive. Moreover, Buggy's budget is directed towards the direction of his own strength improvement. It takes about 10 days to go to Dressrosa from Punk Hazard, especially the horror spinnaker should be slower. Just use this short time to consolidate your practice of 6 style Grandmaster body skills. Also need to teach the new Seraphim Snake and Seraph Eagle on the ship, as well as the Moria guys hockey practice. Oh no, thinking of the 3 of them, Buggy thought of Robin, Khalifa and Shirahoshi. 2 of these 3 guys should be handed over to Jabba and the others to teach them. As for Snake Girl, Robin, Shirahoshi and Khalifa, he is the most reassuring to teach them. Absolutely not self-serving. Then, under Jabba's resentful eyes, Buggy took the 4 girls to another uninhabited Boeing Islands to start hockey and taijutsu practice. At this time, the outside world was completely in shock. The Fishmen Island. Alvida, a former member of the Buggy Pirates, woke up the next day, seeing the Fishmen Island. Both adults and children were excitedly holding 10 arrest warrants and cheering loudly. They also excitedly took a reward order to watch. After seeing the bounties of everyone on the bounty order, even the confident Alvida was a little at a loss at this time. You must know that among these bounty rewards, many bounty leaders add up to more than their entire pirate group. How does this thing compare? Are they really going to find their own Captain Buggy? What if you find him? They are too weak. Not even the secretary with the lowest bounty and the weakest under Captain Buggy. You must know that today's news has made an emphatic introduction to the members of the Buggy Pirates. Even this secretary named Khalifa is also a former CP9 elite agent and a demon fruit power. Such a woman has already made them feel beyond their reach, let alone those above. After Alvida and others were silent for a while, she finally made the decision to find Buggy. After all, it's all here. Meanwhile, Hydra Island. Master Snake. Master Snake. Look, today there is news about Mrs. Buggy and the others. The Empress, who was eating breakfast leisurely, showed displeasure at first when she heard the loud shouts from her subordinates, but she immediately beamed with joy after hearing the following sentence. Hurry up and show it to the I family, in a minute. Hiss. The Empress took a breath, stared at the reward order in Buggy's hand for a few minutes, and then sighed. As expected of that man, he has indeed become the new 4 emperors. It's just that he doesn't seem to have his own territory yet. Having said that, the Empress seemed to think of something, and suddenly turned her head to look at Shaki, who was on the side, and said, Sister Shaki. It's impolite. You have to call Master Shaki, or Grandma Gij. Granny Z on the side corrected loudly, stomping on her crutches. Boom. The Empress kicked Grandma Z out of the palace without hesitation, and then scolded. The guy who relies on the old to sell the old can't speak at all. That is. Shaki was also filled with righteous indignation. Why would she be called mother-in-law when she gets old? The old woman really wants to be beaten. Hancock, you did a good job. By the way, what did you want to ask? When the Empress heard this, she immediately became a little ashamed, but after a moment of hesitation, she continued to ask. Sister Shaki, you said that man has become the new 4 emperors, what about his power? Could it be that he's really going to take over Whitebeard's power? I remember he seemed to say in the Summit War that he will take over Whitebeard's forces in the future. It turns out that our little Hancock asked me to stay and play for a few more days to ask about these things. After Shaki propped her chin up and made fun of the Empress, she thought for a while and shook her head and said. Buggy was just a joke back then at Summit War. As far as I know about Buggy Boy, under normal circumstances he will not occupy Whitebeard's forces. After all, Marco and Ace are there now. They used to be comrades in the Summit War. No matter what, it is impossible to fight over this kind of thing. Of course, if it is someone else it is possible. But Buggy Boy is not that kind of person, and he doesn't bother to snatch the territory of a group of juniors. B. The Empress listened very seriously, and immediately asked. Unless what? His Shaki took a deep breath, and said with deep meaning. Unless Margao and Ace can't hold on to the territory and ask him for help, or if the territory is robbed, he will go and grab it back. New World. When the major supernovas got today's newspaper and the reward order, everyone was silent. They hadn't clearly felt the gap between them and the 4 emperors before. After all, the 3-4 emperors groups, Red-Haired Shanks, Bigmom, and Baisho Kaido, have been famous for a long time, and almost no one would inquire about the amount of rewards offered by their entire group. Therefore, their knowledge of 4 emperors is not comprehensive. But today, after the world government issued a bounty for all members of the Buggy 4 emperors group, Kid, Trafalgar Law, Hawkins and other supernovas had a concept. Especially is the huge bounty of 4.999999 billion, which makes them feel like a moat. How terrifying is the amount of reward that this level of strength must achieve in order to achieve it? In fact, they already knew the answer to this question. As long as beats Kaido, defeats Sengoku, just can be obtained. But it's the fact of showing off the horses that made the supernovas even more shocked. Hey, the total bounty is 20.9 billion belly. Don't be too outrageous, hey. Is this the strength of the strongest group of 4 emperors in the New World? It's terrible. Come to New World to challenge the 4 emperors, or join the 4 emperors. So, what should we do? Join if we can't beat it. Obviously joining is the best choice, right? You also saw yesterday's battle, that Baishu Kaido said that Godslayer Buggy is the strongest 4 emperors. And today's bounty also proves this point. What else can you do? No way. No one wants to challenge Godslayer Buggy, right? As expected of you, Godslayer Buggy. You have done something that labor and management dare not do. Is the new emperor going to rule the world? Let's go berserk. Thieves, ha 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 ha. While all the supernovas were still marveling at the terrifying power of the Buggy 4 emperors, another underwater submarine appeared in Punk Hazard. Looking at the devastated Punk Hazard, the man with the long knife on his shoulder let out a long sigh. Captain, what shall we do now? This man is one of the supernovas, Trafalgar Law. Facing the group of younger brothers, Luo took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Everyone, you should also know that my long-cherished wish is to kill that man. Originally, Gaiso was part of our plan. But now that guy should already be in the hands of the new 4 emperors Godslayer, Buggy, so I have a new idea. Having said that, he paused, looked directly at the expectant eyes of the crew and said. I want to join Buggy 4 emperors group. First, if he can agree to my conditions, I will really join them. If he doesn't bother to make a deal with this little guy like me, then I'll quit the Buggy 4 emperors group at that time. When that time comes, I will look for you again. Sorry everyone, I made a willful decision. After hearing Luo's words, everyone fell silent. They didn't expect their captain to make such a decision. Quit if you don't agree to the conditions. Is the 4 emperors group going forward when they say it, and retreating when they say it? At that time, with the strength of the Buggy 4 emperors regiment, whether or not the captain is alive or not is one thing. So, now the captain is cutting with them, to protect them? Roar. At this moment, Baipo, who has always been gentle and introverted, roared. Captain, are you looking down on us? If you want to bet your life, add all of us. Grand Line, in uncharted waters. Inside a larger than average island double star anise greenery interior, this is food heaven. All kinds of food from all over the world will be found here. This is the interior of an island-like carnivorous plant named Baron of the Stomach. This plant emits a strong aroma every once in a while to attract the sea kings in the sea. Then the huge green leaves covered with sharp teeth will close up, swallow those large sea kings in one gulp, and finally use the meat of these sea kings to produce various foods. Later people named these islands as Boeing Islands. Bang bang bang. At this time, there was a fierce communal sound coming from one of the Boeing Islands floating on the unknown sea somewhere on the Grand Line. Robin. Is that how you use your devil fruit? When you meet a real physical master, your attack won't work at all. Khalifa. Your hockey practice is still not enough. When fighting me, don't save any hockey, attack me with all your strength. Shirahoshi. Don't be lazy, hurry up and meditate on knowledge color. Why haven't you learned it for a few days? Look at the snake girl, she is so skilled in knowledge color and armed color. Still crying? Crying counts as time. Inside the Boeing Islands, Buggy is taking a few days off before heading to Dressrosa. It happened to accompany a few girls to practice hockey and taijutsu. Among them, Shirahoshi is quite special. Since she is not yet an adult, her tail cannot be transformed into legs like other adult fish, so she has been working hard to practice observation hockey. Shirahoshi's observation hockey talent is actually not low, and it can even be said that apart from Snake Girl, Eagle, Enel and Robin, her talent is the highest. Learned observation hockey in less than 3 days. But her personality is relatively weak, which caused observation hockey to be ineffective sometimes, so Buggy asked for special training. As for Robin's knowledge, after Buggy told her the development direction of slippery fruit, combined with hockey's perception, Robin seemed to be enlightened. She learned observation hockey within a day, coupled with the characteristics of flower fruit, let her use observation hockey quickly and proficiently. Not only Buggy and his group were shocked by this, but even Luo himself was shocked. She also didn't expect that the characteristics of flower fruit can also assist in the cultivation of observation hockey. Even Khalifa is envious of Robin's talent. It's a pity that her fruit ability is mediocre, and it doesn't make her make good progress. But she is better than following Buggy early, plus the 6 styles she has mastered. Paper arts and iron body are related to knowledge color and armament hockey, so she also mastered armament hockey alone. Now Khalifa is trying to learn observation hockey, but it is obviously difficult. Among CP9, only Rob Lucci has learned the 2-color hockey and mastered it proficiently. As for the 4 girls, apart from Seraphim Snake Girl, Khalifa is still the strongest. This is also derived from her background as a CP9. Her body has been beaten very well since she was a child. Although she has some hidden injuries, the high-energy food and various healing food supplements from the Boeing Islands have made her strength improve rapidly. It should be said that everyone in CP9 has improved their strength very quickly. Their growth is just like what Buggy said before inviting them to join. After the baptism of Summit War, they also completed a stage of transformation. Then after practicing hockey these days, let them complete the 2nd stage of transformation. Immediately afterwards, the healing food of the Boeing Islands healed all kinds of hidden wounds in CP9's body, allowing them to complete their 3rd transformation. It can be said that the strength of CP9 is no longer the same. Of course, it is not the time for them to show their talents. Buggy puts them on top of fighting Kaido's Wano Kuni. There are so many people on Kaido's side, there are also many masters. Even though they said a few days ago to forget about that incident, both he and Kaido knew that sooner or later there would be a battle between them. Whether it is the importance of man-made devil fruit to Kaido, or the emergence of such a man who can suppress him among the 4 emperors, it will greatly hinder him from snatching Onepiece and becoming One Piece. But after the Punk Hazard battle, Kaido knew that it would be difficult for him to defeat Buggy alone. Especially those monster-like guys on Team Buggy. Even if Kaido thinks he can win against Buggy in the long battle, I am afraid that after he wins, all his subordinates will be killed by other members of Buggy's pirate group. This is the Battle of the 4 Emperors. Once the Battle of the 4 Emperors starts, not only the top combat power will be put together, but even the subordinate cadres are also very important. The number of people has also become an extremely important part of the 4 Emperors team battle. Why did Buggy take Moria from Summit War? That's the purpose. An army of undead zombies, and they can fight more and more bravely. This is an awesome existence. In fact, Moria already had the heart to surrender, plus a man like Buggy personally recruited. Alright. The most important thing is that Buggy added a buff of Kaido. As soon as she hears playing Kaido, Moria is excited. Many of his friends who went to sea all died in the battle between him and Kaido. No matter how much he begged for mercy in that battle, Kaido still killed all his beloved subordinates in front of his eyes one by one. In this way, Kaido still wants to recruit him. At that time, Moria thought that this person was out of his mind. Why did you kill my friend and still want me to join you? It seemed ridiculous to Moria. But this is actually an iron law of the New World, and such things happen not uncommonly. Don't you see that Kaido even disciplines his daughter and treats his daughter like a dog? He even executed the subordinate who delivered food to his daughter. Who can resist this? Train her daughter like a dog and imprison her like a prisoner. Although part of the reason for Oden's stupidity, it is still his own problem. In the final analysis, Kaido was too insidious and villainous in dealing with Oden, setting a very bad example for his daughter. With Kaido's strength at the time, can he really beat Oden? Impossible. But there is no charisma in the way he handles things. This kind of thing seems to be nothing at first glance, but in a world like Pirates, the importance of personality charm is self-evident. The reason why the reviews got better later on was because Wong Luffy of the protagonist group kept hanging up, repeatedly jumping sideways for the audience to watch. In addition, what everyone likes to see is the indomitable and adventurous spirit of the protagonist group, desperately trying to break through one level after another, but everything changes after arriving at Wano Kuni. Luffy opened up and jumped repeatedly, and 4 Emperors Kaido became a joke. The hardest working Zoro becomes a knife holder. Sanji, who hates Germa 66 the most, has become Germa's most successful work. Nami also used Big Mom's Thundercloud. It is precisely because of this series of operations that Baisho Kaido's score has gradually improved. Viewers are fed up with bloodlines and rich second-generation adventures. But at the end of the day, Kaido is a sinister villain with little charisma. To deal with Oden, it is obvious that he can win directly, so he has to play tricks. It can only be said that this is the nature. In this way, it is no wonder that Yamato has grown into a torn padded jacket that leaks air. Buggy, who was lying on the recliner, was sketching out the situation of Wano Kuni, when a door of space suddenly opened beside him. Buggy knew who was coming without looking. But Bluno usually wouldn't bother him at such a time, it's obviously a business to do now. Captain Buggy, something has happened. Bluno looked solemn, handed a newspaper to Buggy in his hand, and continued. This morning's news. The world government exposed the existence of Seraphim in advance. cancelled the Shichibukai system, and they seem to be preparing to launch a siege of Shichibukai. Oh. Did you actually do it in advance? Buggy raised his eyebrows. He knew it must have something to do with him. Immediately he opened the newspaper. Recently, the world government held the World Summit in advance, and exposed the existence of Seraphim on the World Summit, and then Admiral Fujitora proposed to abolish the Shichibukai system. Those kings were also shocked after seeing Seraphim. Although many of them watched the Battle of Punk Hazard, at the beginning, they only knew a little about the existence of the Seraphim, and they didn't know what the so-called Seraph was. There is one more thing. Sister Shaki called before and said that she needed our help. She said she would call again later. While speaking, Bluno put the phone bugs one by one on the table next to the Buggy recliner. Okay, I get it. Buggy was flipping through the newspaper wondering what the hell was going on. Logically speaking, with Rayleigh on Shaki's side, as long as Admiral is not dispatched, nothing can catch them. This time, the World Summit started early is very secretive. In the previous life, the World Summit made a scene before it even started. This time, after the news of Shichibukai was abolished came out, a small part of World Summit was exposed. So, Cobra may have been killed, and Vivi may have been captured by the Celestial Dragons? Blue one. While Buggy was thinking about the future, the phone bug rang. Click. He answered the phone without hesitation. Buggy boy, we need your help now, do you have time? Shaki cut straight to the point. Of course, Miss Shaki is looking for me. If I don't have time, I will make time to come. Buggy sat up and laughed. Hee hee, our Buggy boy's mouth is so sweet. Shaki made a joke and said seriously, you already know about the Shichibukai abolition incident? Yes, I just found out. Buggy nodded. It seems that this is the matter, Shichibukai. Empress? Okay, then I'll be straight to the point, Shaki said seriously. You should also know that I am the former king of the Daughter Kingdom. Now that the government abolishes Shichibukai in this way, it must want to encircle and suppress Shichibukai. I'm worried about them on Hancock's side. But the government seems to have expected this a long time ago, and has already targeted Lao Lei and me in advance. It's not convenient for us to move here at the moment. So I used the only anti-tapping phone bug to make this call. I'm not sure if there will be any danger on Hancock's side. Even if there is danger, the girl probably won't let us get involved. This girl wants to take care of everything by herself. I came back this time to be on the safe side and brought back a snake from Daughter Island from their pirate ship. If I receive information about the government watching Shichibukai these days. I hope you can help Hancock. This girl adores you now, she even dare not call you by your name. At the end, Shaki teased Buggy again. Buggy also got a general idea, nodded immediately and said. No problem. I will now let Bluno go to get the snake, and then go to the location of Daughter's Island. If there is an emergency on 9 Snake Island, please call me directly, big sister. At that time, it will only be a few tens of seconds. With me here, there will be no problems on Jew Snake Island. Hearing Buggy's words, Shaki let out a sigh of relief and laughed. Our Buggy boy is really reliable, so I will accept your favor from the eldest sister. You can also ask me directly if you have any information-related questions in the future. Good. Buggy smiled, and after hanging up the phone, he couldn't help saying softly. It's peace of mind to communicate with a smart woman. Robin's voice came first, and the provocative voice of Yu-Jia sounded behind Buggy. Oh? Smart woman? Which sister can give our 4 emperors Buggy such a high opinion? Buggy tilts his head. At this time, Robin has finished washing, with big black waves draped behind him, and a pair of sunglasses on his forehead. He was wearing a blue sleeveless tight-fitting t-shirt on his upper body to make his 36C Schwazi more turbulent, and his lower body was a pair of tight black shorts. A pair of white high-heeled shoes stepped on the long white and straight legs, which showed Robin's figure more unevenly. Of course it's our Robin sauce, Buggy chuckled and said. In this world, I haven't seen a woman who is smarter than Robin-chan. How poor, has Captain Buggy always been so good at boasting? Robin chuckled and leaned back on the recliner next to Buggy, pulling down the black mirror to enjoy the cool summer breeze. Buggy just chuckled and lay down too. It was quiet for a while, only the cool breeze lingered between the two, allowing them to smell each other's breath. Both enjoyed the silence of the moment, but the silence is destined not to last long. In less than 10 minutes, a delicate and naive voice sounded above their heads. Ah. Sister Robin, Master Buggy, how can you two be lazy? No, Snake is still training. Buggy pushed up his glasses too and took a look, and saw a little Hancock flapping its black wings like a little devil, circling around their heads. In the distance, Khalifa embraced her 36D with sweat dripping down his face, and a golden light flashed in the gold-rimmed glasses, appreciating little Hancock's behavior. How could it be so easy for this devil's son to seduce their Lord Buggy? Shirahoshi was lying in the pool, occasionally raised her head to look at this and then that. She pouted her lips and chose to sink into the sea again to practice knowledge and color. Hockey. At the same time, Dressrosa Palace. A group of the Don Quixote family gathered in the palace meeting hall at the highest point of Dressrosa. Doflamingo sat at the head. He looked at the snot with a gloomy face and said in a deep voice. Toribol, are you sure? It's been confirmed for 3 days. Toribol said solemnly. Many pirates these days want to enter Dread Spinnaker and want to join Godslayer's 4 Emperors Regiment, but they are all rejected on the grounds that the captain is temporarily absent. But those in the Godslayer pirates said they might stop at Dressrosa for supplies. That's why there are so many pirates gathered here in Dressrosa these days. Doflamingo looked gloomy. He thought for a long time before he spoke. How many days do they have left? About 4 days or so, Toribol said immediately. Okay. Keep watching their movements. I'll ask Kaido first. Doflamingo rubbed between his eyebrows. He had a very bad premonition. First, Punk Hazard was discovered by Buggy, Guy was caught, and the giant experiment in the man-made devil fruit Punk Hazard branch were broken and stopped. Then the identity of Virgo at the G5 base was exposed, almost causing Virgo to be arrested. Now Buggy's temporary base of the god-killing pirates is heading towards Dressrosa again, and it's definitely not just for supplies. At the same time, Trafalgar Law, one of the supernovas, appeared outside the Terror Spinnaker, one by one, and a small boat. Oh? Trafalgar Law? Buggy frowned in surprise and said. He came alone? Yes, he rowed over slowly in a small boat by himself. Bluno said affirmatively. Oh? That's interesting. After thinking about it, he greeted Robin and the others, then nodded at Bluno and said. Come on. Let's go and have a look. I'm also curious why this supernova came to me at this time. After hearing Buggy's words, Luo was quickly taken by Bluno to the office on the 3rd floor of the castle. Luo walked all the way with a stiff expression. What he originally thought was that the gate of the dreaded Jib would open, he would go in from the sea in a small boat, and Beppo and the others would come in from the bottom of the sea. This is all right, it's over. A space gate appeared in front of him, and he was brought inside the dreaded Spinnaker. The current situation also makes Luo a little dumbfounded. Fortunately, he made a few more plans, otherwise Bebo and the others might be messing around now. On the contrary, Luo has a certain understanding of the identity of the person in front of him. Is it the owner of the door fruit with a bounty of 400 million Baileys, and the former CP9 member Bluno? This ability is too convenient. And, shouldn't this dread Spinnaker be that Moonlight Duck's ship? Could it be that Moria was killed by the god-killing pirates? Then this place became the gathering place for the royal group of the god-killing pirates? But now it looks like there is no one here. Just as Luo was thinking about this, he suddenly felt a chill, because he saw the serious murals on both sides of the corridor, and they smiled when he was about to pass by. Luo was so frightened by this discovery that he couldn't help turning his head to stare at the painting. But the painting still maintains its previous serious posture. But the moment Luo turned around, the painting showed a weird smile again. It's just that it just showed this smile, and met Luo's eyes that gradually widened. Hey! What the hell is this? Although he tried his best to control himself, Luo was frightened and made a false sound. Ha 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 ha, another freaked out guy. This guy is really interesting. What a cute little boy, come here and let him love you. Facing the scene that suddenly looked like a ghost, Luo Zizong was so frightened that the ability of Op Fruit appeared directly. Don't make a fuss about Trafalgar Law. These are just the bad taste of that guy Moria. Bluno looked at Luo with a silly smile. But Luo felt that this guy looked like he was laughing at him. Definitely mocking him for being scared, right? Cough. This matter. Luo hesitated to speak in embarrassment. After you leave, I'll keep it a secret. Bluno is very considerate. Thanks. Luo raised his hand and lowered the brim of his hat a little. Squeak soon, he walked through the corridor paved with red carpet and came to a room in the camera. As soon as he walked in, he saw the man sitting on the sofa opposite. After seeing him, the man who is called Godslayer in today's world showed a wanton smile on his clown makeup, raised his hand and made a gesture of invitation to him. Sit down. Godslayer. Luo was about to call Buggy as soon as he sat down. Buggy waved his hand and interrupted with a smile. Just call me Buggy, tell me, come to me alone, what's the matter? Luo slandered in his heart, in fact, I did not come alone. My little friend is still in the sea outside the dread Spinnaker. I'm here to join the god-killing pirates. Luo looked at Buggy with serious eyes. Ah. Buggy chuckled and picked up a cigar and bit it in his mouth. Khalifa on the side immediately stepped up to light it for him. After taking a satisfied puff, he looked at Luo and smiled. What about the conditions? Luo was taken aback. He never thought that this man would be so direct. This made him not know how to answer for a while. How do you solve it? As an op fruit capable user, you were once a subordinate of Doflamingo. Buggy nodded with the hand holding the cigar and said with a light smile. With Doflamingo's heart, you can't let op fruit leak out, so you must have broken with him. Why? I don't really want to know. But you came to me. You don't want to negotiate terms with me in the name of joining my pirate group. Let me kill Doflamingo for you. Luo's body shook suddenly, and he stared at Buggy with wide-eyed eyes in disbelief. He never thought that this man would see through his purpose in just a few words. No. Where did he get this information? This man seems to have a good understanding of any information. In the underground world, which one is specialized in intelligence? I remember what Mr. Klassen said before. Hey, forget it. What's the use of thinking about it now? If you don't deal with the man in front of you well, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to get out today. Call Luo took a long breath and looked at Buggy. His eyes were full of murderous intent and he said in a deep voice. Mr. Buggy is really good at predicting things. You're right. I'm here to plot against Doflamingo. I must kill this man in my life. By any means. My original plan was to go to Punk Hazard to catch the Guy Cast, which is very important for Doflamingo, and then use the Guy Cast to force Doflamingo to quit Shichibukai. Without the protection of the government, he is a pirate. When the time comes, I will unite with others, and maybe I will have a chance to kill him. But after watching Battle of Punk Hazard, I know Geisa is not so easy to catch, and Doflamingo is not so easy to kill either. First of all, Guy casts this Logia fruit ability user, and I have nothing to do with him for the time being. Not to mention that now the world government has voluntarily abolished the Shichibukai system, but Doflamingo is going to participate in the World Summit as the king of the world government's franchise country. When I saw this, I knew that my chance of killing him was too slim. Even if it is Uda's kid among the supernovas that I will team up with in the future, I am afraid it will be difficult to kill him. At the end, Luo couldn't help but let out a long sigh. So you came to find me? Buggy looked at Luo with a half smile. Luo's expression froze, and finally Langlong nodded and said. That's right. Where are the chips? Buggy looks at him. You don't think you can get Doflamingo's head just because of your name as Death Surgeon? Don't you know that he has a group of capable generals under him? And, the person behind him is Kaido. If I'm going to kill Doflamingo, not only do I have to fight his group, but I have to fight the four emperors Kaido again. Do you think it's worth it to go to war for you alone? Worth. Luo's eyes were fixed and he opened his mouth firmly. After he uttered these two words, he seemed to feel a little more relaxed and confident, as if he had made a decision after going all out. Standing behind Buggy, Bluno and Khalifa both looked at each other in astonishment. They don't understand. Why is this Trafalgar Law so confident? He is just a supernova with a bounty of 200 million. Why did Captain Buggy go to war with Kaido for him? With a cigar in his mouth, Buggy clapped his hands a few times, then put the cigar in his hands and nodded. Luo laughed loudly. Interesting one. Luo glanced at what was behind Buggy, and Bluno and Khalifa solemnly said. I hope that in the next words, there are only two of us here. They are all my comrades in arms. Before Luo finished speaking, Buggy interrupted him by directly raising his hand. Buggy, who had been smiling all the time before, also turned slightly cold. He stared at Luo with 10 traces of oppression. If they can't hear you, then you might as well stop talking. Turn around and leave now. I'll pretend I didn't hear anything before. Captain Buggy. Hearing Buggy's words, Bluno and Khalifa standing beside him looked at Buggy with moved faces. Luo, who was sitting across from him, sighed in his heart. This man is really full of charisma. With just one sentence, the two companions greatly increased their affection for him. If this kind of man still has any idea of wanting to take advantage of the other party, I'm afraid he will suffer the consequences by then. Thinking of this, Luo no longer hesitated, gritted his teeth and said. Mr. Buggy, since you know op fruit, do you know the ultimate secret of op fruit? The final secret? Buggy smiled mysteriously, and answered the wrong question. How? Do you mean that kind of thing? If you take that step, you will have to pay the price of your life. Hearing Buggy's words, Luo was shocked again, looked at Buggy in disbelief and said. Mr. Sadie, you know. In fact, Luo was very confident when he first entered Terror Spinnaker. Especially for your IQ, he felt that he could play a leading role in this negotiation with his intelligence. The current method was actually formulated in the plan before he came. But he never thought that his few words would be manipulated by this man. At this time, Luo suddenly thought of the sentence he read in World News. Sengoku's ingenious plan to secure the world, lost the angel and lost himself. The second spirit of the Godslayer, Sengoku, will there be a third time? Yes. Even Sengoku, the Buddha, was easily handled by this man, so why do I think I can take the initiative in negotiating with him? Seeing Luo's eyeball bulging expression, Buggy was very happy. He enjoys this kind of appearance that makes the characters in the previous life plot collapse, which makes him have a very wicked pleasure. Now Luo's expression reminds Buggy of the previous Punk Hazard chapter, the scene where Luffy and the others tied Chopper to Luo's head. Thinking of this, the smile on the corner of his mouth became wider and wider. But after playing here, he didn't have anything to hide. Under the puzzled eyes of Bluno and Khalifa, he said to them. His whole card for coming to me to trade was an ability of Op fruit that was hidden by the world government. This ability is called Surgery of Immortality. As the name suggests, the performer can help others live forever through this operation. But the caster himself will die after using this ability. Hiss. After hearing this secret, both Bluno and Khalifa gasped, and then they looked at Buggy even more. Full of reverence. This kind of secret, this man told them so simply. Sure enough, his trust in them is unreserved. For such a man, even if they died fighting for him, they felt it was worth it. Call _ After Luo on the side heard Buggy tell the biggest secret of Op fruit in such detail, he couldn't help but let out a long breath and looked at Buggy and said solemnly. Mr. Buggy, what do you think of this deal? Of course I feel very profitable. You may not know, but my route is heading for Doflamingo. Earn you eternal life surgery, for nothing, and also earn a powerful doctor with a combat power of 3 billion in the future. I'm so rich, okay. Buggy was overjoyed, but on the surface he remained silent for a few seconds, then smiled and sighed. I'm a layman after all, and I can't avoid the temptation of eternal life surgery. But you are also a talent. Now that I have become my partner and comrade in arms, I will not let you use this eternal life surgery immediately after killing Doflamingo. It will not be too late to realize this transaction promise on the day you feel that you are old. Otherwise, losing a guy with potential, ambition, and courage like you would make the world a little bit more fun. Hearing Buggy's words, Luo's body shook again, and he stood up suddenly, staring at Buggy, as if he wanted to see a trace of lies in his eyes. But this man kept that wanton smile from beginning to end. When he first saw this smile, he felt that this man was arrogant. But looking at it now, Luo suddenly felt that it was a heartwarming smile. This man's damned charisma that has no place to rest. No wonder the strong people around him can gather more and more. No wonder even Roger's left and right hands are willing to follow him. No wonder even ambitious people like Crocodile are willing to help him. This man is really convincing. Luo was really convinced at this moment, and immediately said solemnly. Good. I will definitely live up to Captain Buggy's expectations. Buggy got up, walked in front of Luo, stretched out his right hand and said. The Buggy Pirates welcome you to join us. Both you and your crew can jump in, and if you're not used to it, you can go on your own adventure voyage. On weekdays, we do not require the crew to gather. With Bluno, no matter in the South Blue North, it is only a few minutes to gather. Luo felt like he was about to choke up. He never thought that this man would give him such a thoughtful suggestion. How can such a man and such a captain not be worthy of his following? Thank you, Captain Buggy. My partner and I naturally still have the idea of going out on a sea adventure in the future, but if Mr. Buggy needs us, all it takes is a phone call and I will be there for life and death. Luo spoke excitedly. Buggy patted Luo on the shoulder and smiled. No problem. When I was young, I was also obsessed with adventure and voyages. That being the case, then you carry my pirate flag on your back and gallop on this sea to your heart's content. Thank you, Captain Buggy. Luo was already moved. If you can see the loyalty, I'm afraid his loyalty has been pulled to 90 and above. As long as Buggy kills Doflamingo in the future, the loyalty will definitely be full directly. At that time, Buggy was no longer worried about Luo's betrayal. In this way, eternal life surgery will be available. What about this wave? Earning money belongs to yes. The words are divided into two ends, outside the calm belt, not far from Hydra Island. At this time, there are already 10 marine warships docked here. Among them, there is 1 large warship, 3 medium warships, and 6 careful warships. It's a bit strange that such a huge battle force is gathered outside the calm belt. But if you hear the conversation between Senmomaru on the bow of the large warship and the newly promoted Admiral Araki, you will not be surprised. Zon Taowen, is it necessary to make such a big fuss? It's just a 9-snake island. There is no sand fruit that restrains me here. I can solve it all by myself. Aramaki shrugged and said, why do you bring so many warships? Zon Taowen said helplessly. Green Bull Admiral, this is the order of Marshal Sakazuki. All the people of Kusnake Island are soldiers, and they all know hockey. If you want to take Vice Admiral from them, it is extremely difficult. What the hell is all the people are soldiers? Labor and capital are fighting, all the people are soldiers. The Green Bull smiled disdainfully. It's just a bunch of rabble, don't worry, I will make crazy moves. Zon Taowen. Dressrosa, the top floor of the royal palace. In the room, after hesitating for a long time, Doflamingo picked up the phone and dialed. After ringing for more than 10 seconds, the phone bug was answered by the other side. Hello? A sharp voice came from the opposite side. Doflamingo raised his eyebrows, then smiled and said, Brother Quinn. Oh, it's Heavenly Yaksha. Fatty Quinn smiled a little more on his face. Why do you have time to call? Come over to me. I have something urgent to discuss with Boss Kaido. Brother Quinn, can you contact him for me? Doflamingo raised his eyebrows and said. Huh? Urgent matter? Quinn said in surprise. You can call it an urgent matter. It seems that the matter is really serious. You wait. I will call the boss right away. After a few minutes, Kaido's laughter came from the other end of the phone. Whoa, Doflamingo, it's so rare that you would take the initiative to call me. Boss Kaido, the god-killing pirates are approaching Dressrosa, and their flight path should be heading towards me. Doflamingo said sullenly. I'm worried that these guys will destroy the Smile Factory. They don't pay attention to the rules at all. Kaido frowned, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Doflamingo, that's a godslayer. He's not just unruly, he's more fond of the descendants of the celestial dragons. What's more, your main trade is still slave trade. Did you watch the live broadcast of Punk Hazard that day? If you let him know that you are behind the child trafficking, I'm afraid you will be no better than the executed celestial dragons. Doflamingo thought of this too. Hearing what Kaido said now, his forehead was throbbing even more. Obviously he was also palpitating for the Buggy pirates. Now people on the road are afraid to call the Buggy pirates by their first names. It seems to be a taboo for the venerable. Almost on the day Buggy, God Slayer, nickname came out, everyone tacitly changed the name of the Buggy pirates to the God Slayer pirates. Doflamingo also thought of the tragic death of Saint Charmarco, so he hurriedly made this call to Kaido. Boss Kaido, what can you do? Smile is your thing. Boss Kaido, you don't want the Smile Factory to be destroyed, do you? Kaido raised his eyebrows and said in an anti-client way. That guy Buggy is not easy to mess with. If it doesn't work, you should move the factory to Wano-kuni. Doflamingo, you don't want to get killed by that Buggy guy either? Doflamingo on the other end of the phone was directly silenced by Kaido's Zala. Kaido thinks Buggy is not easy to mess with. That means that the factory can be abandoned if it is really not working, and the loss is at most one factory. But if he doesn't run away, the possibility of being killed by Buggy is too great. It can only be said that Zala is pulling, he has not pulled Kaido. At first I thought it was just a Jew Mungza with only muscles in his brain, but he didn't expect to pull himself numb. After Doflamingo was silent for a long time, he sighed and said. I'll think about Kaido's boss, and at the same time, I have to discuss it with the cadres in the family. Whoa. Kaido on the other side of the phone showed a tricky smile and said. Okay. Make this call after you figure it out, and I'll send someone over to help you move. Alright Boss Kaido. Doflamingo sighed after hanging up the phone, really didn't expect to be dragged by a drunkard. Rubbing his forehead, he planned to hold another family meeting tomorrow. Calm Belt, Amazon, Lily. In the palace of Nine Snake Island. Boya Sandersonia with long green hair ran in from outside and said anxiously. Sister, it's not good, 10 warships are coming towards us. What? Boa Marigold's eyes widened when he was eating. Because Shichibukai was cancelled, do these marines think they can handle our Kusnake Island? The Empress crossed her long fair legs and leaned against the big snake, saying coldly. Sandersonia, have you seen who led the team this time? It's not clear yet, but there are 2 people standing at the bow of the boat. Sandersonia thought for a while and said. One of them was carrying a large axe and was wearing a huge red bellyband with Marine Rear Admiral epaulets. The other appeared to have no rank, but was also wearing a cloak and a white suit. These 2 people are very strange, and it seems that they have not seen many figures of these 2 people in Marine. The Empress snorted coldly, stood up straight and walked out. Let's go. No matter who it is, if they want to attack our Nine Snake Island, they are the enemy. Boom. Crunch. As soon as the Empress got up, the door was knocked open by her mother-in-law. She rushed in anxiously and shouted. Hancock, it's bad, a Marine is coming to our Nine Snakes Island. Boom. The Empress directly kicked Granny Z aside and said coldly. Gloriosa. Watch your words, call me your lady queen. Come on. Look after her. Just let her stay here, don't let her run around. Yes, Master Snake Fairy. The soldiers in the palace nodded immediately when they saw this scene. Snake Fairy. You bastard. How dare you be so rude? Granny Z jumped up and shouted angrily. The Empress, who was halfway there, suddenly flicked her hair and said pitifully. No matter how capricious Aisha is, you will forgive me, right? If you want to ask why, it's because Aisha is so beautiful. Ah. Forgive. Forgive. Master Snake Princess is so beautiful. Oh, her lady queen is invincibly beautiful. When the surrounding female soldiers heard the words, they all shouted excitedly with hearts in their eyes, and instantly became the Empress support group. Why did my mother-in-law get so angry when she saw this scene? When the Empress was about to walk out of the gate of the palace, she just remembered something and shouted at the Empress. Hancock, you have to be careful. The person who came this time seemed to be the green-haired guy named Green Bull who appeared in the Punk Hazard battle. This man's previous information said that he was a Marine Admiral backup. But these days Marine has undergone great changes, Marshal Sengoku has abdicated, and one of the 3 veteran Marine Admirals must have a superior position. Well, this Green Bull is likely to replace one of the admirals. He can't be underestimated, do you understand, Hancock? HMPH. Messy. The Empress paused when she heard the words, flicked her black hair hanging above her buttocks, and walked out with her long legs. As soon as the Empress walked away, Grandma Z roared angrily. Give me the phone, Bug, I'm going to call a hot man. Outside the palace, the Empress strode forward while arranging matters to the soldiers around her incessantly. Keep the gate of the palace, no matter what happens to me, don't let my mother-in-law come out. If the situation is not right, you immediately call Sister Shaki. Don't kill the Marine minions, catch what you can catch, and stun those who can't. Also, to ensure the safety of the citizens, if they are not allowed to participate in the battle, they will be allowed to participate. As for all Marine cadres, leave it to me, do you understand? Yes, Master Snake Fairy. The soldiers immediately went to arrange matters after hearing the news. The 2 younger sisters who followed the Empress looked worried, and it was the first time they had seen her sister look so serious. After hesitating for a while, Sandersonia finally spoke. Sister, has the situation become so serious? Ah. The Empress kept walking, nodded slightly, and said with a calm expression. This time it should be Marine Admiral. These days Marine has undergone a big change, Sengoku has abdicated, and Akainu and Aokiji are vying for the position of Marshal. No matter who gets the Marshal of the 2 of them, one of them will leave. It is impossible to work together with different philosophies, neither Chosen nor Aokiji or Sengoku. If there are 2 Marine Admirals missing, there must be 2 more. Among the 2 Admiral substitutes, Fujitora and Green Bull, who appeared in Punk Hazard, Fujitora has already proposed the Shichibukai abolition policy as a Marine Admiral on the World Summit. Then the guy with green hair that Gloriosa mentioned before should be the Green Bull. Although the world government and Marine haven't been announced yet, he is likely to be another Marine Admiral. Hearing my sister's analysis, Sandersonia and Marigold were shocked and exclaimed at the same time. Ah, Marine Admiral. 8 or 9 is close to 10. The Empress said in a deep voice. It seems that the world government intends to use this abolished Shichibukai to establish prestige. Hearing this, Marigold said angrily, HMPH, they want to get neutral from Shichibukai, but they only look for us Snake Island, and they only have 10 warships. Does this mean that we are looking down on Snake Island where all the people are soldiers? It may not be only looking for us 9 Snake Island. Empress Lake's blue jewel eyes flashed a touch of concentration. Now Shichibukai is really dead in name only. But there are still a few with great deterrence. In addition to us, Moria was captured by the god-killing pirates, Bartholomew Kuma lost consciousness, and Hai Sha Jinbei also joined the god-killing pirates. Now it's just me, Edward Weeble, Blackbeard Teach, and Mihawk. If the Green Bull comes our way, the one Fujitora or Kizaru are most likely to tackle first should be Edward Weeble. As for Blackbeard, I haven't heard from him since the Summit War. Hawkeye was last seen in the territory of the 4 Emperors Shanks, and given the friendship between the 2 of them, I'm afraid he is the one to deal with. And our 9 snake pirates are bound by Amazon Lily, in their opinion, it is undoubtedly the best one. Speaking of this, a hint of coldness flashed across the Empress' charming face and said. Just want to take me down, it depends on whether you Marine can pay the price. In the forest behind 9 Snake Island, the Green Bull Araki who just landed couldn't help but open his arms and laughed loudly. There is such an ancient forest here, and there is such a strong vitality, it is my home field. Fighting here, my combat power will double and I will charge upwards. The pirate queen, Boa Hancock, has already figured it out. Zon Taowen. When the weather clears and the rain stops, you feel that you can do it again. Brother, can we stop opening the champagne at halftime? Oh no, this is the opening of the champagne? Zon Taowen suddenly had a bad feeling. Fortunately, Wutai pacifism behind him it gave him some sense of security. It would be great if Mr. Shang came too, Zon Taowen thought to himself. After the warship was parked, 5,000 marine soldiers also went ashore and began to prepare for departure. At this moment, there was a sound in the jungle, and everyone turned their heads to look at the same time. Immediately afterwards, they saw the members of the 9 snake pirates headed by the Empress coming out of the forest and looking at them coldly. Seeing such a beautiful and moving pirate Empress, Liu Sheng couldn't help but whistled and laughed loudly. Ha, the most beautiful pirate Empress in the world really lives up to her reputation. It seems that your reaction speed is not slow. How about this, our government needs your cooperation, Empress, if you are willing to go with us, then there is no need to go to war. Empress, you don't want your Amazon Lily Kingdom to be affected by the flames of war, do you? As soon as the green cow finished speaking, there was already a lot of shouting and cursing from the 9 snake pirates. Presumptuous. You are the ones who deserve my sister to go with you. Mere marine. You guys are not enough for a small group of our 9 snake pirates. That's right. Do you want to compare the combat strength? Our Amazon Lily has hundreds of thousands of fighters? Seeing such a fierce reaction from the 9 snake pirates, Green Bull narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the Empress, saying, 9 snake pirates, your attitude makes it difficult for me. Difficult to do. Difficult to do, then don't do it. The Empress sneered and said, if you want to fight, fight, the Yuan family will not be afraid of you. Let's clean up some soft fish before going to war. After the voice fell, the Empress's eyes were fixed, and a tyrannical conqueror's haki swept directly towards the direction of the marine ahead. And no one on the marine side has mastered the conqueror's haki, so they can't resist it at all. Therefore, in the next second, more than half of Marine's 5,000 soldiers rolled their eyes and fell down. The rest of the 1,000 or so soldiers were also in a trance, and their combat power had also dropped significantly. Conqueror's haki, as expected of the pirate Empress. Seeing this, the Green Bull's expression turned ugly, he clapped his hands together and roared. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Transform soldiers. Forbidden monk Sensen. With the roar of the Green Bull, it seemed that the entire forest was moving. The grass under his feet grows rapidly and then blooms. The surrounding trees have been directly raised by more than 10 meters, turning into huge trees tens of meters high. And these big trees quickly condensed into thick fists. At the same time, the small trees in the forest also transformed into soldiers fighting for arms. Even the soldiers transformed from these small trees are more than 3 meters high. This is simply a double gap for ordinary people. The number of such soldiers is still increasing, and within a few breaths, there are already thousands of them. After being transformed, these sword and shield soldiers moved quickly one by one, and surrounded all members of the 9 snake pirates. Seeing this scene, the Green Bull laughed wildly. Every one of the 9 snake pirates, do you still want to compete with me now? Tell you, in the forest, I am invincible. Even if you have hundreds of thousands of fighters, it is useless to me. Because my soldiers are unkillable. Do you still want to fight, Pirate Empress? The Empress was obviously also shocked by the terrifying ability of the Green Bull. The Ai family will capture the thief first and capture the king first. But the Empress did not hesitate at all. Instead of retreating, she rushed towards the Green Bull and shouted, "Sweet wind." While the Empress was running forward, bursts of pink breeze immediately emanated from her body. Hurrah! The huge tree soldiers surrounding the 9 snake pirates turned into stone sculptures one by one when they encountered these pink breezes. Seeing the Empress rushing towards him, a look of ferocity flashed in the eyes of the Green Bull, and with a thought, several huge tree fists tens of meters high were thrown directly at the Empress. Great perfume femur. The Empress still didn't stop at all. Facing several huge tree fists with a diameter of several meters, she jumped up in the air and kicked them with a pink-black lightning kick. Boom boom boom. In the next moment, a huge explosion sounded in Amazon Lily's forest. At the same time, in the sky where no one was paying attention, a door of space suddenly opened at this time. Then, a man came out from inside. A striking blue horse tail flutters in the wind, clown makeup is painted on his handsome face, a white cloak is worn over his shoulders, and a white suit makes him look more elegant and calm. The man put his hands in his pockets, looked at the battle below and showed a smile. Interesting, it seems that I came at the right time. The door of space flashes and Mr. Buggy makes his debut. It's just that after Buggy came out, a Birdman came out behind him, and he was the president of News of the World and one of the kings of the underground world, News King Morgans. Morgans, who had just come out, was also surprised by the battle scene below. Even Buggy, seeing the battle scene below, couldn't help admiring that the Empress ability is really awesome. At this time, a large area of forest below has been petrified, turning into countless stone forests with strange shapes. Not just rocks. Even those marine soldiers, and even Zon Taumaru and Wutai pacifists. It can be said that, except for the Admiral Green Bull, all people and objects within the range of the aftermath of the battle were all petrified. Oh yes, and that warship. The scope of petrification is even slowly extending outward, and it has already extended several kilometers outward. But there is a very strange picture, that is, the area where Huang Mu is located is still green grass and flowers everywhere, and behind him there are still dozens of trees tens of meters high. At the same time, Huang Mu himself turned into a huge trent. Countless rattan roots are flying around him, and the front part of these rattan tentacles is covered with a layer of armament hockey. Obviously, Huang Mu relied on these things to deal with the Empress before. But he never thought that the ability of the Empress would be so terrifying. If it wasn't for him, Hockey, who is stronger than the Empress, I'm afraid he would be petrified now. On the scene, it seems that the Empress has the upper hand, but in fact, the Empress consumption is extremely huge. Even in the previous several times when they attacked each other, the Empress was also severely injured several times. At this time, the corner of her mouth was bleeding, and the many wounds on her body were scratched by branches, which showed the intensity of the battle. But the Empress still maintains her elegance, aloofness and queenly style. After taking a few breaths, she stared indifferently at Huang Mu in the distance and said, "Green Bull Admiral, do you want to continue playing? Tell Chi Lu Chi to tell you that even if you win, I'm useless. Killing me is also useless. As long as I don't take the initiative to remove the petrification, your marine soldiers, as well as the Marine Rear Admiral and Wutai pacifist, all can only remain petrified forever. Are you willing to bear this price, you?" Huang Mu was also very aggrieved. After being choked for a while, he suddenly looked up at Amazon Lily at the back of the forest and said with a sneer, "Ha ha ha ha, good, very good. Pirate Empress, if you don't obediently undo petrification today and follow me, then don't blame me for attacking Amazon Lily's citizens. Anyway, you are also a nation of pirates, or in the calm belt where no one dares to enter, so even if I destroy the country, no one will know, right? Give you 1 minute to think about it. If you don't obediently undo the petrification of my subordinates, I'll just rush in and kill your Amazon Lily. You have fought against me for so long, you should know that my ability is the most suitable for this kind of thing of destroying the country." Ha 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 ha. At the end, Huang Mu, who turned into a giant trent, laughed wildly. "You." This time it was the Queen's turn to be shocked. She looked at Huang Mu in disbelief and said, "Are you really Marine Admiral? How dare you use ordinary people to threaten a pirate? He, Marine Admiral." The Empress laughed out of disdain at the end. But she no longer had the intention to do anything, and the petrification began to slowly dissipate from the soles of her feet. When the other party threatens her with the lives of all the people of Amazon Lily, she can only obey the other party obediently. Otherwise, with the Green Bull's ability to awaken this terrifying forest fruit, it would be a breeze to kill everyone who wants to kill Amazon Lily. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, the Green Bull laughed wildly. What Sakazuki Admiral said is true, as long as it is for justice, then everything can be sacrificed. What's more, didn't you say that all of you Amazon Lilies are soldiers? Now that I have joined your 9 snake pirates, it makes sense for me to destroy the country, right? Don't hurry to depetrify my subordinates. Yes, that's it, and then put on the seastone handcuffs yourself later. A mere empress, but that's all. Ha 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 underscore. Seeing such a rampant scene of Huang Mu, the Morgans in the sky were completely stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. Is this what Marine Admiral can say? Threatening a pirate with the life of a country's civilians? This is too funny. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Morgans couldn't believe that such words would come out of Marine Admiral's mouth. It can be said that today's Morgans has a feeling that the 3 views have been turned upside down. It seems that the Pirate Queen is the Marine, and the Green Bull on the opposite side is the evil pirate. Absurd. How ridiculous. Snapped. Just as Morgans was shocked, Buggy suddenly patted his shoulder on the side, and then he turned his head to look at Buggy in doubt, and saw Buggy handing over a conch-like thing. Yinbei, a tool that can record and play sound, comes from Sky Island. What the Green Bull said before is all here, and I leave it for you as a souvenir. After all, this may be his last word. I will go back as soon as I go. Afterwards, Morgan saw the scarlet smile on Buggy's clown makeup suddenly pulled up into a strange arc, which immediately gave him a vicious feeling. Etc. What's the meaning? Probably his last words. Could it be? Morgans breathed again, sat directly on a large slab that Buggy had materialized, took out the phone bug and started filming. Whoosh! Just when Morgans raised the phone bug, he felt that the figure around him disappeared in place in a flash, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of the huge tree man transformed from the green bull Araki. Boom. Before the other party could react, the fist with platinum, black and three-color lightning hit the face of the giant Trent directly, smashing it to pieces, and then the giant, who was tens of meters high, flew upside down and counted 100 meters, plowed a ravine hundreds of meters in the middle of the forest. Miss Hancock, I'm not late, am I? Then Buggy stood up in the air, with his hands in his pockets, and turned his head to look at the Empress Boa Hancock, who was already shocked and widened her beautiful eyes not far away. You. How did you end up here? The Empress suddenly became incoherent, and then a blush crept up her cheeks in an instant. This flustered gesture had never appeared before. Huang Mu said that she would destroy the country Amazon Lily. It was Granny Gloriosa who called me. She asked for my number from Sister Shaki. Buggy shrugged and said, I have to give Sister Shaki face, not to mention being able to meet the most beautiful woman in the world. I thought there was nothing wrong with me, so I came here. You and I. When Hancock heard this, a fan-shaped statistical expression of 4 points of surprise, 3 points of shyness, and 3 points of anger appeared on Hancock's face. Hey. Mr. Buggy. The girls of the 9 Snake Pirates standing on a boulder watching the battle at the back screamed in unison when they saw Buggy beating up Aramu. Yo. How are you, beauties? Buggy turned his head, waved at the members of the 9 Snake Pirates behind him, and smiled. Call interrupted by this, the Empress also adjusted from the shock and surprise, but her cheeks were still flushed, and she still didn't dare to look at Buggy when she spoke, but tilted her head and said, Thank you, Mr. Buggy, for your help. Amazon Lily has remembered this kindness. If Mr. Buggy didn't make a sudden move, I'm afraid I can only follow them. It's okay, the next thing has nothing to do with you 9 Snake Pirates. Buggy smiled slightly and said, Finally came across a single admiral, just killed him to give world government some strength. God Slayer Buggy. At this moment, Huang Mu in the distance finally realized who had beaten him, and he said with difficulty. How could you be here? Damn it. The world is so big, I can't go anywhere. It doesn't matter, I don't bother to explain too much to you, a dead man. Buggy spread his hands and said, The words you said earlier are delivered to you. This is Combelt, ordinary people can't get in at all, and all your subordinates have been petrified again. As long as I kill you and destroy the corpses, no one will know. As soon as Buggy said this, the girls of the 9 Snake Pirates behind burst into laughter. The Green Bull's expression also became gloomy, he stared at Buggy coldly and roared angrily. Want to kill me? It depends on whether you have the ability. Send waves from the sea of trees. Snapped. As Huang Mu's auspicious sound sounded, his 2 huge palms slapped violently, and there was a surge of waves all over his body. The forest that had not been petrified by the Empress unexpectedly came alive again. Ha ha ha. Immediately afterwards, these living giant trees began to grow wildly, and then countless roots rushed towards Buggy. The most shocking thing is that there are armament hockey at the front of these roots. Forbidden monk Sensen. Huang Mu didn't stop there, he clapped his hands again, shouting whatever. Ha ha, many of the roots sweeping towards Buggy turned into huge fists with a diameter of several meters, and a layer of armament hockey was attached to the fists, which looked quite powerful. Yep, it's just as powerful for a Buggy. Ah. Be careful, Mr. Buggy. Get out of the way, Master Buggy. This guy is terrible. Didn't you give your best with your sister just now? Isn't this the true strength of Marine Admiral? HMPH. What do you know, sister doesn't have the power to awaken. Yes, the awakened power of Lady Snake Fairy is the kind that can turn an entire island into petrification. That's right, Master Shiji has us behind her back, and we have become her bondage, which makes her dare not attack with all her strength. I have to say that Huang Mu's actions are extremely terrifying. It seems that the power of awakening should indeed be used. Now the forest within dozens of kilometers seems to have become part of Wangmu, and a steady stream of power poured into Wangmu's body, and finally gathered into the sea of trees rushing towards Buggy. However, no matter how the members of the 9 Snake Pirates shouted, Buggy still stood with his hands in his pockets and looked indifferently at the sea of trees ahead. Seeing this, the Empress at the rear suddenly became nervous, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Mr. Buggy, hide. The hockey contained in this is too scary. No problem. After hearing the Empress' words, Buggy's voice echoed calmly. It's just gravel, not half as good as me. Boom boom boom. As soon as this sentence was finished, Buggy was swallowed by the huge sea of trees, and then countless roots with armament hockey inserted into Buggy, and at the same time several huge black fists smashed down from the sky. Seeing this scene, the Empress involuntarily covered her mouth, her sapphire eyes were full of worry. Ha 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 ha, Buggy the clown, you're being careless. Seeing that Buggy was surrounded by his own attacks, Araki laughed wildly. Surrounded by my sea of trees, you will never come out, you will be completely wiped out to death by endless attacks. All that awaits you is death. What godslayers, what 4 emperors, labor and capital are going to slaughter the emperor today? Huang Mu roared with excitement, ha ha. As Huang Mu roared, countless rattan fists danced and twisted around him, and hockey overflowed, making him look like a demon god descended from heaven. Terrible. Moreover, under his influence, the countless trees around also felt his excitement, dancing their branches, leaves and roots one after another. This terrifying and shocking scene makes people feel their scalps go numb after watching it. It can only be said that if Sand Fruit was not too restrained, this terrifying scene should have been staged at Punk Hazard, and it should have been his Green Bull Araki's performance venue. Afterwards, Araki felt regretful when he resumed the show. Today, I met 4 emperors Buggy who was alone, and he felt like he was doing it again. Kill Buggy. Slaughtered the 4 emperors. Become famous, just today. However, in the next moment, Green Bull Araki's expression froze, and his eyes looked in disbelief at the sea of trees that was several kilometers away. Chi 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 chi. When those tentacles with countless armament hockey attached to him inserted towards Buggy, they didn't even enter the range of 2 meters around his body, and were easily shattered by the thin layer of platinum halo, turning into countless pieces of wood and falling down. The man didn't even change his movements a little bit, he still stood with his hands in his pockets, and just watched him perform indifferently. Green Bull Araki, do you want to dance too? The corners of Buggy's mouth turned up, showing a wanton and rampant smile. Then continue to show your worth. If only this is the case, it is not enough, far from enough. Let's dance. Please please me as much as you want, Araki. Ha ha ha. As Buggy's laughter sounded, the platinum halo around his body was only 2 meters from the original, and then rapidly expanded to 4 meters, 8 meters, 16 meters. In just a few breaths, the platinum circle of light has expanded to hundreds of meters in radius. Those trees that were close to him were all smashed into endless sawdust. Then, after Buggy snapped his fingers, the trees that had turned into countless sawdust recovered within a few breaths, turning into another batch of vines and huge tree fists at. Immediately afterwards, the fists formed by these huge vines and trees were also covered with armament hockey and pressed towards the Green Bull. What? How is this possible? Green Bull Araki's eyes widened, and the face of the huge Trent was full of horror and disbelief. Why can you use my ability? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Boom boom boom. But in the next second, 2 waves of tree sea attacks collided and made a shocking explosion. Zzz. Just as the 2 waves of trees collided, Buggy's clasped hands slowly opened, and a white gold ball of light the size of a human head appeared in his hands. The Green Bull in the distance also seemed to sense a terrifying aura. Good. As soon as the Green Bull's expression changed, it immediately began to shrink its body, trying to avoid the attack through the sea of trees. Fission-shattering nuclear fusion flash. But Buggy didn't pay attention to it, just calmly pushed the light ball in the center of the palm outward, and then directly locked on Wangmu. Scoff. In the next moment, the ball of light spurted out instantly, turning into a huge white beam of light several meters in diameter, piercing through the 2 waves of trees still competing with each other in the blink of an eye, and shattering a huge hole in the center. No. In the next moment, amidst the Green Bull's desperate cry, the white gold light directly hit him. Rumbling immediately afterwards, a huge mushroom cloud soared into the sky, and the terrifying explosion flattened several kilometers around, and countless trees turned into dust and disappeared in this instant. The white clouds in the sky were also washed away by this terrible impact. A few minutes later, in a huge pothole with a diameter of 1 or 2 kilometers, Lu Sheng Araki lay in a coma covered in blood. In the next second, Buggy's figure suddenly appeared beside him, kicked his body into the suddenly opened space door. Miss Hancock, I'll deal with the Green Bull first, see you later. After kicking the Green Bull back to the Dread Spinnaker, Buggy waved at the stunned Empress and his party in the distance, showing a smile. Then, he beckoned to Morgans above the sky, and they entered a newly opened space door together. Click. As the space door closed, the Marine Admiral Green Bull disappeared, and the figures of Buggy and Morgans also disappeared from the battlefield. Everything seems to have never happened. Only the intense battlefield speaks for itself. Sister, are you okay? Did Master Buggy leave? It's too strong. That's Marine Admiral, and it was solved by Mr. Buggy? Hey, Lady Snake, where is Mr. Buggy? Master Snake, Mr. Buggy is also a man, does he have golden eggs? Hearing the nagging voices of the sisters and subordinates around her, the Empress recovered from the shock. The Empress took a deep breath, shook her head at them, and said solemnly, Mr. Buggy has something to deal with. Let's talk about the situation here when he comes back. This time the matter is really big. Big trouble. The 9 snake pirates haven't reacted yet, and they can't understand the concept of Marine Admiral being captured by 4 emperors for the time being. Not to mention that the 9 snake pirates were in a hurry to deal with the petrified Marine. Buggy and Morgans returned to the Terror Spinnaker, and asked Blueno to send him away. Captain Buggy, is this man the new Marine Admiral? Khalifa stood next to Buggy with a notebook in his arms, pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and looked at the blood-covered unconscious man locked by Seastone in surprise. Right. Buggy narrowed his eyes and said, Khalifa, go and get any fruit. All right, Captain Buggy. Khalifa's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly thought of what happened to Bullet before. Is it the captain? Just as Khalifa was thinking of this, a burst of platinum gold light shone in the basement of the castle, and soon the platinum gold light turned into a platinum gold curtain that enveloped the green bull. That's right. Buggy just wants to try. Can the green bull be stripped of his dark fruit in this comatose and dying state? It's just that after the peeling ability came out, Buggy felt a weak pulling force in the green bull's body. At first he thought it was impossible, but after repeated pulling, Zhongji could still clearly feel that the power of the dense fruit is being decomposed and stripped out. This immediately excited Buggy. Khalifa has been waiting behind for a few minutes with a banana in his hand. Even Blueno, who went to see Morgans off, came back, and they both waited nervously behind. This is devil fruit from Marine Admiral. If this fruit can also be taken out, the overall strength of the Buggy pirates will rise to another level. Zzz. Just when the two were thinking about this, Buggy's eyes lit up, clapped his hands together and shouted, Come out. Scoff. In the next moment, the platinum light curtain wrapped around the green cow was torn out of the green cow's body like a torn adhesive tape, and then turned into a platinum ball in the blink of an eye. In this white gold ball, there is a small ball of light-emitting green light floating in it. Moreover, there is a small red flower in this green light cluster. Flower? This should be the representative of the life force of Sen fruit. No wonder the green bull guy can create a flower that can float and fly. This guy's imagination is too low. Is such a powerful fruit only used to coat armor? It's a pity that the imagination is not enough, otherwise the green bull will be stronger. As we all know, the real name of Logia Sen Guo Guo should be Human Fruit Phantom Beast Hashi Hot Mom form. It's a pity that I can't eat another devil fruit. Why? Buggy sighed inwardly and then said, Khalifa, throw the fruit over there. Yes. Khalifa threw the big banana in his hand towards the platinum ball of light without hesitation. Puff. As the rubber sank into it, Buggy, Khalifa, and Blueno saw the small green light ball wrapped in the platinum light ball instantly sink into the big banana. Shish. Immediately afterwards, the big golden banana gradually turned into a round green fruit under the surprised eyes of everyone. There is a cross-shaped green vine on the top of this fruit, the skin is the same color as a watermelon, and various mysterious runes are attached. What is more eye-catching is that there are 2 bright red flowers growing on the left and right sides of this fruit. When these 2 flowers bloom, you can still smell the slightly fragrant floral fragrance in the air. Is this the Logia Sen fruit? Khalifa asked suspiciously. Well, it shouldn't be wrong. Buggy nodded slowly, and waved at Sen Guo, and the Sen fruit, which was held up in the air by the white golden light, fell into his hands. Just when this devil fruit fell into his hands, Buggy's expression froze, and then he returned to normal. He looked at Khalifa and Blueno and smiled. Go down first, I'll deal with this guy. Originally I wanted to keep him, but since the fruit was stripped by me, it's better to erase him. Yes. Khalifa and Blueno didn't say anything, they opened the door and walked out of the basement. When the two walked away, Buggy didn't hesitate, looked at the dying green cow, raised an index finger to condense a small, nuclear flash, and then directly shot at the green cow's head past. Pooh. In the drowsiness, a hollow appeared in the center of the eyebrows of the green cow without any fruit protection. Crush. Buggy raised his hand to grab his corpse, white light enveloped the green bull's corpse, and then the corpse turned into dust and dissipated. Marine Admiral Green Bull Araki died before leaving the school. Tisk. I didn't expect that the first top combat force in the world who died at his hands was a Marine Admiral. Buggy chuckled and shook his head. Although Morgans promised him to delay the release of the situation for a few days, as soon as this news comes out, I'm afraid that the Times will completely go crazy. But how? This time is really worth it. You died well, Green Bull. Without him, everything is because of this small light curtain sticking out in front of him. Ding. Congratulations to host for killing Marine Admiral, changing the direction of the follow-up, Wano-kuni, plot and getting special rewards. Ding. The reward has been issued. This reward is a reminder reward. The panel reminds the host, since the host is the soul of the otherworld, and has never eaten devil fruit, so you can eat an extra fruit. The fruit first binds the soul and then merges into the body. Please host eat with confidence. Double fruit. Since the emergence of Blackbeard, a person with double fruit ability, double fruit has become the dream of countless traversers. After coming to this world, it's not like he didn't think about this possibility with the help of the change plot panel. It's just that he didn't expect that he would be able to eat another devil fruit. In other words, the one who occupied Buggy's body didn't count as having eaten devil fruit. In addition, after obtaining the Gildart's template, this body has been completely reshaped, so it is a brand new body of your own? Forget it. Buggy doesn't want to think about it anymore. After all, that Blackbeard guy can eat double fruit. If the situation is similar to his own, is he also a time traveler? But judging from Blackbeard's behavior, it's clear not. Is there something wrong with his soul or body? The physical problem is currently unknown, and it may be another human experiment conducted by the world government. After all, with clones like Kaido, Lunaria Jin, and Seraphim out there, it's no secret. Buggy guessed it was more of a soul issue. Crack. Crack. Suppressing all kinds of complicated thoughts in his heart, Buggy tossed the devil fruit in his hand, and then swallowed it all without hesitation in a few mouthfuls. In his previous life, he often went to the post bar and found that some bosses said that the chance of awakening would be greater if he ate all the devil fruit. Then the post bar brother Balabala gave a lot of examples. I used to think that the other party was lying, but now Buggy would rather make a mistake than let it go. Click 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 click. Therefore, Buggy suffocated this dense fruit with a few big mouthfuls, and even the doctor's note was not spared. Obviously, Buggy completed a stage of transformation at this moment. Disdain post bar brother. Question post bar brother. Understand post bar brother. Become a post bar brother. After eating the dense fruit, Buggy suddenly felt that there were countless information in his mind. Then he felt the strong breath of life in the air. Immediately after that, countless fresh grass sprouts began to sprout crazily on the basement floor under his feet, and then these sprouts began to grow, and within a few breaths, the entire cell was filled with green grass and vines. Only the middle part where Buggy is still doesn't have any green grass close by. Caw caw caw. In the next moment, Buggy even felt that the green grass had the idea of breaking through the dungeon and jumping to the ground, so he couldn't help thinking to stop them. Then these green grass and vines actually stopped instantly. Is this the power of sensen fruit? But my development direction is completely different from that of Green Bull. Buggy smiled. With his current strength, it is natural that he grasped the essence of sensen guo at once. It only needs to be familiar with sensen fruit for a while, and Buggy is confident that he can easily complete the fruit awakening. After all, there is already chop fruit jade in front, although it is awakened after merging with crushing magic, but this is also experience. During this period of time, Buggy only needs to inject the idea of human fruit phantom beast Hashirama form into the power of sensen fruit, and this fruit will soon become his shape. Ha 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 ha. Feeling the full vitality in his body, Buggy even felt that he could achieve immortality without any immortality surgery at all. Because sensen guo also has the ability to extract the vitality of others for his own use. This ability is simply a high-level version of Hashirama wood style. After all, it takes a lot of chakra to use wood style, but he does not need to consume a lot of stamina to use sensen fruit, and he can even draw vitality from the enemy and nature to replenish himself. Moreover, in the battle, you can become stronger and stronger, and the more you fight, the braver you are. Especially when it comes to numbers, no matter how many enemies there are, it's not a problem for Buggy at all. Clear mob's artifact belongs to yes. One of the most important points, theoretically speaking, as long as the vitality is endless, he will not die. As for the absorption and replenishment of vitality, it doesn't matter whether it is the vitality of a master, or the vitality of animals or plants. After mastering the basic information of these sensen fruits, Buggy lamented that the green cow is still too good. With such an awesome fruit, he even thought about not eating, and dedicated to absorbing the vitality and physical strength of the human body, doing some eccentricities. What Green Bull did was putting the cart before the horse. Just like Batfruit Phantom Beast vampire form. If Ladefield wants to achieve immortality in the future, it doesn't need to be so troublesome at all. He just needs to make a lot of money, then establish a paid blood organization, and buy blood for his own consumption. Hey. I missed it. Buggy patted himself on the head with a smile on his face. This ability is still temporarily hidden, and it will be used when fighting Kaido. At that time, I should also raise my ability to the point of awakening. Then give everyone a surprise, including Kaido. Sensen fruit Hashi hot mom form, ha ha ha. The more Buggy thought about it, the more excited he became, and then he left the underground cell humming a little tune. After seeing Blueno outside, he remembered that he had to go back to 9 Snake Island. Immediately said to Blueno, I almost forgot about when the gate of space on 9 Snake Island opened. Blueno laughed foolishly. I'm here just to remind the captain of this. Snapped. Buggy patted Blueno on the shoulder and laughed. Yes, very reliable. Squeak as the door of space was opened, Buggy's figure reappeared under the huge pit where the green bull was lying before. Ah. It's Master Buggy. Lord Buggy has appeared. Master Buggy, can I see your golden balls? Master Buggy, thank you for saving us and Mrs. Snake, I love you. Don't be fooling around, go and invite Lord Snake Fairy. As soon as Buggy appeared in the middle of the pothole, he heard a series of screams from above. This made him look up a little dumbfounded, and saw that hundreds of young ladies had already surrounded it. I don't know that they are all members of the 9 Snake Pirates, or the citizens of Amazon Lily. But that doesn't matter anymore. Buggy spiraled directly into the sky, and then waved at them to say hello. Hi there. Almost after Buggy finished saying hello, hundreds of girls excitedly waved at Buggy at the same time, and said softly. Hi Mr. Buggy, hiss who can stand this? Saint Monk can't stand it, let alone his Buggy. After sucking his teeth, Buggy originally planned to run away and wait for the Empress to come back before returning, otherwise he would really be pierced by the eyes of these young ladies. Fortunately, soon, Hancock's figure appeared on the edge of the forest, and then she waved to those people and said. Okay, you guys step back first, I have something to discuss with Mr. Buggy. Yes, Master Snake Fairy. Hundreds of young ladies recovered obediently, and then looked at Shangba with all sorts of picky looks and said. Goodbye, Mr. Buggy, tisk. Daughter country, what a paradise. After sighing, Buggy flew to the Empress's side. Before he could speak, the Empress beside him said nervously. Kiba, oh no Mr. Buggy, thank you so much this time. The corner of Buggy's mouth twitched, but he still waved his hand and smiled. Miss Hancock, don't worry too much. Sister Shaki asked me to come here to help you. Naturally, I want to give her face. That. Mr. Buggy can just call me Hancock, if you don't mind. After saying this, the Empress's fair and pretty face flushed with blush, she looked askew into the distance, not daring to meet Buggy's eyes. Buggy also knows the character of the Empress, especially after Shaki explained the cause and effect to him, he basically understands it. But Buggy is also happy about it. After all, the most beautiful woman in the world, after all, is the goddess in the hearts of countless sea fans in previous lives. Although his favorite is Robin, this does not hinder. Because he has always been a very dedicated person, he exclusively likes beautiful young ladies. After turning this thought in his mind, Buggy chuckled and said, well, Hancock, what do you want to do next?